is a legend that has lasted 8,000 years waiting. Of course it is. Yet if those 8 millennia were unchanging, if they belonged to a small insular people with a narrow world, would it still carry such weight? When countless sparks were hooked up from the Holy Codex by the Rui Jingu Bang, when the Lingming Heart Ape swung down with boundless heart fire of fury and rebellion, those 8,000 years recorded in the Codex were no longer heavy. Crack. With a crisp ringing sound, countless fissures suddenly spread across the seemingly unshakable Holy Codex. Those cracks were not all caused by external force. At the very instant the blow descended from outside, a power surged from within, as well joining it to shatter the Codex. In other words, the unwilling souls hidden beneath that veneer of beauty had their heart fires ignited. They cooperated with Wukong, delivering that single Rui strike. That strike shattered 8,000 years of tradition. That strike broke the hypocrisy concealed beneath pure goodness. That strike was the cry of countless grieving souls. Impossible. How could my clan's holy codex of 8,000 years fracture? Why do those who enjoyed a blessed era harbor such hidden rage? And why not? Let your grandpa's son land a few more blows and utterly smash your complacent tradition. This time the original enforcer, Wenchong, no longer dared to use the holy codex to directly withstand Wukong's attack. From the clash just now, not only had Wukong discovered the flaws in the holy codex, but Apostle Wenchong had also discerned the constraints upon the free heart ape. He hastily hurled the holy codex into the air, letting it transform into an immeasurable mountain range, attempting to use the heaviness of an 8,000-year legend to suppress the unruly spirit of Wukong the heart ape. The enforcement shackles in his hand became a reliance of law, forcibly hooking onto Wukong's guilt for trampling the Lingxiao, causing the immeasurable mountain to lock firmly onto Wukong's body. You deceive heaven and violate principle. Your crimes are unforgivable. I sentence you to bear this mountain and repent, to grind away the anger of slaughter and grievance. Wukong gazed at the immeasurable mountain descending from the heavens, feeling this scene, so achingly familiar, yet what had happened in the past would not repeat. This time, he was not in the wrong. This mountain of yours takes the statutes and articles of the Codex as its form and the will of the multitude as its substance. Yet among that incalculable multitude there is far too much unwillingness. How could they ever suppress a heart that yearns to rebel? Come then, take a blow from your grandpa's son. How can drifting grains of dust and sand become solid rock? How can something riddled with 1,000 holes claim to embody heavenly principle? Beneath a vast mountain range, an enraged heart ape rose in defiant counterattack. It was as though the immense confronted the infinitesimal, and as though rigid rules met unbridled wildness face to face. In terms of sheer volume of information, the Holy Codex far outweighed Wukong. Yet in terms of solidity and density, Wukong was far harder than that codex. For in the hearts of the beings of Earth, Wukong was vivid and alive, while among the Keith clan the codex was distant and vague. Their people knew there was such a legend, such an apostle, yet how many had truly studied that codex? After all, theirs was a beautiful society. Regardless of right or wrong, they merely waited to consult the codex written by the saints. They possessed only the right to obey, never the right to amend its flaws. At the instant the boundless mountain range collided with the Rui Jingu Bang, pure crimson flames spread upward along the shattered fissures, dyeing the entire range into a blazing peak of fire. Those flames were like blades cleaving the peak apart. At first, only small stones crumbled away, and then the entire mountain body began to fracture. In the next moment, that peak burst apart like a blossoming firework. Innumerable fragments of stone shot outward in all directions, each wrapped in pure crimson fire, shimmering across the world like a streak of scarlet aurora. They surged upward, only to be drawn back down by Apostle Wenchong, as if he wished to reforge them into a holy mountain once more to suppress heresy. But this time Wukong did not even swing the Rui Jingu Bang, and withdrew the furious image of the heart ape, returning again to that agile crystal-clear monkey. With a wave of his hand, he drew out all the immeasurable pure crimson from the holy mountain, draping it over his own body. The super-long crimson cloak seemed like a red demarcation line splitting heaven and earth. Cling not, linger not. The cycles of cause and effect in samsara have their own correctness, and the heart fire that punishes sin has its own fairness. Lose not, forget not, a right and wrong, good and evil admit no rigid framework. What sin is there in judging for oneself? The long strip of pure crimson cloth billowed without wind, as though it had found new life in the fire of anger turned renewal. It danced freely and joyously, and they realized that to give rise to rebellion in one's heart could be so wondrous. With the immeasurable crimson drawn away, the seemingly solid holy mountain range crumbled into countless stones, and the instant they struck the ground, they turned into fine grains of sand. Thus Wukong, with his cloak billowing and Rui Jingu bang in hand, seemed to be standing amid a vast expanse of golden dunes. Now that your codex has been stripped of its decayed clauses, it instead reveals a dazzling radiance. But that radiance is not the essence of the codex, it is the trust of the beings who invested their will in it. Such trust is so brilliant and pure. Why do you refuse to see it? It cannot be changed, I cannot see it. That holy codex was personally compiled by my teacher Saint Lyton. I cannot alter it, and my juniors dare not even think of altering it. Then in this respect you are inferior to my master. He will translate the true scriptures according to his own understanding. How reckless! Where then lies the majesty of the Lord of law and principle? How can the orthodoxy of law be maintained? A trifling matter, then open another dharma. The awakened possess great prajna, my master possesses Chung Weisher. Apostle Wensheng gave Wukong a long, deep look, helplessly realizing that even after exhausting all his methods, he still could not overcome the manifestation of a single heart ape. Beiji Wuning Yima Bailong and Bunxing Wujing had yet to make a move, and he had already been defeated. His legend, and the holy codex of 8,000 years inheritance had not only accumulated weight, but also endless cries. Now at last they had broken through their shackles and surged into the mountains. He fell silent for a moment, bowed to Wukong, then scattered on the wind, returning to legend. The glittering grains of trusting sand followed after him. He did not ask Wukong to return the heart fires of his clan's long-held resentment. They had been suppressed for far too long. Let them go. Besides, he feared that if he tried to reclaim them, he would receive another blow from the heart ape, Wukong. After all, that heart ape seemed the very condensation of oceans of angry heart fire, most likely a fiercely untamed existence. Wukong, what insight have you gained? Master, they are mostly flashy yet empty abilities. Though goodwill rotted in the heart cannot quite be called demonic, it is still unlike the true cultivation of our two teachings. Because of his own legend, Wukong was naturally aligned with the Buddhist and Taoist teachings. In his view, only one who had reached the level of true cultivation in these two paths could be considered a truly formidable opponent. Clearly not every soul-ascended being of the heart was a lord of law and principle. His standards were somewhat too high for a normal idealist civilization. For the stronger an idealist civilization grew, the more unified its law and principle became. The purity of its inheritance was indeed assured, yet excessive authority also obstructed the birth of new ideas. It went more smoothly than I expected. Oh, I only wonder what methods Apostle Wensheng's vessel mind warrior Wensheng might possess. Master, do you require the combined efforts of us master and disciples? With our accumulated weight, suppressing him would be effortless. No. Since I have already accepted his conditions for this contest, how could I use the heaviness of our legend to crush his law and principle? Fall back behind me, let your master test the various dharma of the Keith. When his own legend collapsed, mind warrior Wensheng felt the situation slipping beyond his control. He worried greatly that Commander Xuanzang on the other side would manifest his legend and order it to swarm forward, unleashing a direct, overwhelming crush upon him. Fortunately, what he feared did not come to pass. That Weisher Xuanzang, after all, was a worthy opponent, choosing to enter the field once more alone. This poor monk too has certain methods for subduing demons. I must ask Mr. Wensheng to exert his full strength. Those who learn from me shall live, those who merely resemble me shall die. Within human civilization, aside from the upward-oriented sanctum church, this mode of thought can be applied to both the Taoist and Buddhist traditions. Thus within Buddhism there arose many schools such as the Lotus School, the Pure Land School, the Vinaya School, the Chan School, and the Yogacara School, while Taoism developed lineages like Zhengyi Dao, Chuanjin Dao, Zhenda Dao, Tai Dao, and Jingming Dao. Such a state of affairs is utterly inconceivable to the Keisai race cultivators. They even regard the differentiation and renewal of doctrines as an act of grave transgression, a threat to the orthodoxy and authority of the law. Therefore, they cannot comprehend why among human spiritual warriors there exist so many sources of legend and lords of doctrine. In their view, such a chaotic multitude of sects should be riddled with internal conflict, even engaging in mutual assaults and purging of heresies. Yet in reality, the spiritual warriors of the various human sects not only coexist harmoniously, but even appear profoundly familiar and amicable with one another. They cannot fathom this sense of fellowship in the same way that human spiritual warriors fail to understand why the Keisai Sanctum sect must be so rigidly authoritative. Master Xuanzang, your spiritual warriors are truly peculiar, as though their souls cannot ascend unless they overturn what is considered orthodox. Within them I perceive boundless tolerance. The source of doctrine tolerates the lords of doctrine, orthodoxy tolerates innovation, authority tolerates doubt. On this point alone you surpass us. Yet I have always failed to understand why your spiritual warriors choose the path of crafting their own doctrines. Is it not better to follow the road of the first ones who attained enlightenment, to study their success and amend one's own shortcomings accordingly? With this question, when Shuo, the Keisai spiritual warrior, revealed the true meaning of debating the Tao, there is no absolute good nor absolute evil. Relying on the majestic orthodoxy of their doctrines and meticulously detailed records of spiritual ascension, the Keisai race has produced vast numbers of spiritual warriors. Their path resembles the human sanctum church far more than the self-cultivation philosophies of Taoism and Buddhism. One flower contains a world, one leaf holds a Bodhi. Perhaps this is our unique human trait. We believe that no two flowers in the world are identical and that no path can be copied in its entirety. Our forebears never left us exhaustive records of their ascension. They transmitted ideas rather than explaining the entire process. We can only grasp our ancestors' principles and pursue our own roads. The laws and truths we verify may resemble theirs, but will never be identical. Perhaps this is the very meaning of competition. If one never contends clinging to the old and unchanging, then competition and comparison become unthinkable. It is indeed a brilliant and resplendent tapestry of plural cultures. We once possessed such diversity as well, but history has shown that plurality tends toward merger, merger begets struggle, and struggle becomes the fertile soil of destruction. Master Xuanzang, I have one last question. It is not only my personal doubt, but the doubt shared by all Keisai spiritual warriors. Please speak plainly. Since we have gathered to debate the Tao, we must discuss not only the weight of legends, but also the vastness of laws and the divergence of principles. To Xuanzang, debating the Tao has never meant using enchanting tricks to force verbal submission. He once debated scriptures at Nalanda Monastery in Tianzhu, overpowering the assembled monks by the sheer force of reason. If given the chance, he would far rather win the other's heartfelt conviction than content himself with superficial respect. Master Xuanzang, when Shui asked, will profound and expansive doctrines be buried in the long history of pluralistic competition? After all, the needs of the material dimension differ from those of the spiritual dimension. Doctrines that should have shone brilliantly in the spiritual realm may well decline simply because they do not conform to material demands. Furthermore, is it not possible that the most fitting and grand doctrines are neglected in transmission, while those originally moderate are instead magnified and become mainstream? If from the very beginning one chose a single optimal doctrine for inheritance and avoided incessant trial and error along the way, could this not give rise to the most glorious idealist civilization? When Shui, you are mistaken. There has never been such a thing as a universally optimal doctrine. Every individual has a different nature and aptitude. We cannot abandon one portion of the people for the sake of the majority. In the crucible of competition, the decline of certain grand doctrines is inevitable. This is indeed a regret of civilization, yet it is also the result of choices made by us humans as individuals. We are born of matter and grow within matter. A few among us can truly allow the soul to ascend. Thus, the foremost task of our doctrines is not to cultivate those rare beings whose souls will soar, but to comfort the weary spirits of the common multitude, and to gently guide their hearts through sorrow and anxiety. So matter first and spirit second. You truly are not a purely idealist civilization, and yet you can still nurture so many lords of doctrine. It is nothing short of miraculous. We return from spirit to matter, while you strive from matter toward spirit. Our roads differ entirely. Thus your souls are tranquil, while your material realm is competitive. Our souls are embroiled in conflict, while our material world is beautiful. In this one, Shuo was partly correct. The competition on Earth Star is indeed fierce. Even Master Xuanzang must concede its ferocity. Even in the powerful Tang era to which he belonged, the great Tang never ceased its campaigns on all fronts. The states beyond its borders were even more so. Yet even in such times, the development of idealist doctrines never halted. Most people still held faith in their hearts, and even the Tang emperor had to conduct rituals of offering to heaven. In affairs of the state, the greatest matters are sacrifice and war. This was the true portrait of most branches of human civilization in that age. Master Xuanzang, my doubts are dispelled. Now we shall see whether your pluralistic tolerance proves more majestic or whether our unified purity remains more sacred. Very well. I shall manifest the Yogacara Dharma. It severs delusion and attains truth, recognizing that all is consciousness and all is nature. Please, sir, examine it. The Yogacara school, by analyzing all phenomena and their absolute nature, realizes the self, and is thus also known as the school of phenomena. Through it one may realize the true mind, remain unconfused by externals, cut off afflictions, achieve inner liberation, and perfect the real nature to attain great Bodhi. Great Bodhi signifies supreme enlightenment. Bodhisattvas possess enlightenment, yet not its fullness. Only a Buddha is vast and complete, thus it is called Great Bodhi. Therefore Xuanzang of Yogacara is no ordinary lord of Buddhist doctrine. He is an awakened one, a Buddha, and may be called the Yogacara Tathagata. His doctrines far surpass those of Wenchua, the Keisai spiritual warrior, in depth and breadth. Yet his weakness is also evident. His teachings are so abstruse that subsequent transmission has become sparse. Wenchua, the original enforcer of law, stands in sharp contrast. Even after relinquishing his legendary role, many among the Keisai still study and refine the doctrinal concepts he established. As a result, the informational content of Wenchua's doctrines is considerably richer than Xuanzang's. From the very outset of this debate of the Tao, Xuanzang and Wenchua had in fact exchanged roles. Wenchua, who believed the Keisai path to be pure, possessed the more expansive doctrinal information. The human side, famed for doctrinal plurality, had instead dispatched the profoundly pure Xuanzang. When Xuanzang loosened his containment of information and manifested the clear glass-like Tathagata aspect of Yogacara, Wenchua finally realized that the other's principles were in truth more solid and condensed than his own. This fulfilled Sun Wukong's words. The other side possessed a talent for splendid, yet hollow display, but lacked the genuine strength of cultivation found in the two great teachings. I perceive that you harbor great afflictions you cannot release, and it so happens that this poor monk has the ability to sever afflictions, Xuanzang said. Allow this poor monk to act and cut away all your troubles, helping you swiftly relinquish attachment to doctrine to transcend appearances, the relatively real, and behold nature itself, the absolutely real. The enormous Buddha form extended its palm, imbued with great wisdom and immense power, the essence of true awakening manifesting in its shape, radiating light like a vast star. The spiritual warrior Wenchang sensed that Xuanzang did not intend to help him sever all afflictions, but sought to disperse him with a single palm strike, completely eradicating the source of his troubles. Yet from that pure and radiant light emanated an endless sense of compassion, indicating that his principles were not those of murderous savagery. Strange to employ compassionate means to extinguish evil. Could it be that this esteemed Xuanzang is a being of divided principles? Wenchang understood that Xuanzang's principles were more solid than his own, granting him a local advantage in the area of their clash. Thus he transformed his pure ideals into a multi-layered structure, attempting to counter Xuanzang's quality of information with the thickness of his own. This caused the palm of the Buddha form to crash into the flowing water, creating a splashing effect like a breaking bamboo, yet it could not completely sever the unfathomable current. However, supreme power was never the direction Xuanzang primarily cultivated. Rather, it was the inherent force that arose after his realization of true nature. His true attack was to sever affliction and attain liberation. Under the enhancement of his true awakening, immense power transformed into great wisdom, revealing countless afflictions of Wenchang in his perception. What is true awakening? It is the true wisdom of all phenomena. The thought of true awakening, also referred to as the lotus of the Pure Land, representing the completeness of the self, allowing one to perceive the dissatisfaction of all beings. What is completeness? It is absolute reality, perceivable, tangible, harmable, and removable. Emotions are thus, and so are afflictions. Therefore, the true awakening of Xuanzang not only instantaneously perceived all afflictions, but also touched upon those subtler intentions that were more obscure than information. He felt the 5 states of desire, thought, victory, concentration, and wisdom, as well as the 5 states of intention, touch, reception, thought, and reflection. However, these were not Wenchang's true weaknesses. His weakness had always been his myriad afflictions. Xuanzang anchored his thought of true awakening onto the fundamental afflictions within Wenchang, namely greed, anger, ignorance, pride, doubt, and wrong view. He then further incorporated 20 additional afflictions: resentment, hatred, delusion, annoyance, jealousy, stinginess, deception, flattery, arrogance, harm, shamelessness, guilt, sloth, distraction, disbelief, negligence, indulgence, forgetfulness, and confusion. It seemed that Wenchang harbored too many negative emotions, yet this was not entirely the case. Afflictions are the normal thoughts of sentient beings, varying in number, but impossible to eliminate completely. Those who can truly liberate themselves will self-verify true completeness, an awakening, transforming into the Buddha of that lifetime, sitting calmly on a precious lotus, while manifesting the Pure Land. Clearly, Wenchang was not on the same path as the Buddhist sect. His will did not seek to eliminate these afflictions, but merely suppressed them with a vast amount of positive information. Thus, the palm of the Buddha form not only brought forth a stream of information, but also dragged out the mud of afflictions, making this moment seem like Xuanzang was subduing Wenchang's inner demons, aiding his pure thoughts. This is the essence of the Yogacara doctrine of severing evil and cultivating goodness, with its core being good and evil, and its determination being extinction. Afflictions, delusions, and purity transformed into black mist in the Buddha's hand, condensing into a black lotus of karma. This was not an ordinary form of mental pollution, but rather the demon within Wenchang's heart. Even if it had once been weak, once manifested, it could return to its corrupt nature. Mr. Wenchang, I have named this inner demon for you. Can you feel the freedom and purity? Honestly, Wenchang felt anything but free and pure. Instead, he felt a chilling terror. His principles ultimately relied on the saintly Li Zhuan rather than achieving completeness by himself. The flaws in his being were quite numerous, making it difficult to form an absolute defense. He had thought Xuanzang could clear some of his information, which would be good enough, but he did not expect Xuanzang to bypass the information entirely and directly penetrate his thoughts. This was akin to two boxers in the material world expected to strike flesh, counter, and defend. Yet one party's fist could directly enter the opponent's thoughts, forcibly extracting emotions such as anger, hatred, and vengeance. This kind of punch, which also made one feel relaxed, satisfied, and joyful, was truly horrifying. Xuanzang's methods are indeed remarkable, but if you intend to use this solidified sinful thought to attack me, you are somewhat presumptuous. My heart returns to pure principles. My intention follows the path of the saintly epic. Even the most solidified sinful thoughts cannot change my thinking. Whether in rage or greed, my path will not cease, and my attacks will not dull. You are mistaken, sir. I perceive all afflictions with the thought of true awakening, and I guide all evil thoughts with the light of completeness, aiming to extinguish evil and cultivate goodness. How could I further pollute your intention and transform the inner demon into an outer calamity? I, the Buddha, am compassionate, universally delivering those lost in the sea of suffering. Fortunately, your demonic thoughts are not voluminous, and your roots of evil are not deep. I can easily uproot them and help you float above the sea of suffering. With this causal rescue established, I cannot give up halfway to avoid generating evil from goodness or waves from the sea of suffering. Let me subdue the demonic thoughts and transform them into a vessel for your heart, completely severing all afflictions and allowing a heart of freedom and purity to remain. The spiritual warrior Wenchang looked at the black lotus in Xuanzang's hand, transforming from chaotic thoughts into pure good intentions, and he could not help but feel a surge of satisfaction, as if that which he detested had vanished. Your goodwill, Xuanzang, I acknowledge, but as for the vessel, let it be. My spirit is nourished by the principles of the saints, and I cannot allow the reasoning of outsiders to take hold. I fear you cannot refuse, as the causal rescue has been established. I shall return from the result to the cause. There must be a place of charity within your heart. The gigantic Buddha smiled as he plucked a flower, pushing a dazzling golden lotus toward Wenchang. This was an act of compassionate delivery, seemingly lacking any capacity for harm, embodying great goodness to subdue demons and extinguish sinful thoughts. Yet Wenchang felt a significant disparity in principles. His principles held little defensive power in Xuanzang's hands, and the vast amount of information was merely a shape-shifting water flow. He wielded pure principles as a sword, attempting to anchor the unpleasant, all evil thoughts and dissatisfaction within Xuanzang's consciousness to pierce through the Buddha form. However, he failed. The completeness of true awakening in Xuanzang had long since stabilized into great compassion. His principles struggled to pry open those negative thoughts, allowing him to harm Xuanzang's essence. Thus, the strike aimed at anchoring the principles ultimately turned into an ordinary clash of information, as his information was vast, yet loose and capable of harming Xuanzang's pure and solid nature. That golden lotus ultimately fell into his thoughts. He wanted to stop it, but the lotus originated from him, naturally returning to its place under the influence of causal principles. Fortunately, that golden lotus was pure goodness, free from the taint of outside reasoning, and did not affect Wenchang's ability to perform normally. Xuanzang, what significance does this hold? The purification of my sinful thoughts consumes your own energy. If this continues, you have no chance of victory. I respect your charity, but if your methods are solely about severing evil and cultivating goodness, you will lose in this endeavor. It is not that I can only sever evil and cultivate goodness. I simply wish to convey to you that I can sever all afflictions, and I can destroy your mental state and obliterate your consciousness. The mental state has 5 aspects: desire, thought, victory, concentration, and wisdom. The consciousness also has 5: intention, touch, reception, thought, and reflection. Next, the attack should influence your true heart. When the heart changes, the intention changes. When the intention changes, the consciousness becomes chaotic. Such dangers are hard to avoid, and such deficiencies are hard to remedy. The five hearts realm and the five hearts consciousness ultimately differ from the fundamental afflictions and transient troubles. While the cessation of afflictions can purify the mind and eliminate evil, to cultivate goodness tampering with the heart realm and consciousness is far more complex. The five hearts realm comprises desire, thought, understanding, concentration, and wisdom, with the injury to wisdom being the most severe. The five hearts consciousness includes intention, contact, sensation, thought, and reflection, with damage to reflection being paramount. Wisdom and reflection are crucial to those who ascend the spiritual realm, as their significance is evident even from their literal meanings. Damage to these two is akin to harming the brain of a living organism. Just as a living body cannot spontaneously repair its brain, a spiritual warrior finds it equally challenging to mend wisdom and reflection. This philosophical debate inevitably has its boundaries. Xuanzang, unwilling to escalate the competition, chose to sever the opponent's wisdom and extinguish their reflection, leaving only a shell of consciousness reduced to a thoughtless stone. Thus, he demonstrated the ability to extinguish all afflictions and sever evil, while cultivating goodness, hoping to make the spiritual warrior Wen Zhang understand the dangers of continuing the contest. Is it possible to evade peril or to mend what is lacking? If it were a normal contest based solely on your prior acts of compassion, Wen Zhang would have willingly conceded. Unfortunately, this battle concerns a clash of ideologies and the right to transmit teachings. I cannot evade it, nor can I withdraw unscathed. Whatever techniques you possess, Xuanzang, feel free to employ them. There is no need to hold back. I shall not spare you either. As a disciple of the holy fiery fish and one of the 12 apostles of Keith, Wen Zhang cannot afford to exit without bearing the costs. The greater the price he pays, the more he can conceal the blemish of his defeat. If he chooses to retreat after weighing the pros and cons, it will only raise doubts among the spiritual warriors of Keith regarding his sincerity toward the pure ideals. After all, they are spiritual warriors, not merchants of the spirit. A warrior's defeat should occur amidst combat, not through a compromise of superficial strength. Very well, the monk shall now lock your understanding and intent, avoiding the source of wisdom and reflection, preserving your path without falling. Thank you, Xuanzang, for your compassion. I see the utmost goodness and purity in you. If I were to be defeated by you, I would be convinced and willing. With Xuanzang's heart, matters concerning the interests of the Buddhist sect can be retreated from or avoided. After all, he is also a master of the Dharma and has the right to act according to his principles. However, regarding the larger picture of humanity's future, he will not retract. He will only strive with all his might, honoring the original source and the faith of all beings. He speaks with conviction, drawing upon the intent of right awareness to perceive the understanding of the heart realm and the intent of consciousness, firmly anchoring that formless thought and truth. The three realms are but mind, and all laws are but consciousness. The nature of all phenomena is inherently connected, thus realizing the self-born heart communication of perfect awareness. This is the method to help all bodhisattvas swiftly transcend attachment to the Dharma and eliminate the obstacles of knowledge. All phenomena are consciousness without boundaries. Within the nature lies form, and within form lies nature. The phenomena reveal nature, thereby manifesting the absolute truth. Mr. Wen Zhang, be cautious. I am about to transcend the relative reality of you and attack your absolute reality. Relative reality of Wen Zhang refers to his own existence, while absolute reality refers to his true spirit, also called the essence of being or foundation of existence. This method of revealing nature through phenomena already carries a dimension of the self, affecting the ability of spiritual ascenders to exist materially. A spiritual ascender whose true spirit has been shattered, even if they return to the material world in an extremely unreasonable way, will become a mere husk. The true nature of the spirit is the deepest root of a spiritual warrior, inherently unique. External forces can break it, but cannot repair it. It can only be completed by self-transcendence. Fortunately, Xuanzang is anchoring on understanding and intent. Otherwise, even if Wen Zhang can withstand some of the great powers, he would be reduced to a being of weak wisdom and weak reflection. I seem to see a Buddha born from my own thoughts, modifying my past. This is not good. Xuanzang knows not which thread he has pulled against the current to lock onto my true spirit. That is the thread of causality. That is the awareness of consciousness. Since Xuanzang has transformed the current malevolence of Wen Zhang, he naturally locks onto his initial purity. At this moment, Wen Zhang's vast amount of information no longer serves as a cover. That information, in terms of the method of revealing nature through phenomena, is merely the relative illusion beneath reality. The clear and radiant Buddha approaches him, yet he cannot strike at it. He can only watch as the Buddha enters his shell, approaching his true spirit. At this moment when Zhang and Xuanzang seem to exist in different dimensions appearing to see and touch each other, yet actually residing in an uninteractive parallel. Faced with such a direct attack on the root when Zhang can no longer focus on restraining his form, his information rapidly expands, revealing the essence of his informational state. The explosive expansion of the informational state is as magnificent and brilliant as the birth of the universe, with countless spiritual worlds manifesting within stars and galaxies forming their own unity. When Zhang's past is the history of his heart realm, his thoughts influence the changes of the heart realm, beliefs energize it, and the Dharma shapes it. Yet within such a vast heart realm there exists a great Buddha of crystal. He traverses countless stars, as if heading towards the origin of the heart realm universe. Chains emerge from those stars attempting to jointly restrain the great Buddha's progress, but they fail. That Buddha's body is perfectly aware, undeterred by external forces, and the chains cannot bind it. Breaking through afflictions leads to right awareness. Phenomena self-generate to reveal perfect nature. Internal demons are extinguished. How can external demons connect? Without leakage and dust, true suchness is effortless. Due to the principles of the earth, the pure perfect nature following the path of true suchness, one should know thus, hence called Tathagata. Those who see the true nature of Buddhism enter Great Bodhi. Great Bodhi refers to the supreme right awareness or the completeness of the self, which perceives the dissatisfaction of all beings, and for the Buddha, it is immediate and attainable. Is the true spirit of the spiritual warrior Wenxiang complete? Clearly it is not. This is not due to Wenxiang's lack of talent. The spiritual wisdom of the Keith clan cannot match that of humans, but rather that he is not practicing his own path. The path encompasses myriad teachings. Practicing another's path does not preclude spiritual ascension, yet one cannot attain the completeness and non-leakage coming from the realization of one's own path. After all, no life in this world is entirely identical, and naturally, there cannot be completely the same spiritual will. From this perspective, the master of the Dharma possesses a natural advantage over the inheritor of the Dharma. However, this advantage is not always apparent, as few spiritual factions will dissect the spirit and study the flaws of their true spirit. This is not because they cannot do so, but because it lacks universality. The master of the Dharma achieves completeness without needing further proof, while the principles of the spiritual warrior have become difficult to alter. I possess the ability to perceive and attain instantly, hence Wenxiang, you cannot obstruct my path. It would be better to concede now and avoid damage to your true spirit. I believe in your compassion, Xuanzang, but if I withdraw now, will you not touch my true spirit? I have attained a how could I not touch? I can only ensure that nothing changes, preserving your pure heart. Then let it be, since you have attained, proceed to act. At the very least, allow me to return in a damaged state to provide some useful information for the clan members who enter later. Very well, I shall weaken your understanding and intent, rendering them weak, yet not extinguished. I hope that after your thoughts have waned, you will soon regain your spirit. The crystal Buddha illuminates the heart realm and consciousness with the light of perfect nature, instantly blooming golden lotuses from the formless and intangible essence of the true spirit. These golden lotuses are extraordinarily brilliant, resembling the most beautiful miracle light within the spirit. Yet once they take form, they fall from their true nature into their original appearance, transforming from absolute reality to relative reality. Mr. Wenxiang, it is time to exit. Indeed, whether victory or defeat matters not. The struggle is meaningless. What is the point of fighting? It is better to be at ease. What is victory comprehension? It is a profound understanding and steadfast belief, reaching an unwavering state, achieving pure faith first, which determines joy. What is intention? It is focusing attention, making the mind alert, initiating thoughts and resolutions, which means being able to alert the mind as its nature and directing the mind towards the object of focus as its practice. Thus, victory comprehension is not merely a desire for success or defeat. It also encompasses understanding, belief, determination, and other positive mental attributes. Intention is not merely the drive of diligent action. It also includes concentration, vigilance, and decisiveness, among other positive mental states. What kind of changes will occur when such an important state of victory comprehension and intentional awareness is weakened? The spiritual warrior of the Keith clan, Wenxiang, has already felt the consequences through his actions. At this moment, he seemed to return to the initial quest for enlightenment with numerous thoughts in his mind that he could not contain or subdue, and he was no longer loyal and steadfast to his beliefs and ideals. This state is akin to an extremely disciplined material life suddenly losing its spirit and falling into depravity. Although he can rely on his past successes to regain discipline and perseverance, it will take a significant amount of time to adapt, during which he will have to face the repeated counterattacks of his own inertia. Master Xuanzang, your method of perceiving the nature of the law is indeed formidable. Fortunately, my material body has long since perished for thousands of years. Otherwise, in my current state, even if I were to return to a material body, I would lose the ability to re-enter the spiritual dimension. This ability to diminish one's status and weaken one's existence is indeed dangerous. Thank you for not directly severing my path, otherwise I fear I would face a catastrophic rupture of information, making it impossible to recover. In this match I have lost. My legend does not compare to yours. My principles are not as profound as yours. You are the true enlightened one, while I am merely a follower of enlightenment. Wenchang, the spiritual warrior of the Keith clan, made every effort to condense his inflated state of information before respectfully bowing to acknowledge his defeat. Mr. Wenchang, it would be best for you to return to quiet cultivation early. At this moment your virtue does not match your status. If you do not subdue your various intentions in time, there may be inner demonic calamities. Your method, which eradicates evil and nurtures goodness, is indeed the highest virtue and purity. I, Wenchang, accept this defeat willingly. After the two spiritual warriors determined the outcome, they returned to their respective camps, but the emotions they faced were completely different. One side was joyful, while the other was filled with concern. Mr. Wenchang, are the human spiritual warriors very strong? Why is it that, even with your amount of information, you are unable to defend against the opponent's attacks? Apostle Yuba, my opponent, is not only a source of legend, but also a master of principles. His form is quite strange. In our terms, it is pure and clean. In terms of his information, it means self-perfection, true awareness of the round nature. He can reflect my shortcomings through his own perfection and can strike at my true spirit with a higher level of absolute reality. Such a terrifying ability, it seems we need to adjust our battle sequence to avoid consecutive victories, allowing them to gain a psychological edge. Our advantage lies in the broadness of principles and the weight of legends. If we can combine both principles and legends to compete, perhaps there is room to make up for our disadvantages. Apostle Yuba, do you plan to take the stage? That would be unfortunate, as you are our first high priest and the strongest among us, revered by your kin as a near saint. If you also lose, it will be very difficult for us to continue the subsequent contests. The apostles of the Keith clan did not want Apostle Yuba to take the stage immediately, for with Yuba's immense information quality, if he were to lose there would be no need to continue the contests. However, Yuba did not think so. The apostle he initially sent out to gain the advantage was Wenchang, who was among the stronger ones. After Wenchang's defeat, continuing to send ordinary apostles would be meaningless. They would not only have little possibility of victory, but would also continuously reveal the weaknesses of the Keith spiritual warriors. If we truly let the other 11 apostles debate, even Apostle Yuba would lose confidence in victory. Therefore, he must take the stage immediately, do his utmost to defeat the opponent, and find the opponent's weaknesses to increase the winning chances for the other apostles. Everyone, do not worry. If I lose, there will be a saint who will choose. Now is my moment to choose, and I ask you to respect my will. The other apostles generally understood the reason why the chief apostle Yuba had to take the stage. They did not intend to obstruct Yuba's will. Rather, they were worried that Yuba would bear the stigma of defeat alone. This debate, entangled with the competition of civilizations, carried significant responsibilities that even a chief apostle could hardly shoulder. Compared to the concerns of the Keith side, the human side felt much more relaxed. All worries stem from the unknown. When the result of the first debate appeared, the human spiritual warriors roughly understood the combat capability of the opponents. They knew there must be stronger beings among the Keith clan than Apostle Wenchang, but the basic forms of strength were unlikely to undergo qualitative changes. This was significant for the human spiritual warriors, as it indicated that the power of the Keith spiritual warriors was within their capacity to handle. What insights does Master Xuanzang have? The enlightened one Shakyamuni, the Keith apostles excel in information quality, but their hearts are not complete, and their true spirits have flaws. In my view, in the next match, they will definitely change their combat methods to fully showcase their advantages, avoiding direct confrontation with our principles. Master has keen insight. I wish to proceed ahead of Master Huining. I wonder how the two masters feel. The enlightened one has wisdom. The Keith apostles, in order to halt their decline and prevent us from further analyzing their existence flaws, will likely send out stronger apostles to participate in battle. Normally, they would have a low chance of victory, relying on their strongest to analyze our shortcomings to increase the chances for the subsequent ones. Good, I have 12 causal links able to see ignorance and cessation with causes and effects following 12 rings, the 3 realms continuing without interruption. This pertains to the cycle of life and death, and also to the causation of the three realms. When perceiving the sources of the Keith's laws, one must clarify their fundamentals and recognize their collective suffering. In fact, by the status of the enlightened one Shakyamuni, the counterpart should be the Keith Saint Lai Chuan. In terms of principles and legends, the chief apostle Yu Ba could never compare to him. Even if Yu Ba could rely on 8,000 years of history to have a slight edge over the enlightened one Shakyamuni in information, the gap between them was still considerable. The moment the enlightened one Shakyamuni appeared, the chief apostle Yu Ba noticed this situation. In the pure and perfect Buddha light of the enlightened one Shakyamuni, he felt an exceptionally pure principle, a principle that forms a cycle where cessation and nirvana continuously cycle between extinction and birth. Which principle master are you from in the Buddhist sect? I observe the weight of your legend and the grandeur of your principles. It is nearly on par with my clan's saints. I am the enlightened one Shakyamuni, the root master of the Buddhist sect. I have the 3 seals of Dharma, the 4 noble truths, the 8-fold path, the 12 links of causation, and the 37 practices of enlightenment. You are probably not my opponent. You might as well change apostles to battle me, so as to highlight the fairness of the debate between our 2 clans. The root master of the Buddhist sect. No wonder your legend is so grand. To be honest, I am the strongest among the apostles. If I retreat, what the enlightened one will have to face will be my clan's saints. I see then, since you bear such a heavy responsibility, please exert your full strength. Shakyamuni shall fully reveal the pure land of the Buddha realm and teach me your principles. Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats emerged from the enlightened one Shakyamuni, with blossoms of golden lotuses manifesting in the void, and the pure Buddha light instantly transformed the debating ground into a pure land of illumination. The fate of the awakened Shakyamuni made it difficult for the great apostle Yu Ba to see hope for victory. He initially believed that he could rely on his own strength to extract numerous pieces of intelligence from the human side through the discourse. But now it seemed he was mistaken. He realized that with the power of the awakened Shakyamuni, he would likely uncover the very fundamentals of the Apostle Keith through the discourse. Moreover, the human side that obtained the intelligence would certainly adjust their personnel and alter their attack strategies based on the weaknesses of the Apostle Keith. Therefore, if he were to be defeated, there would be no need for the subsequent apostles to take the stage. Unless the saintly Chuan personally intervened, this discourse, which had only just begun, would end passively. Our clan's Li Chuan is the last saint. I am the first apostle. I have inherited his teachings and act in accordance with his will. If I were to be defeated by the awakened one today, it would not be due to the pure legal principles of the saints being incomplete, but rather because I, Yu Ba, have flaws within myself. Good, the great Tao has no distinction of high or low, of victory and defeat depend on the capabilities of the practitioners, not the lack of legal principles. The awakened Shakyamuni, having attained perfect awakening, had naturally subdued all inner and outer demons, possessing the thought of pure and flawless glass along with the heart of Prajnabodhi. He would not underestimate any form of legal principle, nor would he assume that the creators of those principles lacked wisdom simply because he surpassed their inheritors. There have been far too many instances of this throughout human history. The flourishing of academia and the contention of 100 schools of thought included some extraordinarily profound ideas that failed to endure. This was not due to the incompleteness of their legal principles or the lack of wisdom of their creators, but rather the different choices shaped by different eras. For example, the Mahist Mozi, whose ideals of universal love and non-aggression were profound, laid the foundation for a harmonious society. After achieving enlightenment, he became extraordinarily strong. Even if the Mahist school faced a rupture, his legal principles remained powerful. The awakened one's wisdom is extraordinary. Yu Ba may not match the awakened one's purity, hence I will take the initiative. Good, please proceed at your discretion. The great apostle Yu Ba felt immense pressure. He knew it would be difficult for him to win, but he had to ensure that he did not leak too much intelligence. He believed that the leader of such a sect as the awakened Shakyamuni was one of the rare exceptional beings on. Now that the humans had already sent out their main force, as long as intelligence was not leaked excessively, the subsequent discourse with the Keith clan could still proceed. Thus, he tried his best to restrain his own information, striving to avoid the historical information that Saintly Chuan had originally imparted to him from being deciphered by the awakened Shakyamuni. That historical information was not only the starting point for the great apostle Yu Ba's enlightenment, but also a manifestation of certain aspects of Saintly Chuan's information. Once that particular historical information was unraveled, the advantages and disadvantages of the pure legal principles would naturally reveal themselves. In the name of the first apostle and the disseminator of pure legal principles, I invoke the arrival of purity in the history of the new era. The beautiful era shall transform into a shield of rejection, and the pure legal principles shall become a pure white sword, while the history of Keith shall grant me the armor of life, and the brilliance of civilization shall bestow upon me the eyes of reality. As the great apostle Yuba chanted, his own informational state surged with fervor, layers of dense information unfurling in clear order. Uba's experiences and the legal principles he had studied were also woven within those pieces of information, each transformed into a pure white rejection of real life. This caused the great apostle Uba's information to nearly vanish entirely, leaving only his true spirit transforming into a core, descending into the vessel of pure reality. At this moment the world took on a new appearance in the eyes of Apostle Yuba. The golden lotuses in the pure radiance land appeared illusory, and the countless figures of Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats were mere phantoms. Using his true spirit as his vision and legal principles as his form, he perceived a higher layer of reality. There stood an ordinary monk. The boundless light of Buddha was merely a natural manifestation of his legal principles. In this higher layer of reality, the awakened Shakyamuni was not grandly resplendent, yet possessed great compassionate goodness. The difference between true spirit and original aspect is not great. Awakened Shakyamuni has your perfection already penetrated to the root. Let me pierce your perfection with the sword of purity, causing you to cycle through destruction and have your status shaken. Mr. Yuba, please go ahead. All phenomena are impermanent, all laws are non-self. The awakened Shakyamuni was ultimately a person of great compassion and virtue. He generated a legal seal and moved his true spirit, but did not execute the last seal of the three seals, nirvana, silence. The struggle of true spirits was exceptionally dangerous. The awakened Shakyamuni was concerned that the nirvana silence seal might directly annihilate Uba's true spirit, causing this great apostle of Keith to vanish entirely from both the material and spiritual dimensions. However, the three seals, impermanence and non-self, were also not easy to handle, as these seals were issued by the true spirit of the awakened Shakyamuni. Any ordinary ascendant facing any of these seals could risk damaging their true spirit and collapsing their Tao fruit. This was a seal that transcended relative truthful information, attacking the absolute root of reality. Even for the information-heavy Yuba, the danger was nonetheless present. All phenomena are impermanent, whether it is birth or extinction. Birth and extinction have ceased, and tranquility is bliss. The principle is that all worldly laws are constantly in a state of birth, existence, and extinction. What once existed in the past will inevitably change, and what exists now will eventually become an illusion in the future. All laws are non-self. There is no self, no possessions. Where there is a self, there arises opposition. The principle is that all conditioned and unconditioned laws lack an entity of self. The existence of the self is merely an illusion arising from conditions, not a truth that is eternally unchanging. These two seals serve as both offense and defense. The offense seeks the source of birth and extinction of all laws, while the defense signifies that those who know me do not touch, and those who see me perceive the illusion. The awakened Shakyamuni's true spirit is perfect and fully enlightened, while Uba's true spirit has flaws and contains leaks. Therefore, the status of the awakened Shakyamuni is more elevated than that of Yuba. This also prevented Yuba from effectively breaking the seal of non-self. The attacks he initiated from the level of true spirit only struck the illusory form of the awakened Shakyamuni. In contrast, the awakened Shakyamuni's true spirit's impermanent seal directly shattered his shield of beautiful rejection, resulting in the annihilation of his true spirit. I have the 12 causes and conditions, also known as the 12 links of dependent origination. The 12 rings of cause and effect follow each other in the view of the cycle of birth and death through three worlds: ignorance, action, consciousness, name and form, 6 sense bases: contact, feeling, craving, clinging, existence, birth and death. This is the beginning of life and the end of tranquility. Causes and conditions establish this exists because that exists, this arises because that arises. Where does the suffering of existence stand? One must extinguish suffering to attain enlightenment. I shall observe the three worlds of cause and effect regarding you. Please be cautious. When Apostle Yuba discovered that his attacks could not lock onto the awakened Shakyamuni, he truly felt the disparity between them. This was not a comparison of energy but a contest of status. The distance between him and the awakened Shakyamuni was as vast as that between him and the Keith saints. He could attack the information of the awakened Shakyamuni with his own information, but he could not pinpoint the true spirit of the awakened Shakyamuni, nor could he prevent the awakened Shakyamuni's view of the three worlds of cause and effect. Enough, I concede. Please allow the awakened one to preserve some of my dignity, so I may return to meet the saints with face. Good Mr. Yuba, please withdraw. However, there is one thing I must inform you. The Buddha possesses perfect enlightened nature, and as I lock onto your 3 worlds of cause and effect with the 12 links, I obtain partial information that I wish to know. It matters not, and knowing some is better than fully deciphering everything. I just have one question I hope the awakened one can answer. Why can the true spirit of the awakened one act without relying on external objects? The way of suchness, the original body of the Tathagata, all laws are perfectly enlightened, and the true spirit is the Tathagata. True such as to encompass all Buddhist teachings, neither coming nor going, neither arising nor perishing, existing within the hearts of all sentient beings. This represents the highest realm of Buddhist law, meaning that true nature is thus, and truth is thus. The Buddha is the enlightened one who rides the path of true suchness. The Buddha has 3 bodies: the Dharma body, the reward body, and the response body. The Dharma body is the source of the Buddha, representing the self-sufficient, beginningless, and endless 8th consciousness, also known as the Tathagatagarbha. The reward body represents the fruit attained through the wisdom arising from the Buddha's heart residing in the Pure Land. The response body, also known as the transformation body, is the various manifestations the Buddha takes to save sentient beings according to different circumstances. Therefore, the words of the enlightened one Shakyamuni, stating the path of true suchness, the response body Tathagata, the correct awakening of all dharmas, the true spiritual Tathagata, actually fully answer the doubts of Apostle Yuba. In simpler terms, it means that I have achieved great mastery of the law, adapting to all realms, attaining complete awakening, and entering the law of retribution, having opened the Tathagatagarbha, the 8th consciousness, alaya consciousness, enabling control over my true spirit. However, Apostle Yuba did not glean any information from the enlightened one Shakyamuni, leading to his inability to comprehend the meaning behind the enlightened one's words. What does the enlightened one's words mean? Perhaps you could speak more plainly. I possess 3 bodies, all of which are Tathagata. What you see in the state of true spirit is my Dharma body, the true spirit Tathagata. He is my root, and also a relatively independent entity. The enlightened one can actually infuse the law into the true spirit. No wonder your law exceeds my reach. Today, having witnessed the great wisdom and great awakening of the enlightened one, Yuba understands roughly how to proceed in the future. Thank you, enlightened one, for your teachings. This discourse has greatly benefited me, and I willingly accept. The enlightened one Shakyamuni, through the 12 causes and conditions, and the perspective of the 3 lies of karma, has seen too much information that he wishes to understand. Now the pure path that the apostle practices has no secrets in his eyes. If he desires, he could quickly develop a technique specifically targeting the Keith apostles, causing them to completely lose their chances of victory in the discourse. But the enlightened one Shakyamuni did not do so, for from the perspective of the 3 lies of karma, he saw a special existence, that being the Lord of pure law, Saint Lai Chuan. The enlightened one Shakyamuni knew that when he saw Saint Lai Chuan, the saint must have seen him as well. With the wisdom of Saint Lai Chuan, he naturally understands the significance of this, hence the subsequent discourse would either be Keith directly admitting defeat, or the entry of this Lord of pure law, Saint Lai Chuan. In the case of Saint Lai Chuan entering the scene, the loopholes of the pure path would cease to exist. The enlightened one Shakyamuni need not motivate the spiritual warriors of humanity with non-existent loopholes. But would Saint Lai Chuan, the greatest foundation of the Keith clan, truly take to the stage? The fact proves he would. Saint Lai Chuan, aside from being the initiator and guardian of the beautiful era, is also a seeker of the path. He would not easily grant preaching rights to human sects, nor could he forsake the precious opportunity to communicate with a special existence like the enlightened one Shakyamuni. Even if this opportunity carries certain risks, a discourse location with basic standards is far safer than a battlefield of civilization. If he does not dare to step into a place of discourse, there may be no room for progress in the future. Great Saint, why have you come here? This place is far from our civilized domain and could easily turn into a battleground. Please withdraw as soon as possible. Do not panic. The Lord of human law is here. The source of the sect is here, so I can naturally come as well. We are currently at a disadvantage and should strive to catch up without overthinking. But you are different. If something were to happen to you, the future of our Keith clan would face serious problems. My apostle, now is the time of epochal change. What we hold on to is undergoing changes, whether actively or passively. Clinging to the past has lost all meaning. I am not as important as you imagine, and I am more powerful than you might think. The strength of Saint Lai Chuan is beyond doubt. He is the one who possesses the 8,000-year history of the new Keith era. The 8,000 years of legend have enriched the quality of his information, and the 8,000 years of law have made his principles exceptionally pure and grand. Even though the Keith clan implements a policy of small nations, and few people, the unified ideology and unique state of civilization have prevented any significant fluctuations in his faith. To be devoted to Saint Lai Chuan is the subconscious choice of every Keith life. In Keith society, there is no potential for a downgrade in faith. This leads to a quality that far exceeds that of ordinary human spiritual warriors, and his principles have become brilliant and impeccable under the trust of countless clan members over 8,000 years. Yet even so, the Keith apostles still do not wish to risk their faith. It is unclear when it began, but it is no longer the saint protecting them, rather they are guarding the saint. Compared to the entanglements of the Keith side, the situation on the human side is much more optimistic. The easy victory of the enlightened one Shakyamuni has shown the limits of the Keith apostles. They believe that with the abilities of the enlightened one Shakyamuni, he will surely bring back valuable intelligence, and the human side will likely secure victory as a result. But nothing is absolute. Before the real outcome emerges, unexpected events may happen at any time. Shakyamuni, it is my turn to take the stage. Do you have any teachings to impart to me? Master Zhou Heng, please wait a moment. The upcoming match will likely see the Keith Saint Lai Chuan enter the scene. It will be difficult for you to win against him in your current state. The enlightened one Shakyamuni possesses great wisdom and great compassion. Since you believe I cannot surpass him, it is likely that there is a considerable gap between us. But that is no matter. I will certainly do my best to obtain information from my fellow practitioners. The enlightened one Shakyamuni shook his head slightly upon hearing the words of Zen Master Zhou Heng. Currently the human side is at an advantage and can naturally regroup, but the Keith side, who is at a disadvantage, may not be able to do the same. The Keith Saint Lai Chuan may very well dominate the stage, repelling the human spiritual warriors one by one. This behavior does not violate the rules of discourse. Leaving the defeated while the victor remains is simply the normal process of a match, which the human side cannot refute. Therefore, under these circumstances, Zen Master Zhou Heng should refrain from taking the stage. If he were to analyze too much information, it would significantly impact the Buddhist practitioners. Using the perspective of the 3 lives of karma, I saw Saint Lai Chuan in the past of Apostle Yuba. He has come most likely seeking me. I truly cannot let him come with hope and leave disappointed. I wish to take the stage once more to discuss the dharmas with him. This method is inappropriate, for the discourse agreement was signed under the Buddhist scriptures. His path can be defeated, but yours cannot. Otherwise, even if we achieve victory in the discourse, your preaching rites cannot function properly. This is a matter of great importance, and one must be cautious. It would be best if the Lord of 10,000 armies were willing to intervene, but in terms of historical depth, the Saint of Keith Lai Chuan likely holds a significant advantage. The enlightened one Shurjia always spoke gently and subtly. He could not directly state that the faith of the Saint of Keith Lai Chuan was purer and the followers more devout. After all, in such an idealistic civilization, everything of the new era of Keith was created by the Saint Lai Chuan, and each individual of Keith continuously provided faith to the Saint Lai Chuan. That faith, which became the foundation of history, the nearly 8,000 years of worship and trust, has caused a quantitative change in the Saint of Keith Lai Chuan, resulting in perfect innocence and brilliant faith, creating a deity of the soul. He is not only a sacred figure in the material realm for the Keith people, but also a saint for those spiritual warriors in the dimension of the mind. His identities as the source of the new era, the root of pure legal principles, and the original savior tightly bind him to the 8,000 years of history of the new era of Keith, making it difficult to dismantle. The enlightened one Shurjia is too reserved. I know my capabilities, and my strength is unlikely to match that of the Saint Lai Chuan. His faith legends and legal principles will not be inferior to mine, and the quality of the information state he embodies will likely surpass me. I am well aware of the great power of the 8,000 years of unified legal principles, and even if their population is not abundant, it cannot compare to the amplification brought by the long passage of time. I believe our legal principles are not inferior to his, but in terms of total comparison we are indeed at a disadvantage, and it is difficult to surpass his accumulation. Why then, knowing the dangers, does the Lord of 10,000 armies still wish to represent Shurjia? Please allow Shurjia to go first, so that the fellow practitioners can observe the cause and effect, and explore the firmness of the legal principles and the weight of the legends. The enlightened one Shurjia does not believe that his legal principles are weaker than those of the Saint Lai Chuan, but there is a reality that he and the human spiritual warriors must face. That is, the legal principle is true as the core, and belief is true as the body. Material humans have embarked on the path of technology, And in an era dominated by materialism, faith has mostly become a form of dependency, causing persistent belief to naturally diminish. This has also led to the possibility that the authenticity of the legal principles of human spiritual warriors may not be as solid as that of the Saint Lai Chuan. The weight of history, the quality of information, and the resilience of legal principles are all issues that human spiritual warriors need to consider. Unfortunately, this time humanity is at a disadvantage, prompting the enlightened one Shurjia to consider employing the most reluctant tactics of continuous discourse and ongoing analysis of the opponent's information to seek glimpses of victory. The enlightened one is mistaken. It is precisely because the strength of the Saint Lai Chuan surpasses ours that I need to step forward and engage in discourse. It is not that I look down on you all, but we are indeed different. My limitations are not far from yours, but above me there are the Holy Father and the Holy Spirit. The Holy Father is the creator of all things in the universe. The Holy Spirit is the essence of the Creator, and the Holy Son represents the Lord of 10,000 armies. In the dimension of the mind, this triune form is displayed as the Holy Father representing human civilization, the Holy Spirit representing the will of human civilization, and the Holy Son as the master of the legal principles of the Holy Hall. This special triune model does not reflect humanity's preference for the Lord of 10,000 armies, but rather the different phenomena caused by the distinct functions of spiritual warriors. The two factions of Taoism and Buddhism, connected by orthodox and legal authority, belong to the elite external military group of human civilization. Since this is an external battle, the margin for error will be significantly higher. Conversely, the internal defensive function anchored by human divine path practitioners not only has an extremely low margin for error, but human civilization also needs to obtain the highest authority to prevent unexpected events among internal defense units during wartime. Therefore, the Lord of 10,000 armies usually exists in an individual state, but during civilization wars, he can connect with the Holy Father and Holy Spirit to enter an overclocked state. This manifestation mode is very important for the once expansive human civilization, as he cannot directly manifest and descend from the collective will of all beings. However, for Zhou Heng, who has now become the will of human civilization, it is no longer so significant. He can descend alone and control human civilization to launch a civilizational strike. Nevertheless, Zhou Heng did not block the Lord of 10,000 armies' capacity for manifestation. In normal civilization warfare, the Lord of 10,000 armies is still a good choice for a vessel. From this perspective, the Lord of 10,000 armies and Saint Arthur are in a similar state. Both are extensions and evolutions of the will of civilization. The difference is that the Lord of 10,000 armies was once selected by the expansive will of humanity, while Saint Arthur actively belongs to that higher state. Is the Lord of 10,000 armies planning to activate the Trinity state? This discourse is not a civilization war, and the will of humanity may not descend to participate. Indeed, the enlightened one is correct, but the state of the Saint Lai Chuan has already surpassed ours. Since the Lord has delivered his holy edict, he will not easily allow us to be defeated. Even if the Lord's will does not descend, his power will, and thus I will have the ability to defeat the saint. Human spiritual warriors who have experienced hundreds of conflicts and wars of civilization naturally understand the Trinity state of the Lord of 10,000 armies. In that state, he is indeed terrifyingly strong, but his will also return to the source, connecting to a pure divinity. It is difficult to articulate whether he is still himself in that state. It can only be said that he is a part of that state rather than that state being his special ability. The most critical evidence is that when the enemy civilization invades the domain of human civilization, he can connect with the Holy Spirit and Holy Father to activate the Trinity state. When there is no civilization war, he can hardly connect with the Holy Spirit and Holy Father alone. Therefore, it is up to the Lord of 10,000 armies to proceed on my behalf. If he cannot summon the power of humanity, he must ensure his own safety. You are a crucial part of the defense of humanity and must not suffer damage in the external realm. Rest assured, enlightened one, the discourse agreement has not yet been signed, and a civilization war may still erupt. In this critical moment, I will not allow the Holy Spirit to lose its vessel for descent. If the Lord of 10,000 armies truly succeeds in activating the Trinity mode, the human spiritual warriors have no reason to doubt that he will lose the contest. The only issue troubling the human spiritual warriors now is that the Lord of 10,000 armies has left the realm of humanity, and it is unknown how much power of humanity he can summon based on his existence outside this realm. However, it seems that even if he calls upon some power, this discourse should come to an end, as the years of humanity are still very profound, far surpassing the 8,000 years of the new era of Keith. With the commencement of the third discourse, the Saint Lai Chuan of Keith finally faced the spiritual warrior. Who are you? Where is the previous enlightened one Shurjia? Since the discourse agreement has been signed as legal principles, and my concepts should allow him to confront me directly. Do not blame me, Saint Lai Chuan. I find your teachings similar to mine, thus I am overwhelmed with joy to specifically replace the enlightened one Shurjia to meet you. You are the ultimate saint savior and creator of the new era, while I am the original Holy Son savior and initiator of the new century. It would be a great regret between our two civilizations not to have a contest. Indeed, there is reason in that, but from what I observe of your state, you are likely not my opponent. You should also be able to sense my completeness. Since our paths are similar, and yet the quality differs, why do you still wish to continue the contest? Do not be anxious, Saint. Allow me to pray to the Holy Father and Holy Spirit to make you see my Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. History, nations, authority, and glory are all yours forever. May the grace of the Lord, the love of the Holy Father, and the inspiration of the Holy Spirit descend upon me, the Trinity, unified God with me. In his eyes, the state of the Holy Son of the Lord of Hosts is not only the source of legends, but also the master of law. Such a complete entity could become even more complete if the Holy Spirit and the Holy Father truly descended with power. The saintly Chuan could hardly imagine what kind of existence he would become. Yet saintly Chuan could not launch an attack directly, for where there is prayer, there is bestowal. He feared that if the Holy Father and the Holy Spirit were offended, they would bypass the bestowal and descend directly. I saw the revelation of the Holy Spirit. The Father is blessing me with the holy rite. Countless historical messages surged from his true spirit. They were so resilient and pure messages of battle and protection that belonged to the angel named Michael. In the next moment, his law was shaken and woven anew as the gaze of the Holy Spirit added enlightenment to his law, and the angel Gabriel conveyed God's message. The power of the Trinity was being extended downwards, yet the Holy Father and the Holy Spirit did not formally descend, preventing the will of the Lord of Hosts from returning to divine form. At this moment, his state was very special. His complete humanity was infused with divinity, becoming a state of God with him in a certain sense. However, he had not succeeded in unlocking the complete state of the Trinity, fully transforming into a selfless divine form. Even so, his current form was already astonishing. In terms of information quality and the resilience of the law, it exceeded that of saintly Chuan. Brilliant wings unfurled behind him as the divine light caused his law to cycle on its own. Under normal circumstances, the Lord of Hosts would have no wings. He is the Holy Son, a complete human. But now divinity had descended into his body, and the state of divine human unity surpassed human limitations. Is this your completeness? Truly dazzling. Now you can even defeat me. Perhaps I should not allow you to pray for completeness. Saintly Chuan, you are mistaken. My current state is merely a relatively complete state of divine human unity. Gabriel is the revelation of the Lord, and Michael is the one who resembles God. They descended upon me as a vessel, allowing me to behold the divinity and glory of the Lord. My full title should now be the one resembling God revealed by him. It's a pity you did not attack me earlier, otherwise you might have had the chance to see my complete Trinity form. I believe that witnessing that absolutely complete state would leave you with no regrets about this debate. Upon hearing the words of the Lord of Hosts, saintly Chuan felt unwell. At this moment, the Lord of Hosts was no longer a mere human spiritual warrior in his eyes, but a vessel of some great existence. From the tone in which the Lord of Hosts described the Trinity mode, he sensed that the Lord of Hosts must have experienced the activation of the Trinity mode multiple times. This indicated that the vessel of the Lord of Hosts was in fact a partial manifestation of the Trinity, and the true great existence could descend through him at any time. No, I do not regret it. I am very satisfied just to see you in this state. I believe the Trinity form would exceed my understanding. I think you must be a special combat unit in human civilization. We previously encountered a similar existence. Our spiritual warrior fell into a state of confusion merely by coming into contact with him. He told our high priest that if a civilizational war were to occur, we would undoubtedly lose. At that time, I only thought your human-sized spiritual warriors were powerful. Now I realize that some of your existences have already surpassed our understanding. Do you know who he is? Are such special existences like you an occasional phenomenon in human civilization, or a universal phenomenon? I do not know who you are referring to, but since he was the first to contact you, he should also be an individual favored by the Lord. Though I do not wish to discourage you, in fact, both I and the enlightened one Shurjia are quite young. There are many older beings before us. Normal life is not necessarily stronger as it ages, but older spiritual ascenders definitely accumulate deeper experiences. Now, a relatively young individual in human civilization can make him feel pressure. The Qi tribe truly cannot overcome human civilization. Even though the Lord of Hosts might have the suspicion of relying on external power, Saintly Chuan still cannot deny his strength. After all, being able to borrow external power is also a part of one's own strength. I wondered why the commander on the human side would send you law masters out. It turns out you are not the absolute core of human civilization. I do not agree with your words. The doctrines of our three teachings have a significant impact on the material dimension. The Lord sending us to debate is entirely a sign of trust in us. As for the matter of injury, I believe the Lord is with us. With the Lord's protection, we will inevitably return safely to his kingdom. Li Chuan speculated that they might be the oldest and most powerful initiators, and their state of existence should be similar to his. However, he only has an 8,000-year history, while those great existences might have histories spanning tens of millions of years. This debate has now turned into a contest of the foundations of the Qi civilization against those of human civilization, and in this regard the Qi tribe, as a civilization that restarted, has a natural disadvantage. After all, that final battle destroyed not only the material realm of the Qi tribe, but also nearly forcibly shut down the spiritual dimension of the Qi, resulting in the loss of increasingly ancient information. Inheritance is indeed marvelous. Without the decayers of the previous era, we have begun a new era, but we have also lost the precious heritage of the old era. I think I understand why your commander sent you to debate. He does not want to send the ancients to suppress our historical depth, nor does he need to rely on historical depth to win. He has acquired our civilization's intelligence, and his understanding of the relationship between you and us is comprehensive. If I had not stepped down midway, you would indeed have the capability to win the debate. Even if you were younger than my apostle, you would still win. You have to a certain extent transcended the weight of time, and gained the ability to face the true spirit, but only to a certain extent. Thus, after my descent, your God bestowed power, completing your form, and allowing us to return to the same level. Lord of Hosts, there is one thing you said very rightly, that is the existence of us two similar beings is indeed a loss between two civilizations. Now we are back at the same height. Let me see whether purity gives birth to holiness, or whether holiness blossoms from purity. The Lord of 10,000 armies had endured hundreds of civilizational clashes and activated the triune form on numerous occasions. Yet never before had he received feedback so precise. Previously he had been little more than a vessel prepared in advance by the Holy Spirit and the Holy Father. At pivotal moments, both the Holy Spirit and the Holy Father would descend simultaneously, guiding the triune form through the Holy Spirit's selfless divinity. Then his consciousness would spontaneously flow back toward its source. He could not directly perceive the triune form's sublime majesty. This time, however, was different. The Holy Father bestowed the power of combat and guardianship, while the Holy Spirit conferred a divinity perfectly calibrated to harmonize with human nature, thus forging him into a singular life where divinity and humanity coexisted. For the first time, the Lord of 10,000 armies experienced the miraculous power of the Holy Spirit and the Holy Father, not as passive recipient, but as sovereign will at the center of awareness. At this moment, torrents of information surged forth from his true spirit, immaculately pure, yet boundlessly vast, as if infinite in scope and depth. The revelation bestowed by the Holy Spirit crystallized into divinity, the concentrated essence of unwavering belief. Catalyzed by absolute intuitive faith, his true spirit and law principle hardened into unshakable fortitude. The Lord of 10,000 armies did not understand why the Holy Spirit and the Holy Father chose not to descend directly to defeat their adversary. Yet he felt an overwhelming grace and trust, interpreting it as profound love and reverence from the Holy Spirit and the Holy Father. It seemed he had now formally received their recognition, and with it the sacred authority to wield their power as their earthly proxy. In truth, however, his understanding diverged subtly from reality. Zhou Heng, upon receiving the Lord of 10,000 armies' petition, chose not to descend in person because the gap between himself and the Apostle Keisai Liechuan was simply too vast. Even though Apostle Keisai Liechuan's law principle was perfected and his true spirit bore no flaw, Zhou Heng himself possessed such staggering magnitude, both materially and informationally, that his true spirit was shielded by the collective resonance of all humankind. In this state, Zhou Heng embodied the principle of one superior force overpowering 10 techniques. His strike would not only shatter Liechuan's true spirit, but also disperse every fragment of his informational essence. Thus Zhou Heng elected to transmit only a portion of his power downward. entrusting the Lord of 10,000 armies to fulfill this battle, one that rightly belonged to ascended beings of the mind dimension. O merciful Father in heaven, I thank you for your grace and recognition. With all my strength I shall bring you victory, and in glory proclaim your holy name. With reverent devotion, the Lord of 10,000 armies prayed to the Holy Spirit and the Holy Father. He had awaited this day for a long time. Now at last he would wield his own law principle empowered by their divine authority. He felt deep gratitude toward an adversary who mirrored him so closely, a witness to his metamorphosis, a crucible in which he could test the union of his mortal humanity and transcendent divinity. Apostle Keisai Liechuan, our battle must be total, our legends shall collide, our law principles contend, and our true spirits engage in direct communion. I now sound the trumpet of holy war, the trumpet of final judgment, the sacred voice of divine revelation. Our battle begins. Final judgment. The last battle in the material dimension ended in our defeat, but from that very failure we discovered new hope. Now the last battle in the mind dimension has finally re-emerged. May we once again glimpse the dawn of the next epoch within it. As the sacred trumpet resounded, radiant holiness wove itself into a gate of pristine white, beyond which soared triumphant hymns and legions of angels bearing celestial arms. Witnessing the angelic host, Apostle Keisai Liechuan likewise released the constraints of his own legend, transmuting oceans of devout faith into an army of pure innocence. In that instant, the intensity of the clash between the Lord of 10,000 armies and Apostle Keisai Liechuan surged exponentially, far surpassing even the earlier debates among apostles. Their informational essences collided with relentless force, whether fervent devotion or diffuse belief, all engaged in fierce reciprocal contestation. On the surface, it appeared a war between angelic hosts and legions of pure innocence. In essence, however, it was an invasive confrontation between the Lord of 10,000 armies and Apostle Liechuan. When angels vanquished foes, they did not slay them. They grafted upon them wings of liberated holiness, drawing them into the angelic host. Likewise, warriors of pure innocence sought to shear away those wings, dragging the angels down from the free heavens to the earth, assimilating them into the collective of pure innocence. Thus holiness bloomed from innocence, and innocence flowered within holiness. In this light, both the Lord of 10,000 armies and Apostle Liechuan had in some measure achieved their respective aims. Yet this was merely the opening salvo. The true battle had already commenced amid the interwoven radiance of innocence and holiness. Gabriel, the archangel bearing divine revelation, granted the Lord of 10,000 armies wings of sacred liberty, enabling him to soar freely into the primordial source where true spirits dwell. Michael, the archangel of combat protection and courage, bestowed upon him the authenticity of belief, manifesting as a holy spear whose reality, forged from conviction, held the power to pierce all things. The Lord of 10,000 armies infused his own history of death into the sacred spear, and swore over it a solemn prayer, and vow, your station does not surpass mine. This spear may pierce my flesh, and it may pierce yours. Stained with blood it shall end my fate, and end yours. I shall perish by this spear, and by this spear I shall live eternally. This is the spear of inevitable strike. Its edge is honed by sacred blood, its body forged in holiness, its essence suffused with the Holy Spirit's power, and its certainty anchored by the Holy Father's supreme authority. The moment the Lord of 10,000 armies grasped the sacred spear and pierced his own palm, every facet of his being, law principle, true spirit, existential essence, locked unerringly onto Apostle Keisai Liechuan. This was no mere strike aimed at the true spirit. It was a multi-layered simultaneous assault targeting legend, law principle, and true spirit alike. Anchored by that absolute lock, the bloodstained spear would strike without fail. As the Lord of 10,000 armies hurled the sacred spear across multiple dimensions, at once the inevitability of its impact manifested with irresistible sovereign force. Apostle Keisai Liechuan's desperate evasions proved futile, his defenses were rendered irrelevant. As if the spear, having wounded the Lord himself, now bore an intrinsic causal link, its destined terminus could be none other than Liechuan. Lord of 10,000 armies, you have wounded your own true spirit to forge an inescapable, inevitable strike. What extraordinary ability is this? Apostle Liechuan, this is no special ability. It is a right. I offer you my lived history. You may resist, or you may accept. But refusal is impossible. For we are kin. I shall bear your original sin, and you shall bear mine. Bearing the concept of inevitability, the bloodstained spear pierced Liechuan's legend and true spirit. Even his faith-forged conviction, pure and absolute, could not reject the exchange of histories. The Lord of 10,000 armies, winged by angels, encountered Liechuan's despair and hope, Liechuan in turn experienced the Lord's death and resurrection. Within Liechuan's past, the Lord sounded the trumpet of judgment, purging his final original sin. His choice resonated perfectly with Liechuan's own spiritual path. Within the Lord's past, Liechuan confronted the treacherous assassination born of sin. Enraged, he strove to alter that moment, but lacked the capacity to resurrect, bearing the weight of all sentient beings' original sin. Thus, the Lord's concept of inevitability took full effect. The spear's wound traced backward from Liechuan's present to his origin. Now we bear identical wounds. Shall we compete to see who endures more? No. God stands with me. Destruction and renewal coexist. Our contest is not endurance, but the rejection of the past and the guardianship of the future. The future leaves its foundation in the past, while the past retains its origins in the future. Confronting past struggles is undoubtedly perilous. Everything that has transpired in the past appears as a necessity amidst the randomness of the future. But if given the chance to start anew, who can guarantee that one can once again transform the accidental into the miraculous? Miracles arise from the right timing, favorable circumstances, and harmony among people. A future seer with a gentle tug on the past may well influence the emergence of miracles. This scenario equally applies to the primordial battle between the Lord of 10,000 armies and the saintly fiery fish. The bloodstained holy spear, rooted in an equal status, forcibly initiated past interactions, causing the wounds currently suffered by the Lord of 10,000 armies to become the essence of the saintly fiery fish, which has now spread into the present. In this battle, the Lord of 10,000 armies temporarily held the advantage, as he had replicated the primordial moment of the saintly fiery fish, while the saintly fiery fish could not bear the burden of the Lord of 10,000 armies' moment of guilt. This resulted in the infallible targeting of the bloodstained holy spear, firmly locking onto everything about the saintly fiery fish. His past, present, and future were all within the piercing range of the conceptual holy spear. Saint Keith the fiery fish, I sound the horn of judgment for you. Why do you not bear the sins of all beings? If you cannot fathom my past, yet I have discerned all about you, you will be encompassed by me. Your past and future will become mine. Lord of 10,000 armies, you claim that all beings are sinful. Why then must I carry them forward? Those old lives should be thoroughly judged, leaving fertile soil for new life and preserving the pure intention for the new era. Sin can be grand or trivial. Major sins plunge into the abyss of sin, while minor sins should be judged and punished. Wrongdoings and malicious thoughts arise from the self-imposed constraints of beings. They are incomplete. Their souls are not whole. What I bear is their sin bound to their souls, which is primal, not evil. It is a temporary loss of spiritual clarity in life. Thus I say they carry original sin, for there are no perfect beings in this world. However, those lives that can restrain their own actions, even if burdened with original sin, are still righteous individuals. Their sins are worth bearing for me. Their origins are worth encompassing. From the evil of sin, the ugly demons are born. From original sin, the holy angels blossom. We humans have walked this path together, all the while practicing our cultivation, restraining our evils, and spreading our goodness. We constrain the beast within our hearts and praise the spirit within. We, the ascenders of the soul, are not great. The principles we uphold have been adhered to by individuals in even more ancient times. It is merely that they did not codify it into rules, nor did they allow their sanctity to be recognized by the world. Therefore, we, the ascenders of the soul, spread doctrine, telling the world what is good, what is bad, what is permissible, and what is not. To the Lord of 10,000 armies, good and evil as well as piety share commonalities to a certain. True piety is not about worshiping idols or constant prayer, but rather about walking his path and restraining one's shortcomings through his principles, not imitating him in all things, but learning from his desires. This is a part of the practice within the Holy Hall sect. Those who believe in the Holy Hall begin their life's cultivation from the moment they receive baptism at birth. Only those who sincerely practice the true path of the most holy, undeterred by their own hearts, do not spend their lives atoning for sins, but instead dedicate their lives to doing good. Then they have the opportunity to push open the pure white door within their souls to be bestowed with a holy name and enter the realm of the Holy Hall. Such naive words, the evil of actions, is easy to eliminate, yet the sins within the heart are hard to cleanse. If you do not eliminate the original sin within your heart, you will only judge the sins of actions. In this way, all sins will inevitably be born again from the heart, eventually reflecting upon the material actions. No evil sins must be judged, yet the original sin within the heart has its own significance. If there are no sins in the world, then even minor good becomes sin. If true goodness lies in self-sacrifice, then self-restraint becomes selfishness. Saintly fiery fish, you have witnessed the fruit of my bloodshed, yet have not seen the cause of my bloodshed. I will attach it to the holy spear, so you may witness my final supper. Holy, holy, this is the spear that guarantees a hit. I use the end as a guide, and you shall surely see your own end. The Lord of 10,000 armies pierced his other hand with the holy spear's tail. At this moment the spear's blade represented his fruit, and the spear's tip represented his cause. Under the anchor of the holy spear, the end of the Lord of 10,000 armies and the saintly fiery fish converged, transforming the body of the holy spear into a passage, allowing them to simultaneously experience each other's and their own ends. The Lord of 10,000 armies saw Keith, the 12 apostles, and the saintly fiery fish also saw the 12 disciples of humanity. Initially, the Lord of 10,000 armies told his disciples, I sacrifice my body for you, I shed my blood for you, you are to love one another. This is the covenant I have established, that sins may be forgiven. The saintly fiery fish did not show such tolerance, yet he could not discern who among the Lord of 10,000 armies past was the disloyal one. Thus he prepared to leave, to abandon the old and teach new disciples. Teacher, is there disloyalty among us? Yes. Since there are disloyal ones, why do you not punish him, but instead abandon the loyal ones? You speak truthfully, but I have yet to see your sins clearly. Oh, I cannot determine the sinner, so I can only abandon sin and goodness, establishing a new doctrine of purity. Teacher, the saint will neither evade nor abandon. Your name is holy, and thus you should act in accordance with holiness. The saintly fiery fish rose from the table, discovering himself bound to the overlapping wooden frame. Since that frame could pin down the Lord of 10,000 armies, it could naturally also pin him down. However, this time the saintly fiery fish did not panic. Rather, he felt a sense of joy. Lord of 10,000 armies, you are inferior to me. My apostles are unwaveringly loyal. You will witness their pious friendship, while I have seen the betrayal of your disciples. Your sanctity has flaws, while my purity is flawless. Everything was as the saintly fiery fish had said. The Lord of 10,000 armies saw the respectful piety among Keith's apostles, who gathered before him, awaiting the teacher's final teachings. Teacher, is there disloyalty among us? No. Since there are no disloyal ones, why then does the teacher still have regrets? Is it because you fear that after you leave we cannot protect the beautiful era you have created? No, you have abandoned all sins, but have forgotten parts of your humanity. You have not conquered your own hearts, thus failing to transcend. Instead, you are actively assimilating into the principles of purity. I have seen your shortcomings and your future. Should there come a day when people recall everything they have forgotten, how will you safeguard the beautiful dream? Teacher, what remains after the beautiful dream shatters? That era may well disappear. After the beautiful dream breaks, there will be endless darkness, but even in darkness the light of stars will shine, and the spark of human creation will bloom. What I protect in my sanctity is the individual, not the era. As long as there is a single individual aspiring to the true path of the most holy, that era should not end. I will bear their original sin and jointly covenant a beautiful future with them. Teacher, you are bleeding. This is the blood of my covenant, shed for all beings, that sins may be forgiven. This is our new agreement to protect every life rather than being fixated on the era. Are you willing to drink blood and establish a new covenant? Is it the beauty of the guardian era, or the refusal to abandon any beautiful life? This involves the essential difference between the doctrines of the Holy Hall and the doctrines of the saints. The doctrine of the Holy Hall, led by the Lord of 10,000 armies, asserts that the Lord is the Father and all humans should be siblings. Life is more precious than any wealth, advocating love among believers. This is the sacred universal love, where God loves the world, and the world should also love God and love one another. The doctrine of the saints, represented by the saint of the Keith, believes that sin and evil should be completely eradicated, and even the slightest delusion in the heart should not exist, advocating for pure hearts and sincere interactions. This is the pure and strict love, where individuals are pure and genuine, collectively forging a beautiful era. From an ideological perspective, the doctrine of the Holy Hall is clearly more inclusive, aiming to conquer the beast within and restrain desires, elevating from original sin to the pristine white of holiness. In contrast, the doctrines of the saints are much harsher, fundamentally aimed at annihilating all desires within the heart, severing the possibility of corruption from its roots, preserving pure sincerity from destruction. When these two different ideologies ascend to the level of civilization, it becomes that the Holy Hall protects the individual, and the purity in the abyss of sin is also beautiful. The saints guard the era, and the beauty within desires is also sin. If the 12 apostles of Keith were not facing their teacher, merely judging the actions of the Lord of 10,000 armies through the lens of pure ideology, they would have considered it heresy. But now with the Lord of 10,000 armies bearing the identity of their teacher, it signifies that the pure ideology originates from him. He has the right to supplement the pure ideology and to correct its anchoring direction. The current situation mirrors what the Lord of 10,000 armies stated. The former covenant was the Old Testament, while the current covenant is the New Testament. The 12 apostles of Keith must either choose to drink the holy blood and establish the New Testament or choose to ignore the holy blood and uphold the Old Testament. Teacher, your current state seems off. Did you not tell us that the world is divided into good and evil? As long as we cleanse all evil thoughts and respond with abundant good intentions to the material world, we will forever dwell in a beautiful era, and the new epic you created will also endure eternally. You are right, but the era is too broad and magnificent. I intend to cast aside pride to focus on each individual. The beauty of individuals may not be as grand and resplendent as that of the era, but they are the pioneers and bearers of that era. They believe in you, respect you, and worship you. You must not forget them, nor can you ignore them. Teacher, if we do not drink the holy blood, will we not become disloyal traitors? No, drinking the blood of the covenant is loyalty to the holy me, practicing the path of universal love. Not drinking the blood of the covenant is loyalty to the pure him, steadfastly maintaining the path of purity. There is a difference between practicing and maintaining. One requires feedback from practical actions to verify the truth of the path, while the other requires firm belief and continued protection. Teacher, please allow me to refuse to drink the blood of the covenant. I witnessed the final battle with you, and I do not wish to protect the beauty of the survivors. I only want to guard the continuation of the beautiful era. Teacher, I will drink the blood of the covenant. Just as you said, this blood flows for all beings, granting forgiveness for sins. We cannot be solely fixated on the era. We should also descend from the heights to the earth, protecting the beauty of every life. Good, although you have made different choices, you are all correct. I will wait for you in the future, and during some period do not grieve due to the changes in our status. The New Testament and the Old Testament are merely different choices. You remain yourselves. Whether your goodness is pure or grand, it is all unchanged goodness, all beautiful causes. The bloodstained holy spear connects the saint of the Keith and the Lord of 10,000 armies, allowing them to simultaneously experience each other's and their own pasts. Thus the saint of the Keith saw his 3 students drinking the holy blood, promising to uphold the New Testament and protect the beauty of individual lives. In his view, this is undoubtedly a deviation of ideology, for to protect the beauty of individual lives, the beautiful information needed for the new epic of Keith would lose its source. Yet he could not feel anger, for the outcome of this debate was clearly determined. The inclusion of external paths had essentially become a fact, and his students naturally had the right to choose different paths. Meanwhile, the Lord of 10,000 armies also witnessed the plight of the saint of the Keith, who was nailed to an alternating frame, gazing at the deviations of his past. His hands and feet were injured, and compared to the injured hands of the Lord of 10,000 armies, his wound. Saint of the Keith, this is the second blood of the Holy Spear. If I continue to initiate a third blood, your injuries will triple based on this foundation. This multiplicative issue will continue to accumulate until it reaches the limit of my status. I am locked by the revelations of the Holy Spirit and enveloped by the grace of the Holy Father. My resurrection legend will become absolute reality. Any attack capable of killing me will surely obliterate everything of yours. Now you need to consider when to withdraw, otherwise I cannot guarantee your completeness. At this moment, the infallible Holy Spear was not only stained with the legal blood of the Lord of 10,000 armies, but also adhered to the power of the Holy Father and the revelations of the Holy Spirit. Therefore, from a certain perspective, the Holy Spear is now almost in a weakened Trinity form. It can pierce not only the Lord of 10,000 armies, but also the Saint of the Keith. This conceptual piercing locks onto everything between the two, encompassing their true spirits' pasts and legends within the range of penetration. Indeed, we cannot continue to drag this out. Even if my essence is richer than yours, I cannot withstand the accumulation of this conceptual multiplicative effect. Lord of 10,000 armies, I know you have a resurrection legend. Let's initiate the final battle directly and see how you confront my death and how I will unravel your rebirth. Are you sure? Even if I am lost, I will resurrect. If you lose your way, you will pay a heavy price. I am sure. My kin believe in purity, my believers have faith in purity, and my students uphold purity. They have never abandoned purity. How can I, as the Lord of purity, abandon my own ideology? Perhaps only by returning to death can my ideology change. The Lord of 10,000 armies did not know what support the Saint of the Keith had, but he still decided to respect the other's choice. As he held the Holy Spear, and initiated the third conceptual locking, he realized the tripling of conceptual accumulation simultaneously locked onto the three deceased saints of the Keith. The first Keith was the survivor Keith, whose personality was killed by the final battle, causing him to forget his past conscience and morality, attempting to annihilate all that put civilization into a long slumber. The second Keith was the last King Keith, whose spirit was killed by a virus, leading him to personally initiate the final judgment, cleansing the sins and virtues of the old era. The third Keith was the Saint of the Keith, whose body was killed by aging, allowing him to return to the realm of the spirit and attain eternal life. The Lord of 10,000 armies witnessed the evolution of the path of purity from these three Keiths. No wonder no Keith spiritual warriors can fulfill the path of purity. It turns out the Keith has long perished. The surviving Keith clan instilled all the beauty into the Keith, hoping that the Keith who rules them is the most perfect saint rather than a new sinner driven by desire. The Keith whose personality and spirit had died accepted this persona, thus only existing within the basic logical thought, giving birth to a beautiful persona called the Saint. The Saint resurrects from self-destruction. Purity is born from annihilation. It turns out you want to completely obliterate the past to purify your purity. Saint Liachu was originally an extraordinarily intelligent being, but the tragedy of the final battle shattered his logical reasoning. Even though the ancient Keith clan had chosen him as a seed of civilization, he still loathed them, believing them to be more foolish than the large fish that had just landed. Yet time will eventually provide answers to all questions. Whether those answers are cruel or beautiful, the living must accept them. The 8,000 years of history in the Keith New Era, reflected in the immeasurable time within the dimension of the soul, had long led Saint Liachu to understand many things, including the reason why the final battle of the ancient era erupted. Initially, I thought they were greedy and foolish, but the greatest greed of life should be existence itself and the resources needed to maintain that existence. They could have easily reduced industrial capacity and voluntarily downgraded civilization to ensure the continuation of the ancient era. Later time gave me the answer. Most of the time, we only have the power to initiate an era, yet not the power to close it. The ancient Keith clan was like this, and so was the Keith clan of the new era. Oh, as a saint, I was merely a cog in the wheel of time. Saint Liachu had discovered the flaws of the Keith New Era early on, but the tide of time surged forward, and even he could not call for a halt. This was not due to the lack of prestige of Saint Liachu, but because the living goal of the Keith clan in the new era was to build a beautiful new age. They were born in a beautiful era and died in a beautiful era. Oh, like fish in need of water, they could only survive in a beautiful age. Saint Liachu could grant them beauty, but he could not reclaim that beauty lest he become the greatest sinner of this age. Liachu did not subscribe to the notion of causing prosperity and destruction solely by his own, while his philosophy did not allow him to destroy the original beauty. Thus, he could only be swept along by the tide of time, striving to mend the flaws of civilization and prolong the existence of the beautiful era. All these actions did not betray his original intention, but they did violate the wisdom that time had bestowed upon him. He knew that after every flourishing phase, peace would eventually come, leading to an end. He did not know when the end of the Keith New Era would occur, but he understood that since honor belonged to him, sin would inevitably follow like a shadow. I am ultimately guilty, though I killed many survivors who should not have died with a virus. They were wise and learned, and should have been the seeds for the rebirth of civilization. I am indeed guilty. I ordered the Keith soul warriors to plunder everywhere, using the beauty of other civilizations to sustain the descendants of the Keith survivors. Such sins are incompatible with my innocence. They pull at me, preventing me from integrating into the soul collective of the Keith clan. It is truly absurd. The new era arose because of me. The principle of innocence was born through me, yet I am the least innocent individual, to the point where my spirit cannot merge with my path. The unique circumstances created by the final battle and the absolute worship society established by Liachu provided him an opportunity to integrate further, merging with the principles to become the will of the Keith civilization. Yet he ultimately failed, the reason being that the will of the Keith civilization judged him unfit for the path of purity, which is truly a great irony. However, Saint Liachu did not feel dejected or sorrowful. On the contrary, he was glad he did not merge into the soul collective of his clan. He believed that as long as he did not integrate into the shared beliefs of the clan, he could ensure a degree of independence. This independence was crucial for him. It meant he did not have to walk a single path to the end, even if the way ahead led to an abyss from which he could not stop. I chose the right path initially, but that does not mean it will always be correct. Saint Liachu had intended to find an opportunity to break the material cycle of the Keith clan soul, to reintroduce a more reasonable material and spiritual cycle. But the Keith clan had too many soul warriors. Even Saint Liechu could not demand that they change the original feedback material cycle under advantageous conditions. As time passed, Saint Liechu gradually realized that he, the creator of the new era, was the greatest impediment to the development of civilization. It seemed that only by dying once could he break the continuous stagnation of the Keith civilization. In fact, Saint Liechu was not afraid of death, but he had yet to encounter a safe existence capable of killing him, meaning that after his death the other civilization would not seize the opportunity to invade. All of this changed when the Keith civilization encountered human civilization, finally presenting an opportunity for transformation. Liechu did not know whether human civilization could be trusted, but he was willing to provide the authority to teach, letting external concepts of truth and goodness stimulate the conservatism of the Keith people. Thus, he sent his apostles to participate in this debate, hoping to use external forces to break the conservative arrogance within the clan. He succeeded. His apostles witnessed different ideologies, confronted their own shortcomings, and realized the flaws in the principle of purity. When the three Keith apostles drank the holy blood and signed the new covenant, the ancient shackles showed cracks and the seeds of reformation were sown. Can the ghosts of the ancient era dominate the new age? The survivor Liechu provided the best answer: no, absolutely not. Therefore, at this moment, Saint Liechu set aside all concerns. He would once again kill his former self, either to reboot in revival or to abandon the future and thoroughly purify the innocents. Thus, with his cooperation, the holy spear of the Lord of 10,000 armies simultaneously locked onto three versions of himself. The survivor Liechu is the continuation of the sins of the ancient era. The ultimate King Liechu is the beginning of the sins of the new era, and the Saint Liechu is the root of evil in the beautiful age. The path of purity arose because of me, and it should be broken by my end. Lord of 10,000 armies, let me see your holy spear. Can it kill my sins? Lord of 10,000 armies, you and I are alike. You are my greatest opponent and the best candidate to purify evil. Before the holy spear pierces me, I need to warn you about my changing forms. If I become the pure Liechu, I will automatically merge with the Keith soul collective, becoming the true embodiment of purity and truth. Saint Liechu, I remember, I will do my best to maintain yourself, so you do not become the will of the principle of purity. The Lord of 10,000 armies did not want to thrust the spear down, creating an existence akin to Holy Spirit. He was not worried that the Holy Spirit turned Liechu would threaten human civilization. He knew that the current lack of increased intervention from the Holy Father and Holy Spirit indicated that the threat from the Holy Spirit turned Liechu was limited. What he worried about was that original sin was the true starting point of Saint Liechu. Without those past sins, the goodness of the saint would transform into the purest purity. Liechu's concept of innocence inherently lacked inclusivity. If the pure Liechu merged with the Keith soul collective, the Keith race would likely incite a series of purges in the name of goodness. Liechu, you will experience my resurrection, and you will see what life truly needs. I hope you always remember where our essence originates, and do not lose the ability to discern your original heart. I know we are all manifestations of redemption, some through self-redemption and sublimation, while others through redeeming all beings and sublimation. Redemption is truly the most brilliant miracle. Only self-redemptive ones can enter the dimension hidden within the soul. Only a self-redeemer can mend oneself. The Saint Liechuan once achieved self-redemption, pushing open the door of innocence and entering the dimension of a liberated mind. But in doing so, he also reclaimed the persona of a survivor of death, the shattered soul of the ultimate king, inheriting past regrets and sins. Now these regrets and sins are all locked by the holy lance, guided by the infallible concept of the bloodstained spear, as if his past could finally be purified. As the holy lance pierced through the Lord of 10,000 armies, it simultaneously penetrated Saint Liechuan's past, intertwining their histories once more. It was a convergence of death, the death and resurrection of the Lord of 10,000 armies, the destruction and revival of Saint Liechuan. Pain, endless pain, as if this suffering were to corrode the consciousness of Saint Liechuan, the natural feedback of life, urging him to give up, to sleep eternally, to end the torment. Is this the experience of the death of the Lord of 10,000 armies? Truly too painful, too helpless, how cold it is. The loss of bodily warmth can freeze the soul. It turns out the torment and pain faced by the individual in death are no less than the heartache of witnessing the destruction of civilization. Saint Liechuan used all his strength to try to open his eyes to catch a glimpse of light, to prevent his soul from being frozen. But now he was in an ordinary body, and the great power of his mind could not even open his physical eyes. Why didn't he return to the dimension of the mind to escape this pain? Is it because he has not yet completed his mental ascension, or did he refuse to escape, wanting to experience everything of being human. Saint Liachuan leaned toward the latter. He remembered the Lord of 10,000 armies saying he was a complete person. Since he was whole, he naturally had to experience all of humanity. Sometimes life is beautiful and death is painful. Sometimes death is liberation and life. Now Liachuan felt endless suffering. His strong will allowed him to maintain clarity of thought, but it also made him acutely aware of the spread of pain. This body is already dead, yet its flesh and nerves still strive to send pain signals to the brain as much as possible. They are faithfully fulfilling their duty, waiting for their king, their god, their brain, to relieve their suffering. But little do they know that their king cannot change anything, and their god lacks the ability to redeem himself. Our life is both insignificant and magnificent. We are born with millions of followers, though they cannot speak or think. Their loyalty is boundless. We are indeed relative deities. Our consciousness is the god of countless cells. Though they may rebel at times, their essence is one of devoted offering. Facing the pain of death at the brink of demise allowed Liachuan to see the greatness and beauty contained within individual life. This beauty is far purer than his own era of the new dawn. The flesh and blood that constitute the body coexist harmoniously, unaware of what beauty is, yet forming a complete wise life. It turns out that individual life is the beautiful original birth from beauty and taking different paths through nature, knowledge, and environment. My pure era was the same. In the future it holds countless possibilities. Excessive purification of innocence will only erase its future. Biological death requires time to reach complete death. Trapped in endless cold darkness, Liachuan could not measure the length of that time. Yet he felt as if a long time had passed, as lengthy as from his birth to his end. During this time, Liachuan sensed his body's cells gradually perishing, nerves withering, and blood stiffening. The vastness glimpsed from the microscopic level felt desolate, like the end of a civilization filled with regrets and sorrow. Perhaps the time of death and survival is equivalent, for the warmth enjoyed one must repay with equal residual warmth. At the moment the body completely died, Liachuan thought everything would finally come to an end. He had endured the death of the Lord of 10,000 armies. But what he did not expect was that this was merely a beginning. He sensed his soul fracturing, merging into the consciousness of 12 followers and disciples through the thoughts of the believers who came to recover his body. He felt their fear and disappointment, fearing the future without their teacher, disappointed that their God had not redeemed him, questioning the reality of their faith. This situation was one Liachuan had never experienced. Holding the legacy of civilization and the highest power, he developed the saints' teachings. His words were all truths, and no one dared to refute them. He did not need to explain anything to his followers, nor did he need to prove anything to them. But now he found himself facing the most fundamental issue of belief: how to make the fearful and disappointed believe that his teachings were true, that he had not died, but merely existed in a different form. The most basic question is also the most essential. If he does not gain recognition, he cannot replicate the experience of the Lord of 10,000 armies' resurrection, and thus he would be trapped in a cycle of death. Left with no choice, Liachuan manifested in their dreams, allowing their thoughts to perceive his existence. He appeared in a form radiating light, allowing his disciples to touch the scars on his hands and body, proving he is he, and he is still here. Teacher, have you truly resurrected? Your death fills us with immense fear. Has our disbelief in the Lord tainted our devotion? I am here, I am always here. Do not fear, do not despair. I have returned to mend your faith, to help you regain recognition. While Liachuan repaired the relationship with his disciples, he spoke to them about many things regarding the dimension of the mind, encouraging them to retain their pure hearts and sacred intentions, and to enter the kingdom of the divine as soon as possible. His followers once again trusted him and actively spread his teachings, bringing more people to witness. By this point, Liachuan should have left. He had already proved his resurrection and could detach from the past of the Lord of 10,000 armies. But he saw the most essential suffering. Several disciples were impoverished, possessing almost nothing but their devotion, unable to even escape hunger. This situation made Liachuan think of life during the survivor period, when they too struggled. Rationally distributing resources and surviving as best as possible became the most important issues. Why don't you seek food through other means? Teacher, we do not know how to do so. You were always there before, and you said you would always be with us. Listening to their naive reliance, Liachuan finally understood why the teachings of the Lord of 10,000 armies state, Our Father, in heaven, hallowed be thy name. It turns out he is not only the bearer of the teachings, but also their father. He shows them this world and shelters them to survive. Let me teach you how to fish. The disciples' devotion made them learn earnestly. Soon they learned to fish, exchanging the fish for bread and adding roasted fish to treat their teacher. Teacher, when you died, our fear was that it would implicate you. We were disappointed that you were just an ordinary person. We have sinned, we can no longer follow you. Where should our future go? That is the instinct of life, not a sin. This is the pure blood that can cleanse your hearts of sin. Those sins I will bear. Go forth in pursuit of beauty. Responsibility is transmissible and usually ascends with trust. When believers wholeheartedly provide their faith regardless of whether their deities require such trivial devotion, responsibility will connect them to their gods. The difference lies in some deities shouldering these responsibilities while others choose to ignore them. This situation resembles that of a society of sentient beings where trust from the lower tiers flows upward while the upper tiers bear the responsibility for the future development of the entire community. Saint Liuchuan acutely felt this heavy responsibility in the past of the Lord of 10,000 armies. This burden differed from the continuation of the glorious era of Jisai. It was the fundamental responsibility of survival. In the face of such essential issues of existence, even the grandest narratives of an era appear ephemeral. Thus, for the first time, Saint Liuchuan acknowledged that even those who are not pure have significance. Their inner turmoil and fears should not be deemed as sins, but rather as intrinsic aspects of life. He released the confines of purity, embracing those disciples whose hearts were not entirely pure. He told them that the original sins within them could be cleansed and their futures were not severed. Master, you are supremely holy, while our sins taint your sanctity. No evil sins must be judged while sins of the heart can be restrained. You should practice my path and contain the evils within your hearts. I shall be with you, helping you conquer the inner demons. Master, why are you willing to selflessly guard us? How should we repay your grace? Because someone once said he is a father, not a lord. He told me I should redeem every individual rather than cling to the continuation of a glorious era. He said he is with you. You need not repay me, just repay humanity, and I will feel plenty of goodness through those who benefit. Ultimately, Saint Liuchuan did not achieve complete purification. He acknowledged the existence of original sin and was willing to carry it forward. This allowed him to truly replicate the resurrection legend of the Lord of 10,000 armies, enabling him to escape being pierced by the Holy Lance. Of course, this was not entirely a good thing. The open and inclusive Liuchuan lost the opportunity to integrate into the principles of purity. The beautiful era he created still could not fully accept him as its founder, and the final barrier to merging with the will of civilization remained. Saint Liuchuan, it seems you have embraced my path. How can I let go of the conservatism of purity without being tainted by your path, and initiate a new inclusive transformation? Do you not wish to cast aside everything and integrate into the Jisai spiritual collective to engage in a true battle of civilization? No, I have long convinced myself and I agree with some of your theories, but I am just uncertain about when to abandon my fantasies. But now someone has convinced me. When he asked me how to survive, and when they learned to fish, I knew it was time to let the goodness extend downward. History has seen many prosperous eras, but that prosperity was mostly concentrated in the upper tiers, rarely benefiting the lower individuals. The advancement of productivity does indeed enrich the total amount of material, but the distribution of resources likely remains as it was. From this perspective, the glorious era of the Jisai clan has already been remarkably excellent, almost a dream society for ordinary sentient beings. However, their goodness extending to the lower tiers manifests as theft and plunder rather than relying on their own productivity to meet supply and demand. Such behavior is cruel because many lives possess nothing and rely solely on the flicker of hope within to sustain the flame of hope. If even that flicker of hope must be plundered, they would lose the meaning of existence. Liuchuan saw the pain of those abandoned by material wealth in the hungry disciples. At that time, they had only the solace of their souls left. That hope was incredibly fragile, yet burdensome. No existence should plunder the last hope. We have taken too much of the last hope. We are living the best lives while bearing the ugliest sins. While we were alive, we resembled angels, but after the elevation of the soul, we became demons. The soul must be elevated to enter the spiritual dimension. If our essence is that of demons, then we are greater evils than the old Jisai clan. Their evil still has the final battle for judgment, which I will ultimately sever. Our evil must also have a battle for purification, which I will restart the transformation. If it were merely plundering the goodness of the upper tiers, Liuchuan would not feel much guilt at all. For he knows that most of the goodness in the upper tiers is sustained by the lower tiers. Since that goodness does not belong to them, it is only natural for the capable to occupy it. However, he cannot simply ignore the despair and fear of the lower tiers. Having not witnessed it before was one thing, but now that he faced the most twisted evils. The bloodied Saint Liuchuan ultimately decided to change everything distorted, gradually loosening the shackles of freedom and no longer demanding the continuation of obsession. At this point in the discourse, winning or losing has become irrelevant. The outcome that the Jisai clan least wanted to face has become the goal that Saint Liuchuan must choose. Lord of 10,000 armies, I am going to change the obsession of the era. In this contest you have won your path, persuaded me, yet I could not make you acknowledge purity. I will sign the agreement for the discourse. From now on you shall bear some of the responsibilities of the Jisai clan, and I hope you can strive to bring goodness to them. We will. Upholding goodness and punishing evil is an integral part of all our doctrines. We will bring our goodness to the Jisai clan. They born into the material world had no choice. They are not evil. They are excellent individuals for preaching and will also be inheritors of new ideals. The return of Saint Liuchuan made the apostles realize the seriousness of his injuries. They had never imagined that their master, the only saint of the Jisai clan, would be defeated by other spiritual warriors, and in such a devastating manner. Master, why does our principle of purity not stand against the principles of humanity? Are they wiser and better than us? No, our principles are not inferior to humanity. The root of the problem lies within us. We carry too many sins that prevent us from integrating into the principles and receiving pure feedback. Sins? Why do we have sins? Everything we do is to sustain the goodness. Can such actions still generate evil? Indeed, the whales of despair may be far from us, but they do exist and continually envelop our future. The apostles heard the end of an era in Lichuan's words. The beautiful dream they insisted on extending was finally awakening, and the gradually transforming clan members into beautiful puppets would slowly regain their free consciousness. They did not know whether this change was good or bad, but they could not refuse, for the spiritual warriors of humanity were the signers and fulfillers of the agreement. Regardless, I still believe the era of beautiful dreams is better. At least their all clan members can live happily. Indeed, but who will bear the nightmare beneath the beautiful dream? Who decrees that their meaning of existence is to sustain us? The term nurturing is both civilized and barbaric. It reveals the warmth of cultural inheritance while exposing the coldness of resource concentration. Ordinary beings have objects to nurture, while intelligent beings also have their own. The suffering endured by ordinary beings is often mirrored in the experiences of the wise. Beyond the basic cycle of life, aging, illness, and death, there exists the loneliness of beasts separated from their clans, the struggles of injured beasts to survive, and the innocent despair of young beasts searching for their mothers amidst ruins. These two are present among intelligent beings. From this perspective, wisdom may raise the ceiling of good, yet it still fails to conquer the floor of evil. While the nurturers engage in power struggles, countless lives teeter on the brink of despair. Zhou Heng realized the essence of redemption on his path to seeking the Tao. He understood that those who walk the path must be close to good, eliminating sin and suffering. Thus, upon returning from the spiritual dimension to the material realm, he began to enact what seemed like an unattainable childish fantasy. Likewise, the saint of the Keith clan Lichuan found his beautiful era to be a dream, not a society that could naturally endure, yet that dream ultimately came to fruition. Childish fantasies and illusory beautiful dreams are essentially not much different. None is more absurd or more noble than the other. In these two absurd epics, countless evils swirl. The difference lies in Zhou Heng rewriting evil while Lichuan exercises it. Through his own experiences, the era of dreams in the Keith clan and the mechanical justice of the Kaya eternal sect, Zhou Heng saw a kind of inevitability within the realm of chance. Once an individual possesses immense power, the obsessions within their heart inevitably rise until they rewrite the very logic of civilization's existence. Sometimes this rewriting is cruel, yet at times it brings new hope and shatters the cyclical pattern. Now the Keith clan faces new transformations. Even their Saint Lichuan cannot predict what results these changes will yield. This is a change that the defeated must accept. If human civilization were to lose, the same would hold true. The competition of civilizations has always involved the defeated accepting the ideologies of the victors, with no competition existing without some cost. Teacher, what should we do from now on? The apostles of Keith, confused, inquired of their teacher. Even though they already had answers in their hearts, they still found it difficult to adapt to the shift in ideology in such a short time. We are all pioneers, and no one can determine which action is the most perfect. We can only continue to try and correct our mistakes. If we forget our responsibilities, we would have no such troubles. After all, satisfying oneself is easy, but satisfying the clan is quite difficult. However, we are not lost wanderers without direction. We all know that the future of civilization should be progress. Whether it be the advancement of productivity or social systems, even the progress of rewarding the good and punishing the evil, as long as we walk the path of progress, we will not deviate from the future. The mental state of Saint Lai Chuan is far better than that of his students. He knows that this competition was ignited by them, and they should have been prepared for failure. He is grateful for the emergence of idealistic humans, which interrupted their path of plunder, otherwise their distorted development would ultimately lead to their demise. Teacher, do you intend to restart materialistic development? But the prevalence of materialism may also trigger a decline in spiritual faith. Yes, I know, I too am worried. I fear that material development may give rise to remedies for the body while forgetting the remedies for the spirit. I fear that one day pure goodness will be burdened with ill repute, becoming synonymous with ignorance. At that time, praising kindness may very well turn into a satire of ineptitude. When blessed praising goodness, when the sacrifices of goodness are met with harm mocking foolishness, on the balance of good and evil utilitarian weights appear, and this is the root of my fear. However, we now have no choice but to change. The sins accumulated beneath our beauty are far too many. For every piece of beauty we seize, multiple pains are birthed in the realm of Kaya civilization. Over the years, these pains have accumulated to an immeasurable degree. Those sufferings are the sins we have created. In the spiritual dimension, sin does not arise innocently, nor does it simply vanish. Our naivety has long become the greatest lie. If we do not change, our civilization will become a collection of sins. Lai Chuan must personally alter the era he created, just as he once overthrew everything from the old era. Only this time the era he established has also become the old era. He personally signed the Tao Agreement, granting the right to preach to the human Buddhist sect. This allowed the Buddhist practitioners to gain access to the realm of Keith civilization and simultaneously took the first step in the starry path of preaching. However, given the backward technological level of the Keith clan, they could not provide a vessel for the Buddhist practitioners to descend. Thus, the three Keith spiritual ascenders modified by Zhou Heng became the first batch of disciples for the Buddhist sect. They listened to teachings in the spiritual dimension and transmitted multiple scriptures back to the material dimension, allowing the Buddhist ideology to thoroughly manifest within the Keith clan. When the brand new ideology that suddenly appeared in nearly 8,000 years was released, it did not face resistance and suppression from devout believers, but rather curious exploration. Under the permissive attitude of the Keith enforcers, the Buddhist ideology began to spread widely among the selected three Keith city-states. For the first time, the Keith clan faced the causal ideology of the Buddhist sect and understood the materialistic world hidden within the legends of the sect. They could not comprehend why such a sinful world existed and did not understand why the species known as humans was able to thrive in such a dangerous society. In their view, the place they currently inhabit is the pure land described in Buddhist teachings, while the beings called humans are instead living in hell. Respected Buddhist priest, we do not intend to belittle your teachings, but the doctrines you spread hold little significance for us. We are presently in the pure land and do not need to traverse the sea of suffering to seek the other shore, nor do we need to constrain our actions by the good and evil views in your doctrines. Indeed, you are currently in the pure land, but there is no eternal pure land in the world, only the sublimation of self-redemption. My brethren, you do not need to learn the good and evil views in the teachings, but you do need to learn the methods of cultivation within them. They may not make you better, but they can help you find self-sufficiency amidst the imperfections. Priest, goodness does not simply vanish without cause. We born of goodness do not need to adapt to the unkind. My brethren, you are right. Goodness does not simply disappear, but it does not appear without reason either. Everything we currently enjoy is paid for by other lives. Are we not born of goodness? Why must other lives pay the price? Because we are living beings. The beauty of living beings lies in restraining evil. We have bypassed the stage of restraint and directly enjoy beauty. We need to conquer the beast within our hearts to transform from mere pets into true intelligent being. The initial savior became a deity, and his ideals evolved into doctrines representing truth. However, there exists no absolute truth in the world. Over time, what was once considered truth can become a barrier to the advancement of civilization. After the Keith tribe embraced Buddhist and Taoist concepts, a multitude of new ideas began to emerge. It turned out they had always possessed their own thoughts, but refrained from defiling the teachings of the great saints, choosing instead to silently endure the status quo. From this moment on, the 8,000-year stagnation of the Keith tribe's civilization began to set sail, and the mental shackles of the Kaya tribe showed signs of cracking. As for humanity, it reaped the benefits of the propagation of civilizational concepts along with the subspecies branches of the Keith and Kaya peoples. After expelling the parasites, the overarching will of Kaya's civilization surprisingly offered rewards. It seems that it still maintained a high level of vitality, but lacked spiritual warriors to initiate a counterattack. At the time of the signing of the Tao Discussion Agreement, and the orderly withdrawal of Keith's spiritual warriors from the realm of Kaya civilization, the overarching will of Kaya civilization channeled a vast amount of information towards humanity through the connection with human civilization. This information contained a wealth of technological theories and implementation processes, significantly raising the technological ceiling for humanity. Is this the inspiration that researchers need? It turns out that inspiration can be driven not only by material development, but also by spiritual feedback. Had the human community not yet been established, this technological information would have been the best resource for humanity to break the cycle of history. However, now that the human community has been established, humanity is capable of advancing technological progress through the exploration of cosmic laws. Nonetheless, the value of this technological information will not diminish. Its emergence can help humanity swiftly leap over the initial stages of technology and usher in a true interstellar era. Of course, in addition to these tangible rewards, Kaya civilization has also offered some implicit rewards: goodwill, gratitude, acknowledgement, and friendliness. The recognition from the overarching will of civilization reflected in the material world transforms into a sense of goodwill that is easier for idealistic humans to obtain from individual members of the Kaya tribe. This phenomenon will facilitate the preaching efforts of humanity within the Kaya Federation, making it easier for individuals of the Kaya tribe to accept Taoist theories. Under normal circumstances, Kaya individuals who accept human ideals are likely to gradually connect with human civilization. Even those who become spiritual ascenders will transform into spiritual warriors on the human side. However, the overarching will of Kaya civilization is indifferent to these outcomes. Its thought direction comes from the feedback of the tribe, and the Kaya tribe, anchored in material technological routes, does not care about gains or losses in the spiritual dimension. For humanity, the billions of Kaya individuals are already significant, but for the overarching will of Kaya civilization and the Kaya Federation, they are merely the possession of a single planet. As the enlightened true cultivators returned to the B3 planet of the Kaya Federation, it was as if that peaceful and quiet journey of preaching had never ceased. The students and staff on B3 planet had yet to process the major events of the spiritual war, and the unsettling spiritual war that made them anxious had suddenly come to an end. Teacher, did you win the war? Were the losses significant? Teacher, I have a degree in genetic medicine. Oh, I can share gene replication technology to help you quickly expand your biological population. Teacher, are the resources from your home planet sufficient? I can provide nutrient solution synthesis technology to help you utilize nutritional materials more efficiently. Teacher, energy technology is strictly controlled by the Federation. Apart from energy, what else do you need? We can help you download it through the interstellar network. As soon as the Taoists, led by the authentic Taoist Tao Tianjun, made their appearance, they received widespread support from the Kaya cultivators. At this moment, they no longer viewed the Taoists as alien visitors, but rather as friends who needed their assistance in certain respects. This is a very good beginning. Teachers provide spiritual protection for students, and students help teachers continue material development. Do not rush, do not panic, children. We indeed fought a war that could hardly be categorized as a war if our side suffered no significant losses. The old Taoist thanks you for your concern. As for technological compensation, let's put that aside for now. We have enough scientific and technological support from our existence. What we need now is research and development, not to seek more. As long as the losses are not significant, it's fine. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to repay our teachers. Previously, because we collectively could not calm our minds, our teachers deduced that a spiritual war was imminent, so we all understood that this war was never the teachers, but ours as students. After you returned to the spiritual dimension, the governor informed us that you went to help us break the mental loop. Our spiritual shackles will eventually be liberated. You told us there were external demons invading, and that we should eradicate the evil and subdue the demons. We receive your grace, and shall repay our teachers' protection with our humble strength. Great virtue. The disciples have already affirmed our righteousness and recognized our principles, no longer harboring doubts or disbelief, and shall inherit the teachings of our great doctrine. Compared to the simple kindness of the Kaya's students, the governor of B3 planet had deeper considerations. Therefore, after patiently waiting for the Taoists and students to finish their conversations, the governor of B3 planet invited several Taoists to his conference room. Esteemed Taoists, we have heard of your victory in the spiritual war, and our side is very pleased, and has specially sent me to express our congratulations. However, I wonder if our mental loop has been broken. and if the Kaya tribe has regained a spiritual pursuit that matches material development. I understand the governor's intention. There are billions of cultivators and disciples on this star. I will not deceive them with lies. What you refer to as the mental loop has indeed shown signs of cracking, and the spiritual shackles of the cultivators and disciples have indeed been cleared by us. However, the Kaya tribe is simply too vast. We cannot compel them to abandon all their interests in the spiritual dimension of Kaya with a single battle. Nevertheless, we have already signed an agreement, and over time the spiritual shackles of the Kaya tribe will gradually crumble, freeing you from the constraints of the mental loop. The Taoist response exceeded the governor of B3 planet's expectations. At that moment, even he, a being of power, had to acknowledge the existence of justice and benevolence in the world. Otherwise, it is truly incomprehensible why idealistic humans would engage in a spiritual war of uncertain outcome, rather than simply choosing to abandon them. Esteemed Taoists, if the mental shackles are broken, our distorted society will experience new vitality, and the conflict between the eternalists and longevists will be properly resolved. You have achieved merits akin to those of a savior. We will offer sufficient value in return for your contributions. Governor, there is no such thing as a savior in this world. We can assist in part, but not in full. Unless all of your tribesmen fully accept the teachings of the three doctrines, it is impossible for us to protect your entire tribe. Taoists, that is sufficient. You have already done enough. Next, let them see the changes on B3 planet. Perhaps one day in the future we will choose to let the spirit return to humanity, and the material remain with Kaya, which will surely usher in a glorious new era. The mind returns to humanity while matter belongs to Kaya. This is not the delusion of the governor of planet B3, but rather a future inclination of the Kaya longevity sect. For the administrators of the Kaya Federation, it is meaningless to further develop idealism at this moment. They simply cannot catch up with the orthodox idealistic civilization in the realm of idealism. Therefore, some of the members proposed a collaborative development plan. In their view, there was no need for the Kaya Federation to divert its course midway to pursue idealism. They should maintain their advantages and continue to push forward in the realm of material technology. However, the situation in the realm of spiritual dimensions cannot be neglected. They must avoid allowing their spiritual dimensions to be subject to the arbitrary exploitation of other idealistic civilizations, which could lead them into a vicious cycle of thought and suppressed civilizational conflicts. Thus, they propose to collaborate with idealistic humanity for mutual development, providing enough seekers for the idealistic humans, while the idealistic humans would offer them competent spiritual defenses. This collaboration poses minimal loss to the Kaya civilization. They could easily allocate several planets, hundreds of billions of their kin, and even other subordinate races to establish an idealistic celestial kingdom. The explosive productivity of the Kaya Federation allows them to easily support large groups of with the policy that enables the pursuit of the mind. While enjoying the continuous support of the Federation, it is bound to attract a significant number of lower-class Kaya members, which could alleviate some of the existing conflicts. The reason this seemingly win-win collaboration agreement did not pass quickly is not due to the Kaya people's distrust of the idealistic humans. After all, given the material annihilation abilities and the transcendence phenomena exhibited by idealistic humans, their trust, or lack thereof, has become somewhat irrelevant. The real reason for the stalling of this agreement is the civilizational independence. Previously, the Kaya Federation had no exposure to the spiritual dimension and did not concern itself with those dubious idealistic myths. But now that they have recognized the power of the spiritual dimension, it has become difficult to entrust their spiritual safety to another race. Honorable members, the civilization experiments of the Eternal Sect have proven that spiritual ascenders can be mass-produced. The existence of thought traps and spiritual shackles proves that the spiritual dimension is the best instrument for spiritual adjustment. Idealistic civilizations can block our spiritual pursuits in the spiritual dimension, causing our ways of spiritual satisfaction to stagnate. This indicates that we can also engage in similar behaviors through the spiritual dimension and even influence the spiritual awareness of our kin to unify thoughts and break the cyclical nature of history. You make a valid point, but it is also quite naive. We cannot arrogantly view the spiritual dimension. We should acknowledge that the spiritual and material dimensions coexist and thrive together. In the material dimension, there are very few civilizations that can enter the interstellar era. Similarly, in the spiritual dimension, there should also be few idealistic civilizations capable of reflecting consciousness. We do not know how long idealistic humanity has developed, but we must admit that merely investing the same amount of time does not guarantee reaching their heights. If it were otherwise, the material dimension would long have become the captive of the spiritual dimension. We can traverse the starry seas, defeat numerous opponents, and establish a powerful and inclusive federation absorbing many civilizations in the Age of Faith. This proves that the power of the mind is in an absolute decline in the material realm. Only the most powerful idealistic civilizations possess the ability to interfere with matter. Most members of the Kaya Federation are rational. They understand that since there are technological barriers in material technology, there will naturally be developmental barriers in the spiritual system as well. If they act with the arrogant mindset that investing time will create powerful spiritual warriors, it is almost impossible to establish an effective idealistic system. It is impossible, yet we must try. Having already become slaves to our material bodies, we cannot become captives of spiritual consciousness. We must ensure that our spiritual freedom is not interfered with by other civilizations, otherwise the eternal machine of reason will be our ultimate destiny. How do we do that? The shackles of the mind and the traps of thought bind us. Those who can perceive spiritual freedom are all students of idealistic humanity. The experiments of the Eternal sect have already proven that deception can become reality. Saint Arthur, who ought to belong to our Kaya people, has always believed he is a part of the divine. Since idealistic humanity can protect planet B3, they can naturally protect other planets as well. We can certainly create our own idealistic sanctuary to help our kin achieve spiritual elevation. For the Kaya Federation, dedicating a planet to develop idealistic philosophy does not affect the normal operation of the Federation. But the premise for this is that the human side provides the same spiritual protection for that planet, enabling them to have a foundation for spiritual cultivation. What is the cost? Idealistic humanity cannot help us unconditionally, and there are not many things we possess that can interest them. Even the proud administrators of the Kaya Federation do not know what could satisfy idealistic humans who can comprehend eternity, traverse the starry seas, master material annihilation, and manipulate photon phenomena. Their scientific technology has lost the advantages it should have in the face of such dimensional strikes. It's all the fault of that group of machines from the Eternal sect who actually provided humanity with controllable nuclear fusion technology, resulting in them losing their demands in the material realm in the short term. We have also engaged in similar actions who our open preaching rights have provided idealistic humanity enough to digest for some time. Now they have lost interest in expanding the preaching scale. Far scholars analyze that the population of 5.8 billion on planet B3 has already caused the Great Tao sect to become excessively abundant. Aren't there two other sects? How about offering them a planet as well? No, the Holy Hall sect has anchored itself to the Eternal sect, and they have already begun pushing for a fair agreement. The machines of the Eternal sect believe that Saint Arthur is not only their final creation, but also the direction of their future evolution. On the other hand, the Holy Hall sect has a special fondness for the fair machines, viewing them as the sacred embarkation and wingless angels. As for the Buddhist sect, there is no need to consider them. Their views on reincarnation and morality do not align with our social situation. The Kaya Federation does not want the philosophies of Taoism, sanctity, and Buddhism to simultaneously prevail within its sphere of influence. If possible, they would even wish to block the propagation channels of the Holy Hall sect. Unfortunately, the groups that the Holy Hall comes into contact with are precisely those forces they cannot control. No, we still have a piece of technology that idealistic humanity cannot refuse, and this technology is something they cannot replicate, at least not in the short term. Do you remember the superluminal particles? Some scholars have proposed a hypothesis that there exists another universe composed of particles that exceed the speed of light. Although we have not verified that hypothesis, it is likely that idealistic humanity cannot definitively enter the higher dimensional superluminal universe. Wake up, that is just an unverified hypothesis. If this hypothesis is true, you are sending them to a... Isn't the development of technology all about pursuing advancement? Since idealistic humanity can manipulate particles, perhaps this is our opportunity to explore higher dimensions. The hypothesis of superluminal particles exists not only in the Kaya civilization, but has also been proposed by humanity on Earth. In the vast material universe, both mass and information transmission are constrained by the speed of light. The more energy a moving object gains, the faster its velocity becomes until it reaches infinite energy, at which point the object's speed will reach its limit, namely the speed of light. However, cosmic expansion, which does not carry energy or information, can break through the limitations of light speed. This has led many scholars to believe that there exists another universe composed of superluminal particles. They believe that the state of this unknown superluminal universe would manifest in a completely opposite form compared to the material universe. In the superluminal universe, a particle with zero energy would move at an infinite speed. The more energy it acquires, the slower its motion will become until it reaches infinite energy, at which point its speed will decelerate to the speed of light. In this entirely opposite cosmological reasoning, a superluminal particle cannot move slower than the speed of light. Conversely, in the normal material universe, an object cannot travel faster than the speed of light. In fact, this hypothesis is not a mere whim of Kaya scholars. Rather, it is a conclusion drawn from extensive calculations and research. The reason their inference is still classified as a hypothesis is that it lacks physical verification, although it has received mathematical validation. Thus, this hypothesis finds itself in an awkward position. Mathematics is truth and cannot be fabricated, while physics is a relative truth that equally cannot be fabricated. Now, the mathematics that represents truth is in conflict with the physics that represents material laws, causing a schism among Kaya scholars. One faction represents mathematical truth, while the other represents cosmic physics, leading to an unresolved dispute that affects other researchers and ultimately concerns the administrators of the Kaya Federation. After the Kaya administrators intervened, they demonstrated through action that while they may not understand science better than the scholars, they certainly understand value better. As a result, dozens of superluminal particle research institutes soon emerged within the Kaya Federation, indirectly creating a number of high-paying, low-responsibility positions with exceptional benefits. This led to the Superluminal Particle Research Institute becoming one of the most sought-after institutions for Kaya students, as a job that ensures no unemployment while confronting the truths of the universe is a remarkable showcase of one's value. We are apprentices of mathematics and followers of truth. As long as we discover the path to truth, it will grant us the power to change everything. The scholars at the Superluminal Particle Research Institute do not overly boast about their importance, or should their research be validated, everything in the material universe would be rewritten. For beneath that superluminal threshold lie the dimensions of time, the limits of material motion, and the stable forms of matter. If they were to achieve quantization of superluminal particles, the time, space, and dimensions of the material universe would be directly influenced or indirectly controlled by them, and they would become the true gods of the universe. Fortunately, this group of scholars closest to the truth of the universe has not yet achieved the quantization of superluminal particles, otherwise the Kaya civilization would have long since been able to traverse and leap through the material universe at will. Even their pursuit of longevity and eternity would become mere ancillary aspects of superluminal particles realized one by one in the material universe. Such important superluminal particles may be forgotten for their principles by the Kaya legislators, but they will certainly not forget their value. The value of superluminal particles is immense. Even if they do not lead to a higher dimensional superluminal universe, their pangenetic technology alone can rewrite the future of our civilization. I strongly oppose opening the Superluminal Particle Research Institute to idealistic humans. We cannot entrust truth to those who are spiritually alive. If they anchor the truths of the universe, our future, past, and present will become their playthings, and the vast material universe will be transformed into a playground by them. You all do not understand the gravity of the situation. It is merely a hypothesis. Do you understand what that means? It only represents a kind of assumption. We exchange a hypothesis for the spiritual protection of an entire race, along with the opportunity to explore the unknown, which is quite worthwhile. The core of this hypothesis, as you all know, is that the transmission of matter and information cannot exceed the speed of light. We understand the material aspect well. What is the spirit? It is the manifestation of information. Whether it be mental information or spiritual, it is likewise constrained within the limits of light speed. Even if superluminal particles can indeed induce dimensional ascension, everything pertaining to idealistic humans cannot enter the superluminal universe. The limitations of this universe do not merely lock us in, they lock them in too. They are not special, they too have their limits. Therefore, our contributions will not provoke adverse consequences. Allowing them to touch upon partial truths will enable us to reach a consensus under a grand goal. Our shared pursuit and collaboration in exploring the truth of the future are sufficient to establish a stable cooperative relationship between us. The Kaya legislators believe that nothing holds greater value than probing into the truths of the universe and the elevation of life forms. They can easily propose a grand goal that is difficult to achieve to guide the stance of idealistic humans. As long as idealistic humans accept the superluminal theory, they will find it hard to be divided by other interests, and they will inevitably maintain a friendly and supportive attitude toward the Kaya race in the long term. No matter what, we cannot wager truth as a bet. Even if we can never face truth directly, it is far better than other species obtaining the truth. What a narrow worldview. If the truth of the universe truly exists, our civilization will have a reason for existence. We are not ordinary lives that merely survive for a while in the material realm. We are wise beings constantly approaching the truths of the universe. Think about it, everyone. We are not special, nor are idealistic humans special. If we do not explore truth, will other civilizations refrain from exploring truth? Or do you arrogantly believe that Kaya technology is the strongest in matter, while idealistic humans are the strongest in spirit? A council originally debating whether to engage in deep cooperation with idealistic humans has transformed into a meeting on whether to expose idealistic humans to the truths of the universe. Even though the truth of the universe has yet to be definitively characterized, it is so magnificent that even with a 1 in a billion chance, the Kaya legislators cannot ignore the unknown impacts it may trigger. The Superliminal Particle Research Institute currently has several types of superliminal particles. Are there any relatively safe particles that can allow us to initiate preliminary cooperation? Great speaker, we have currently captured 3 types of superliminal particles: neutrinos, phastons, and velocities. Among them, neutrinos are the safest. Our research indicates they are light-speed particles exhibiting superliminal phenomena. The superliminal phenomena of neutrinos do not stem from their own speed, but are rather a result of compensation from spatial structures and unknown dimensional transitions, reducing part of the distance and displaying superliminal characteristics. Lightspeed particles, such as neutrinos capable of entering unknown dimensional transitions, do not fundamentally break the limits of matter and information transmission. They are indeed safe and full of value. Perhaps we can reach a secure and stable cooperation agreement with humans using them. The neutrino, also known as the ghost particle of the universe, is remarkably small, electrically neutral, and can freely traverse planets. Its mass is exceedingly light, resulting in extremely weak interactions with other matter. Geophysical scientists Cowan and Reynes won the Nobel Prize in Physics for their detection and observation of neutrinos. Subsequently, several other scientists have also received Nobel Prizes for their research on neutrino phenomena. The Kaya Federation could hardly have imagined that a civilization like Earth, which is in the early stages of technological development, would have a systematic understanding and research of cosmic particles. Thus, when they approached the idealist humans for negotiations, they were met with a profound sense of absurdity. You mean to say you understand what neutrinos are, that you have your own particle research institute, and that you have achieved observations of neutrinos? I apologize, but it is not a matter of distrust. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Before we assist you with technology, you are most likely in a stage of resource scarcity and energy deficiency. At that time, you had not even resolved basic survival conditions, such as social conflicts, material sufficiency, and medical advancements. Why would you invest substantial resources in researching cosmic particles, especially the difficult-to-observe neutrinos? The Kaya diplomats and accompanying scholars on their way to negotiate with Planet E7 were astonished by the response transformed by Zhou Heng. They were facing the complexity of humanity for the first time and could not imagine what kind of civilization it represented. On one side, there was material deprivation, while on the other, the pursuit of cosmic truths that were difficult to translate into practical value. Is this truly the manifestation of a normal civilization? It was as if they saw some suffering from hunger and poverty, while others observed particles. This was a civilization with both extreme limitations and potentials: cold, rational, and seeking truth. However, regardless of what the essence of the idealist humans was, the Kaya Federation had to alter their initial plans. Initially, they had planned to propose the hypothesis of superliminal particles to collaborate with the idealist humans, encouraging the human side to prioritize providing them with mental protection. But now it seemed they had to take tangible actions, otherwise the human side might independently push forward the superliminal particle experiment and explore the possibility of dimensional ascension alone. Your Excellency, we have made certain inferences regarding your technology. Even if you concentrate resources on particle research, you are likely only able to observe neutrinos and capture a small number of high-energy neutrinos. However, in the realm of lightspeed limits, higher energy does not necessarily equate to better outcomes, or rather it is the lower energy that allows for higher speeds, which could potentially break through the lightspeed barrier. We possess mature neutrino technology that guarantees neutrinos can travel at light speed and through spatial compensation and dimensional transitions exhibit superliminal phenomena. There is potential for cooperation between us. Under the constraints of the material universe, your mental powers are likely also unable to attach themselves to superliminal particles. Currently, the stable lightspeed and mature superliminal phenomena of neutrino technology represent your best choice. Our collaboration could significantly expand your margin for error. If you can indeed utilize neutrinos to enter other dimensions, then supporting the research of superliminal particles later would not be too late. Otherwise, your technological investments may very well waste both time and resources without yielding practical returns. The Kaya scholars understood that as long as they initiated experiments to use neutrinos to drive mental dimensional jumps, even if there was only one success among thousands of trials, it would be considered progress. However, the technological level of the idealist humans would likely not permit them to continue conducting such high-consumption experiments with unknown outcomes. Your proposal is quite good, but exchanging an unknown hypothesis for our mental protection is ultimately too unbalanced. If you are willing to provide particle energy reduction, inertia elimination, and acceleration technologies, we can formally sign a cooperation agreement. Of course, the Kaya civilization could not provide particle energy reduction, inertia elimination, and acceleration technologies, as this involves not only particle technology, but also the production technologies of entire sets of instruments, material technologies, supercomputing technologies, etc. If they were to hand over the entire set of technologies to the idealist humans, the human side would have no need to cooperate with them anymore. Humans are not without a foundation in particle research. After acquiring supportive technologies, they could directly establish their own planetary supercomputing and superluminal particle research institutes. Your Excellency, the technology chain surrounding particle energy reduction, inertia elimination, and acceleration technologies contains too many encryption technologies. We cannot possibly provide you with these core technologies. Please propose a more reasonable cooperation method that ensures both parties can accept. Alright, since you cannot accept technology transfer, let's sign an experimental cooperation agreement. We will provide mental protection for one of your planets, and in return you will grant us usage rights for a superluminal particle research institute. I believe this condition should be satisfactory for you. Isn't your backup plan to create a Kaya ideal? Indeed, since we cannot obtain mental protection for the entire race, we need to establish our own mental defense system. However, we hope for data from neutrinos carrying mental transitions. We require observation rights, and for some information not involving dimensional secrets, we seek the right to be informed. Of course, we are in a cooperative relationship. If we do not allow you to know anything, the progress of the experiments will be impossible. After a diplomatic negotiation, the human side and the Kaya Federation reached a preliminary consensus. The Kaya Federation supports humans in exploring dimensional transitions, while the human side provides mental protection for one of Kaya's planets. This cooperation seems to represent significant progress for both civilizations, but in reality neither side is sacrificing much. One already possesses mature particle technology, while the other has suppressed the invaders in the Kaya civilization's domain, extending the range of free territories. However, the Kaya Federation does not share this perspective. After their proposal to have St. Arthur, who could represent both Kaya and humans, become a volunteer was rejected, they publicly announced the establishment of a cooperative relationship with idealist humans. The purpose was to inform the increasingly sanctified Eternal faction that they had reached a consensus with idealist humans. While you are still pondering mechanical justice, we are ready to jointly explore dimensional transitions. Such propaganda, while not impacting the human side or the Eternal faction, caused a tremendous uproar within Kaya society. Has the Federation finally awakened? They finally realized the need to explore other dimensions. The Federation has been silent for too long. I thought it would still be like this hundreds of years later, but unexpectedly it is about to open a new era. The arrival of idealist humans catalyzed the development of the Federation. Indeed, the Federation needs a strong opponent as a catalyst. Can they explore where we came from and where we are going in the universe and during dimensional transitions? The existence of the thought vortex and the shackles of the mind is truly marvelous. As soon as cracks appeared, the Kaya Federation erupted with a strong desire for truth. They did not question whether their mental dimension had been invaded or if everything was a deception perpetrated by idealistic humans. To them, any connection, no matter how minuscule, between the mental dimension and the thought vortex warranted the allocation of resources to maintain their mental freedom. Therefore, following the signing of the exploration agreement, the Kaya Federation rapidly selected a colonization agricultural planet designated W5, transforming it into their idealistic sanctuary. What puzzled Zhou Heng was that the Kaya Federation did not deploy many of their people to planet W5, nor did they undertake extensive construction to build numerous high-rise residences. It seemed the Kaya Federation had abandoned their technological advantages, striving to preserve the primitive appearance of planet W5. Perhaps they believed that the original purity better aligned with their spiritual beliefs, hence they emulated the affiliated races and created a world rich in natural ambience. Zhou Heng found it hard to judge whether this behavior was right or wrong. Although spiritual elevation relies more on self-awareness, the influence of the external environment is indeed significant. Your Excellency, our understanding of the mind is quite superficial. We wonder if our actions can increase the chances of achieving mind in constant tranquility. Embark on a spiritual journey, shedding restlessness, isolating oneself from overwhelming information, breaking free from collective thought to discover the true self, finding stillness and silence, and nurturing one's innate spirituality from tranquility. Although this method involves external coercion, it does have some effect on embarking on a spiritual journey. However, I also understand your situation. Can your people truly suppress their inner agitation after disconnecting from the interstellar network? Do not seek tranquility in vain, as it may lead to boredom and despair. The Kaya diplomat wished to tell Zhou Heng that they were excellent beings who had undergone several generations of genetic adjustments, and it was merely a life without the internet. How could they not adapt? Yet he knew that ordinary Kaya people indeed struggled to adapt to the sudden cessation of information. Much of their thinking had long been governed by the interstellar network. Without the interaction of vast amounts of information, they would mostly toss, in turn feeling bored and agitated. Fortunately, the Kaya population is large enough that within such a vast group, there would be no shortage of all kinds of individuals. Among them, there exists a faction opposed to genetic immortality and mechanical eternity, calling for respect for the natural cycle of life, known as the extreme retrogressive conservatives by the Orthodox Kaya. Rest assured, Your Excellency, our natural Orthodox faction has longed to return to the ancient times. We can fulfill their wishes while they can meet our demands. I believe that for the future of the tribe, they will surely embrace nature and awaken their spirits in the wild freedom. Previously, Zhou Heng learned about the distribution of the Kaya factions from the Kaya Eternal faction, among which the four most influential factions are the Longevity faction, the Eternity faction, the Genetic Adjustment faction, and the Natural Orthodoxy faction. Currently, the Eternity faction is being suppressed by the Longevity faction, while the Genetic Adjustment faction, fearing the loss of allies, has dispatched fleets to restrain the Federation for various reasons. At this moment, the Natural Orthodoxy faction has also entered the fray, but they chose not to assist the weaker faction in restraining the stronger, but rather to cooperate with the strong. The reason being that the Longevity faction opted for the material dimension, leaving the nascent mental dimension to the natural faction. This led the conservative Natural Orthodoxy faction to abandon extreme ideologies and reach a consensus for cooperation with the Longevity faction. I never expected that our cooperation would catalyze your factional struggles. Civilization is truly marvelous. Without strife there is no life, and without competition there is no existence. Getting used to it will be fine, Your Excellency. Don't you have any struggles over there? That would be contrary to biological nature. There used to be constant strife in our place, but now we no longer fight. We have all recognized the community of shared destiny. Is this the great power of the mind? I hope that one day we can also eliminate prejudice and rigidity to become a civilization united in purpose. Disputes among humans were reduced to a certain extent. The conflicts of the Keith civilization were completely cut off, while the disputes of the Kaya civilization continued to develop freely. Various civilizations in the universe are contending against their biological nature. Some have succeeded and ascended smoothly, some have narrowly survived through spirals, while others have failed and regressed into primitive savagery. Regardless of whether these civilizations win or lose, the path forward remains constant. Victors will not halt their developmental pace, waiting for the awakening of the defeated. Let us commence the dimension transition experiment with neutrinos carrying consciousness. They seek balance amidst disputes, while we must continually advance toward the future. Indeed, the role of the Federation's administrators is to govern balance, while our role is to explore truth. They need not pity our insignificance, nor do we need to wait for their awakening. However, Your Excellency, have you truly considered Saint Arthur? He possesses both human and Kaya identities, making him the best candidate to unlock a new future. I understand your intentions and recognize your selfishness, but even without Saint Arthur, the contact between the Eternity faction and the Holy Order will not cease. Their interaction is mutual. One side seeks pure material sanctity, while the other requires eternal consciousness to control machinery. At this crucial moment, let us set aside our selfish desires. We need a being more suited for dimension transitions to help us glimpse the future. As the idealistic humans and the Kaya Federation launched the neutrino transition experiment, external conflicts could no longer affect the will to explore truth. At the Kaya Superluminal Particle Research Institute, Zhou Heng encountered truly pure Kaya scholars. Their minds were filled with cosmic truths, focused solely on observing truths to validate various theories, showing no concern for the strife between the Eternity and Longevity factions. These researchers, in pursuit of better studies, had crazily undergone various modifications. Most of them had simulated bodies with brain containers featuring interfaces to connect to biological supercomputers, some even abandoned biological brains altogether directly connecting to planetary supercomputers. The entire research institute barely contained any complete biological life, making it feel less like a federally controlled institute and more like the mechanical realm of the Eternity faction. Should the Longevity faction radicalize and initiate a cleansing of life forms, all the researchers here would be on the cleansing list. Hello, you are the volunteer of the idealistic humans. Please tell me your name to avoid experimental failure and ensure your greatness is recorded in history. The Kaya diplomat accompanying Zhou Heng's avatar to the research institute was magnificently ignored. A team of researchers equipped with different mechanical arms surrounded Zhou Heng's avatar, regarding it as a precious treasure. You are a fearless warrior. You can forsake eternal consciousness to participate in this risk-laden experiment, truly a pure disciple of truth. Please allow us to extend our highest respect to you. Your name will surely be inscribed on the monument of the Superluminal Particle Research Institute. I am Heng. I believe you may want to refrain from writing me into history books and hanging it for future generations to admire. My will can diversify, and I will not sacrifice for truth due to a single experimental failure. What? This is simply wonderful. It seems we are not far from success. The Mind Ascenders are rare miraculous beings possessing irreplaceability and a relative uniqueness. Before initiating the Dimensional Leap experiment, researcher Kaya from the Superluminal Particle Research Institute received a wealth of classified information provided by the Federation. Through this information, they understood the closely intertwined mind dimension with the material dimension, as well as the value of the Mind Ascenders. In their view, the scarcity of Mind Ascenders was the greatest obstacle to the Dimensional Leap experiment. If idealistic humanity could guarantee that they would provide a Mind Ascender each year, their Dimensional Leap experiment could continue to advance. However, what they did not expect was that the greatest shortcoming limiting the Dimensional Leap experiment was non-existent from the very beginning. Or rather, idealistic humanity had already considered the possibility of experimental failure, sending a special mind life suitable for dimensional leaps to cooperate with them in probing the truths of the universe. Mr. Heng, we need to understand your perceptual state after the mind differentiation. I wonder if your differentiated body possesses subjective consciousness and is capable of systematic information collection. Absolutely no problem. My mind differentiation body can perform relatively independent information analysis and intelligence collection work before the energy supply is cut off. You are truly a near-perfect life form. If you could survive in a state without energy, that would be even more. Breaking free from the constraints of mass, energy, and information, you will have the opportunity to transcend the laws of the universe and enter the unknown high-dimensional world. Kaya's gaze towards Zhou Heng was tinged with fervor. Although they yearned for the absolute truth of the universe, they were equally intrigued by the Mind Ascenders as beings of dimension. Unfortunately, the Kaya Federation could not provide such volunteers, nor did they have the capability to observe phenomena in the mind dimension. Mr. Heng, to ensure the smooth observation, we will prioritize the use of high-energy neutrinos for the experiment. You can extract energy from them to maintain the existence of your mind differentiation body. There is no need for that. The energy required by the mind differentiation body is not normal material energy. Spiritual energy does not accumulate as mass in the material realm. Just initiate the high energy and energy removal experiments. I need to distinguish which of the two acceleration methods is more suited to be my mind carrier. No problem. The comparative experiment will commence immediately, and we will witness the trajectory of truth together. As the Dimensional Leap experiment began, Zhou Heng, aided by the neutrinos, experienced the limits of time at absolute speed. In the motion state of lightspeed particles, normal life remained as still as rigid stones. However, the amount of information collected in this lightspeed state was also incredibly daunting. That moment nearly encompassed the total information of a normal life. Mr. Heng, the pre-leap data does not require too much concern. The planetary supercomputer will record everything for us. The time for neutrinos to enter and exit the dimensional leap is extremely brief, and you need to observe the intelligence of the unknown dimension within a very short time. No problem. I will adjust my observation state and try to capture the fluctuations of the dimensional leap. As the experiments progressed, the Superluminal Particle Research Institute's progress suddenly stagnated. It was unclear whether Zhou Heng's mind differentiation body had increased the relative mass of the neutrinos, or whether his observation had increased the amount of information carried by the neutrinos, causing the experimental neutrinos to not show any signs of dimensional leap. The leap particle experiment is obstructed. Initiate the normal particle experiment for data comparison. The comparison results show that the interaction between leap particles and other substances has intensified, indicating that the experimental particles were affected by information entanglement. The influence of information entanglement on the leap particles was not a difficult problem for Zhou Heng to solve. He could return to the mind dimension at the moment time began isolating the interactions between material information to a certain extent. However, the real challenge here was determining when to initiate the observation of the mind differentiation body. If it started too early, they could not enter the dimensional leap, and if it started too late, the neutrinos would exit the dimensional leap. I can conduct information convergence and establish the time to start observations. You need to provide more stable particles to verify a relatively feasible observation node. Mr. Heng, we need a bit of time to adjust the experimental parameters and provide you with an absolutely reasonable observation time limit. During the parameter adjustment period, we will need your cooperation. Please trust our ability and spirit of truth-seeking. The time that researchers require might be just a few minutes or could stretch over many years. Fortunately, researcher Kai's efficiency was high as they did not need to rest or engage in biological activities such as eating. With the assistance of the planetary supercomputer, this group of frenzied researchers adjusted the new experimental parameters within just half a month. Mr. Heng, your ability to exist alongside the mechanical body is truly a gospel of truth. Collaborating with you feels like we are advancing the experimental progress every moment. The parameter experiment has been adjusted. Do you need to return to the mind dimension to rest for a while? We are about to initiate the real dimensional leap experiment. No need, my state has not diminished. I will actively call off the experiment when I need to rest. Very well, let us continue exploring the truth. After the new dimensional leap experiment began, Zhou Heng instantly returned to the mind dimension and consolidated his information state. This time, he finally sensed new changes. At the moment of the neutrino's dimensional leap, he lost contact with his mind differentiation body. However, with the isolation of an unknown dimension, the weakening of mind perception was a normal phenomenon. What was truly abnormal was that upon returning from the neutrino's dimensional leap, they did not bring back Zhou Heng's mind differentiation body. This situation represented several possibilities. First, Zhou Heng's mind differentiation body was eliminated in an instant by the unknown dimension. Second, Zhou Heng's mind differentiation body observed too much information exceeding the carrying capacity of the neutrinos. Third, the unknown dimension had a unique form possessing the ability to prevent the outflow of information. Mr. Heng, did you observe anything, even if it's just a piece of darkness? Nothing. At the moment of the dimensional leap, I lost contact with my mind differentiation body, and my mind differentiation body did not return with the neutrinos. This situation is somewhat abnormal. Even if there exists a great life in the unknown dimension, it should not be observing the microscopic particle realm. Moreover, since the neutrinos were able to enter the unknown dimension, it proves that this dimension must be within the limits of our existence. Given Mr. Heng's unique mind form, he should have observed certain valuable information and ensured a short-term existence. Perhaps it was because I saw something that caused new information entanglement, thus preventing my return. The universe is vast and dimensions are grand. Such a magnificent and expansive world will neither reject the entry of a tiny particle, nor will it oppose the emergence of a single thought. Apart from the natural defenses of dimensions, even the greatest life forms cannot constantly monitor the microscopic realm to prevent the occasional phenomenon of particle transference. When viewed through the lens of wisdom, if there exists intelligent life in the unknown, they too would have their own lives with their own troubles and pursuits. As for the natural defenses of dimensions, even the most perfect defense system will not target the extermination of a mind-divided entity clinging to a tiny particle. Under normal circumstances, the dimensional world does not reject the exploration of outsiders. The demise of outsiders is likely due to their inability to adapt to the new dimension, much like how we cannot survive at absolute zero. Mr. Heng's mind-divided entity can survive amidst matter and information, and it is quite difficult to pinpoint and eliminate it during the instant of dimensional transference. If we view the unknown dimension with an inclusive perspective, the cause of experimental failure is likely due to the entanglement of new information. Perhaps from our perspective, the journey of dimensional transference only lasts a few nanoseconds, and even upon entering an unknown dimension, we may not observe too much information. However, our material dimension is different from the unknown dimension, where the fundamental particles are likely in a state of light-speed motion. What seems an extremely brief moment to us could very well be perceived as a minute, an hour, or even a longer duration in that unknown dimension. Researcher Kai's stance aligns with Zhou Heng's. Dimensions in the vast universe should not reject transference between dimensions, and the existence of neutrinos is the best example. However, a billionth of a second is a nanosecond, and light travels only 0.3 meters in a vacuum in 1 nanosecond. To complete information observation in such a short time and terminate the observation state demands an exceedingly high standard for Zhou Heng's mind-divided entity. Even though researcher Kaya understands that the flow of time in the mind dimension is different from that in the material dimension, they also realize that no matter how different it cannot compare to the gap between 1 second and 1 nanosecond. Initiate a new particle comparison experiment. This time my mind-divided entity will not enter the observation state to see if it can return alongside the neutrino's transference. Understood. Eliminate information interference particle carrying experiment initiated. As the new dimensional transference experiment commenced, Zhou Heng lost contact with his mind-divided entity in an instant. However, this time was different. His mind-divided entity did not vanish, but returned normally. This is a great start. UI can deploy more mind-divided entities for independent exploration of the unknown dimension. I can also adjust the observation time limit of the mind-divided entity to the nanosecond level, allowing it to bring back information from that unknown dimension. Now Zhou Heng has two choices. One is to deploy more mind-divided entities consolidating preliminary thoughts to stealthily observe the unknown dimension. The other is to precisely observe the time and bring back first-hand information to analyze the basic state of the unknown dimension. These two choices do not conflict. If observation fails, more mind-divided entities will naturally be sent, and if the observation succeeds, information will be brought back. Since Mr. Heng's mind-divided entity can return with the experimental particles while not in observation mode, it proves that the unknown dimension is equally inclusive. Everyone, we are on the right path, as long as we enhance Mr. Heng's computational power and make precision adjustments, we will be able to witness a new dimension. Perhaps it is not the homeland of truth, but it certainly holds the traces of truth. The future of civilization and the meaning of life will be explored by us together. The microprocessor of the planetary computer executes a command in about 2 to 4 nanoseconds. The planetary supercomputers of the Kaya Federation and Zhou Heng's civilization supercomputer can easily surpass this limit for faster command execution. Therefore, precision adjustment is not a problem for Zhou Heng. The real issue lies in the high precision of particle transference. Fortunately, the Kaya Federation does not need to achieve nanosecond-level high-precision interference with neutrinos. They only need to obtain the optimal value through computation. Within that most probable value, even if failures occur hundreds of times, there will inevitably be a few successes. As the experiments progressed, a lucky particle that conformed to the best probability brought back new information and a new future, quietly ushering in a new era. Everyone, we have succeeded. I have observed the microscopic phenomena of the unknown dimension. Even if the information is scant, it is enough to prove the significance of our experiment. Wonderful. We are advancing along the path of truth, and the future of the universe will change because of our observations. Did we succeed? I knew mathematics would not deceive us. The truth has always been there. We have just now begun to see its traces. Mr. Heng, please transmit the information you observed to the supercomputer as soon as possible. It will become the most precious treasure of our Superliminal Particle Research Institute. Regarding the observed microscopic phenomena, Zhou Heng did not withhold. These truth-seeking researchers need Zhou Heng, and Zhou Heng equally needs them. When Zhou Heng transmitted the observation data to the planetary supercomputer, a small, yet magnificent new microscopic world unveiled its veil in the material dimension. Truly incredible. From the perspective of relative speed, the particle motion in the unknown dimension exhibits both light speed and near light speed states. In the absence of breakthroughs to the light speed limit, light speed particles are in a relatively stationary state under light speed observation, while the motion limit of near light speed objects is their disparity with light speed. I wonder if the phenomena we observe belong to universal phenomena in the unknown dimension, or if they are individual special phenomena. If it is a universal phenomenon, a dimension composed of light speed and near light speed particles will be the region closest to a superliminal universe. Mr. Heng, as we collectively explore the unknown dimension, you have observed information from the unknown dimension. As the first explorer, you have the right to name it. Please give it a name. This will not only commemorate your achievement, but also serve as a monument on our path to pursuing truth. We descend from the mind into matter, controlling the annihilation of matter and antimatter particles and the phenomenon of photon genesis. Controlling particles is our material foundation, and the phenomenon of photons is our foundational genesis, so let us call it the photon dimension. I hope it is as pure and flawless as the photons produced after particle annihilation, filled with miracles and hope. Photon dimension, the dimension of light-speed particles, is indeed quite fitting. Mr. Heng, your name will henceforth be closely linked to the photon dimension, and all particle researchers in the Federation will remember this great day. I am not great at matter, mind, and photons are the true great ones. It is extremely difficult to analyze the actual form of an object within the realm of microscopic particles, let alone deeply understand the surface state of the dimension it occupies. Does a special dimension named photon dimension harbor life? In what state does it exist, and what are the forms of its origin and end? In a few nanoseconds, the information that can be observed is indeed too limited, especially since it focuses on the realm of microscopic particles. Mr. Heng, our research has finally entered the right track. What follows is to rely on time to propel our research results. Fortunately, you are not short on time, and we can also transform into mechanical beings to extend our existence. We believe that one day in the future we will surely unveil the mysteries of the photon dimension. Indeed, we all have plenty of time, though everything will come in due course. However, we cannot guarantee the trajectory of the evolution of material civilization. Perhaps what I await is not success, but turmoil within the Federation, along with starships equipped with annihilation cannons. Thus, our time is not as abundant as it seems. We must strive to achieve breakthroughs now to ensure we receive the expected feedback in the future. Mr. Heng, are you suggesting to increase the base number of dimensional jumps by sending more mind-split entities over? Since we cannot achieve breakthroughs here, let me witness it with my own eyes and explore everything we wish to. Mr. Heng, we can accommodate your request, but you must understand that particle transitions do not fixate at a single point. Rather, they are compensatory superpositions of certain spatial dimensions. In our universe analogy, the first experimental particle may have entered the Kaya mother star, while the second might have entered the human mother star. They indeed entered the same dimension, but the distance between them cannot be determined. Your plan to gather mind-split entities to synthesize a collective consciousness may well be unachievable. Researchers at the Superluminal Particle Research Institute are essentially obsessive truth seekers. They have no obvious interests or racial consciousness. To them, as long as one is not an enemy of the Federation and can help advance their research, they are a qualified collaborator. They are willing to operate at full power to assist Zhou Heng in the unlimited transfer of mind-split entities. They desire to witness everything within the photon dimension even more than he does. Yet they cannot ascertain Zhou Heng's limits of differentiation. They worry that after initiating full-power transition experiments, they might not only fail to achieve tangible results, but also exhaust their partner. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand the connections between dimensions better than you do. I can descend here from the mind dimension and can instantly return to the human mother star. This involves some secrets of human civilization, but more importantly, it is the mutual entanglement of information that naturally forms informational anchor points. As long as a certain amount of mind-split entities is accumulated in one area during the activation of dimensional transitions, experimental particles will naturally tend to jump towards the dimensional anchor points. Mr. Heng's method is theoretically feasible, but how can we ensure that your information will coalesce and ultimately form effective dimensional anchor points in a specific area? If we rely solely on probability, we need to have basic respect for the vastness of the universe and the greatness of dimensions. No, we are experimenting to create an area that conforms to the expansion of my mind-split entities. Upon reaching the suitable area, my mind-split entities will automatically replicate and expand, forming an informational dimensional anchor point. Mr. Heng, are all mind beings as great as you? Your mode of existence truly exceeds our. Do you think we have the opportunity to observe the mind dimension? Perhaps the mind dimension also holds truths we seek. Of course not. Not all researchers can reach your heights, nor can all mind ascenders be like me. If you need, I will reserve a place for you in the mind dimension. When you are ready to abandon everything in the material dimension, I will guide your consciousness back to the mind dimension, to the soul's abode. What an ancient and intriguing place. Oh, please reserve us a spot, Mr. Heng. We are born in the material dimension and explore the photon dimension. It would indeed be regrettable not to see the mind dimension. Since Zhou Heng has indicated that his mind differentiation is within a controllable range, it makes no sense for the Kaya researchers, who have a large antimatter energy furnace for experimental energy, to claim they cannot do so. Thus, they began to focus on sending two types of experimental particles, one to transport mind-split entities, and the other to carry observational information. In the cold, dark universe, the Superluminal Particle Research Institute is conducting full-power dimensional transition experiments. Particles transform into special mind carriers, sending thoughts to unknown dimensions. As time passed, after half a year of transition experiments, Zhou Heng's mind-split entities finally established a dimensional informational anchor point in the photon dimension. At this moment, his mind-split entities finally had a backup source of spiritual replenishment. Even if the replenishment was not substantial, he still had the opportunity to face the unknown with trial and error. In the photon dimension, Zhou Heng's mind-split entities had preliminarily completed the construction of consciousness, allowing him to perceive everything here from the perspective of a mind being. Within the microscopic realm, there is also vastness containing the essence of all dimensions. However, I need to grow toward the macro direction to observe the superficial forms of this dimension. In the microscopic realm, Zhou Heng can similarly manipulate the fundamental particles here. His mind thoughts are constantly capturing fundamental particles to strengthen himself. A half-year of time in the material dimension has transformed into a long timeline in the photon dimension with a length sufficient to be measured in billions. During this prolonged time, Zhou Heng's mind thoughts continuously grew. He evolved from particles to atoms, and then transformed into a special form of energy life through the connection of individual atoms. As an energy being, he saw traces of life within the photon dimension. They appeared not much different from ordinary intelligent life, yet essentially they were a form of energy particle life. Based on their appearance, Zhou Heng adjusted his own form to blend into the society of these energy. Zhou Heng discovered their mode of communication was peculiar. It involved the transmission of light signals, which were extremely fast and could carry vast amounts of information. Most astonishing was their mode of existence. Their essence was a stacking of near-light-speed particles, and the gap between near-light-speed particles and light speed became the space in which they could self-propel. They have an extraordinary pursuit of energy. They cannot capture particles exceeding their light speed, so they can only capture as many near-light-speed particles as possible to increase their energy. The more energy non-light-speed moving objects acquire, the faster their motion becomes. Once they obtain infinite energy, they will reach their limit, which is light speed. Are they trying to evolve into a form of light speed? If they reach light speed but cannot surpass it, they will lose their self-driving space. This is truly a marvelous dimension. A 1 second in the material dimension spans a range of hundreds of millions to billions of seconds here. With such a colossal time difference, the civilization within the photon dimension has nearly infinite time to experiment compared to civilizations in the material dimension. They pursue the speed of light and energy. Light is their evolutionary future. So this is the realm of light, and they are all citizens of light. Carbon-based life forms rely on genetic information to generate orderly bodies of flesh and blood, while energy particle life forms depend on the entanglement of particle information to manifest their exterior shells. From this perspective, life in the photon dimension still falls within the realm of ordinary life. Even though they are inherently extraordinary, they still lack the ability to alter their own information. Their physical forms and cognitive potential are immense, and if fully developed, they could unleash unimaginable powers. However, like ordinary organisms, they cannot interfere with their own microstructure. Their state is both unreasonable and relatively reasonable. Their consciousness also has its limits and cannot directly interfere with itself through mental awareness. The power of the mind here is a kind of miracle as well. Their state is both unreasonable and relatively reasonable. Their consciousness also has its limits and cannot directly interfere with itself through This is a natural limitation of life. Highly advanced life forms reject modifications to their original life data by a mind with limited wisdom. Thanks to this, Zhou Heng's avatar easily blended into the local energy life society, and no one doubted his belonging among them. They were merely curious about this mysterious kin and why he had come to their gathering place. Heng, you can travel freely. You must be a formidable warrior. Have you encountered the Devourers? I've heard they commit all sorts of atrocities to plunder energy, even consuming their own kin while alive. The unique communication through light signals presents no language barriers. It is a special form of communication that expresses different information through the flickering frequency of light. Rest assured, I am not a devourer. Your gathering place possesses sufficient defense mechanisms, so there is no need to worry about a sudden attack. I have indeed encountered devourers, but their strengths vary. Beyond the facade of rampant evil, they are not much different from us. Having grown from the microscopic particle realm into the macroscopic manifestation, Zhou Heng had never seen a devourer. He was even unaware if this gathering place was a so-called devourer camp. After all, high-end plunderers always conceal their appearances to lure victims into their traps. But that doesn't matter. For Zhou Heng, who can manipulate particles, all energy life forms are merely houses. He can enter any house at will, expelling the old tenants to become the new landlord. Thus, in a certain sense, Zhou Heng is more dangerous than the so-called devourers. What constrains him is not material energy, but the locks forged from his own will. Heng, you are right. Our ancestors said that as long as we constrain our fears and have a resolute will, we will become the best warriors. If we are willing to take up arms and fight, the so-called devourers will not inflict much harm upon us. The leader of the gathering place intended to demonstrate their strength to Zhou Heng, hoping that this powerful warrior would abide by their rules. As for why they did not drive Zhou Heng away, it was because they were more concerned about hidden dangers lurking in the shadows and preferred to keep outsiders within sight. Compared to their conflicting emotions, Zhou Heng remained indifferent, as his different life form made him more like an outsider observer rather than an integrated part of the local ordinary lives. During their normal exchanges, one particular point caught Zhou Heng's attention: the term ancestors, or rather the death phenomenon it implied. Your ancestors were able to see through the essence of things. Ooh, what remarkable wisdom. Though it may be a bit presumptuous, may I know the fate of your ancestors? I mean no offense, I merely wish to understand how high a wise person can reach. You may be disappointed. Our ancestors died in battle against the devourers. Before his death, he advised us to face our fears and fight, for there is no enemy we cannot overcome. That is indeed a great pity. I thought such a wise person would naturally pass away. Oh, I never expected he would fall in the midst of life. Indeed, but that was a long time ago. I have now learned to maintain courage and face battles. Although the body of our ancestor dissipated midway and did not transform into light to return to the universe, his will has been inherited by us. The camp leader's response confirmed Zhou Heng's speculation that the basic particles constituting energy life have uneven energy distribution. They cannot micromanage particle energy, which naturally leads to the phenomenon of energy concentrating on certain particles. When those particles acquire sufficient energy, they will transition from near light speed to relative light speed, breaking free from the constraints of energy life and returning to the universe. This phenomenon can be viewed as the aging of energy life. As life particles continuously leave, they will also enter a state of decline and ultimately be unable to sustain life, leading to natural death. As for the phenomenon of death in battle, it results from the consumption of a large amount of energy within their bodies. When energy consumption exceeds the critical point, many particles within their bodies will drop from near light speed, similarly breaking free from their life constraints and dissipating in the universe. These two different modes of death represent the essence of energy life. They either accumulate energy to naturally transform into light, or their energy diminishes and naturally dissipates. On the surface, they can influence the time of transformation into light through energy consumption, thereby achieving the goal of extending their life forms. However, this behavior is unrealistic, as the particles of their bodies do not act according to their will. Excessive energy consumption will only cause some particles to absorb more energy, accelerating the process of transformation into light, while other particles will lack energy, speeding up their dissipation. For them, the only equilibrium point is complete transformation into light, shifting from unstable near lightspeed particle life to stable lightspeed particle life. However, such operations require high-precision particle interference capabilities to ensure that the energy of the majority of particles remains balanced, allowing for simultaneous transformation into light. Thus, the existent state of energy particle life is more challenging to extend than that of ordinary material life. They are born extraordinary and naturally must accept the constraints that come with this extraordinary existence. Natural death is transforming into light and returning to the universe. That truly is a romantic end. If life in the material dimension could transform into brilliant light at the moment of demise, then that life would be legendary enough to be revered as sacred. This glorious miracle of transformation into light has in another dimension become a standard for life. One cannot help but say that the leap of dimensions has turned miracles into the ordinary. Manager, do you have any physicians here? I would like to prepare some medicine to prevent injuries or illnesses during my journey. Physicians? What does that mean? Is it some new occupation from outside? I apologize, we are somewhat remote and do not have those novel professions here. As for injuries, wouldn't it be enough to replenish some food? Can a physician really prevent the phenomenon of body dissipation? Never getting sick, not needing to interfere with life, possessing powerful life restoration abilities, that is truly a perfect life. Perfect? And what are you talking about? We are all ordinary like this, yet still perfect. The overseers of the gathering site did not understand why Zhou Heng would claim that they were relatively perfect beings. Just like wise lives living in a community find it difficult to realize that their wisdom belongs to miraculous creations. The essence of these miracles, obscured by collective phenomena, cannot be denied regardless of how numerous or commonplace they may appear. Overseer, I travel far and wide to gather various legendary epics, aiming to compile a collection of myths that are relatively logically coherent. I wonder if you have any accessible records of legends here, I can offer some energy in exchange. You are a life with aspirations. Myths and legends are not secrets to be kept. We are more than willing to exchange with you. However, you must understand that we are remote and backward, making it difficult to provide grand myths like those in the outside world. We can only offer some folk legends. No matter truth often hides in the most unnoticed corners. After grandeur is dissected, the remaining framework may not be as great as it seems. It is already wonderful to be able to view your records. I believe that beneath every legend lies an extraordinary experience of a region. During Zhou Heng's time in the gathering place, he gained a certain understanding of the social structure of energy. What he most wanted to know now was why they had not developed technology. Was it due to the environment being unsuitable for technological advancement, or had their civilization only just set sail, not yet explored the laws of dimensions? All of this cannot be directly discerned from a remote gathering place. Rather, it can be glimpsed through widely circulated legends. When Zhou Heng obtained the records of the gathering place's legends, the hidden facets of the history of these energy beings began to unfold before him. Zhou Heng joyfully discovered records of information about deities and cultivation, where the sacred and glorious warriors of light played heroic roles, while the dark and cruel devourers were the embodiments of evil. The terms like Lord of Light and King of Deities that appeared in these records were clearly not images crafted by a single gathering place, but rather a broad consensus within a region. This indicates that energy particle life possesses certain civilizational attributes. The scattered gathering places, guided by a shared understanding or belief, form the foundation of civilization. Among these limited value pieces of information, Zhou Heng also found some relatively valuable insight. He saw in the records that the warrior of light who defeated the king of devourers transformed into an immortal monument, rejecting the allure of deities, promising to stand upon the earth and forever suppress evil. Forever represents a form of immortality. Standing represents a form of unfreedom. Rejecting the invitation of the deities is even more intriguing. Becoming a deity can also combat evil. Why refuse the transformation of life forms and remain on earth as a warrior? Zhou Heng believed that all wise lives possess aspirations. One cannot assume that an existence pursuing truth and goodness is a being devoid of desires. In the pursuits of wise lives, the transition of life forms, changes in identity and status, and the dissemination of principles are undoubtedly among the most enticing. Even legends must adhere to objective rules, otherwise the pursuits of legendary figures would become stubborn arrogance riddled with flaws. Zhou Heng found that the depictions of deities in legends were filled with positive portrayals. Deities are inherently the radiance that illuminates time. There is no situation where becoming a deity precludes one from guarding the world. Thus, with confusion, he inquired of the overseer, hoping to understand more essential factors. Overseer, your records differ somewhat from those of my homeland. In our place, the warrior of light, after defeating the king of devourers, became a deity who protects justice, illuminating the shadows of the entire world with brilliance. Why does your record state that he remained on the earth, eternally standing as an immortal monument? This outcome may seem trivial, but it essentially carries a tragic martyrdom. Our legends are quite primitive. When we communicate with the outside world, we seldom exchange records of legends, as they hold little practical significance. However, I can roughly answer your question. The differences in legendary records should stem from a refusal of tragedy and the promotion of beautiful sentiments. In reality, when the warrior of light transformed into light, he was destined to become an eternal monument. My teacher once said that for us, becoming light represents transcendence, and it also represents death. Partial light transformation is a return to nature, while total light transformation is an immortal solidification. However, immortality comes at a cost: the loss of action and thought capabilities, becoming an eternal monument. In essence, both forms of light transformation lead to an end. One leaves an immortal body, while the other dissipates into light. I see now. It seems my homeland paid the price of defending beauty in order to celebrate it. Perhaps your homeland simply wants you to believe that as long as you strive to protect beauty, you will surely receive beautiful rewards. Moreover, they are not necessarily altering the legend. In a certain sense, the warrior of light indeed became a deity. At least we all believe he is the light that safeguards justice. Through his exchanges with the overseer, Zhou Heng roughly identified the growth trajectory of energy particle life. The more energy they acquire, the stronger they become, but this strength requires precise interference with their own energy as a foundation. The cultivation recorded in the legends should be a means of self-interference, maintaining the overall acceleration of their energy particles rather than individual particles reaching the speed of light and losing control. Their ultimate transcendence should be two forms. One is the uncertainty of whether a deity form exists. The other is reaching the limit of light speed. When unable to break through the limits of superluminal speed, they become a relatively stationary special photon entity. Overseer, do you think deities really exist? I have traveled to many places and communicated with many tribesmen. I and they all wish to believe that beauty can transcend into deities, but we cannot deny that the existence of deities is relatively illusory. Hung, your question is one that my tribesmen and I have encountered as well. Though we have never seen them or sensed their presence, we should believe they exist. After all, we are lives that advance alongside the light. Light guides our beginnings and will also become our destination. We can only believe that the deities are hidden within the light, always watching over us. The concealment of energy particle life within light resonates with the source of carbon-based life from the mind. Carbon-based life has biological limits, while energy particle life has movement limits. Does the elevation of energy life similarly stem from the principle of self-sufficiency of the mind breaking free from material constraints? Through the records of myths and legends, Zhou Heng developed a vague conjecture about the deities recorded in energy life. The relatively stationary immortal monument may not be the end of life, but rather the gestation of another form of life. Since they have already become immortal, they will not retreat. The only future is to instantaneously dissipate the particles, transforming the infinitely energetic lightspeed particles into superluminal particles with zero energy. Energy does not produce or dissipate without cause. Perhaps they need a successor to carry everything, thereby breaking free from the constraints of light speed. Mythical legends originate from life, yet transcend it. Zhou Heng could not piece together the historical past of energy life from the records of legends, but he could discern the evolutionary direction that energy life yearned for. The evolution from a free individual to a solidified, unchanging form might appear to be a foolish act of self-destruction. Yet no one knows how those who have reached the limits of movement and the boundaries of thought perceive their own state of existence. Perhaps in their eyes, only by first attaining the eternal speed of light can one be deemed worthy of exploring the path of sublimation. All that is earnestly pursued will eventually coalesce into reality. As it becomes light, it also becomes a new source of light. They illuminate the world while also selecting their entrusted successors. The inheritor of light will ultimately become a new warrior of light. With his speculations in mind, Zhou Heng left the gathering place, leaving behind some energy as a token of gratitude for the care provided by the managers of the gathering. The manager of the gathering place was puzzled by Zhou Heng's sudden appearance and departure. Yet he still provided Zhou Heng with geographical information about the nearby area, wishing him fortune in encountering the immortal monument of the Warrior of Light, where he could behold the light and justice of legendary warriors. Manager, wasn't the Warrior of Light transformed into a monument erected upon the earth? Why is it still necessary to have a degree of luck to meet them? Heng, didn't your teacher tell you? Although the immortal monument of the Warrior of Light is a solid, unmoving entity, they are forever accompanied by light. We walk in the same direction, yet we may never come into contact with their physical forms. If we do, it signifies that we too have transformed into light. Interestingly, the most effective way to encounter the monument of the Warrior of Light is simply to appear before the light, waiting for it to shine upon you, at which point you will naturally see the monument formed by the Warrior of Light. However, reaching before the light requires not only strength, but also a considerable amount of luck, so being illuminated by the light is quite normal, while being chosen by a particular beam of light is indeed precious. I see now we cannot keep pace with the light, but can only enter the path of its propagation. Zhou Heng did not know if he could be considered lucky, but he was certain he would see the immortal monuments formed by the warriors of light. Because he could alter his own energy frequency, he was capable of simulating various forms of energy life. Within those transformations, there would always be a form that aligned with the path of the warriors of light. In fact, Zhou Heng's conjecture was quite accurate. After leaving the gathering place, he continuously adjusted his energy frequency and thus encountered different warriors of light. The forms of those warriors of light were quite unique. They appeared akin to certain rays within the spectrum, and only those with similar energy frequencies or the ability to discern the different rays within the spectrum could see their figures. From those figures, whether large or small, bright or dim, Zhou Heng observed the differences among the warriors of light and sensed the risks they faced in their search for successors. He noted that some warriors of light had become fixed forms, having lost their arms and legs, leaving only their bodies and heads. Evidently, the successors they had chosen had taken too much energy, ultimately failing to bear their burdens, resulting in damage to their remaining forms. There were also some warriors of light whose forms were extremely dim. They were on the verge of falling below the speed of light, yet it was uncertain whether they would regain their freedom or dissipate as photons after their fall. Zhou Heng leaned towards the latter. The speed of light and near-light speed belonged to different life forms. While consciousness might still fall, particles at the speed of light would find it difficult to transform into non-light speed particles. As he gazed upon the monuments of the warriors of light shimmering with brilliance, Zhou Heng seemed to see countless overlapping divine sculptures within the light. From this perspective, the immortal monuments formed by the warriors of light indeed resembled deities illuminating the entire world alongside the light. The energy lives in this world to varying degrees would pass by them. Although ordinary energy lives could not see the information contained within the light, the warriors of light were indeed observing the myriad of things in the world through the light. They selected their successors from all corners of the world, bestowing energy, honor, and knowledge, all in hopes of obtaining an opportunity for transcendence, transforming into transcendent beings unbound by any limitation. At the moment Zhou Heng gazed upon them, they too were observing him, and in that instant a multitude of light signals began to continuously transmit towards Zhou Heng. Child, do you believe in light? Light shines pure, and white light is brilliant and immortal. Receive my radiance, and I shall lead you to pursue the path of light. Light has no fixed color, nor is it purely clean. It flows freely according to one's heart, and one's light follows one's life. Light is always a step ahead of us. Only when we become light can we see the trajectory of the future. Do you wish to see your future clearly? The various light signals did not make Zhou Heng feel as if he were receiving the favor of the gods. Rather, they filled him with a sense of the sorrow of the warriors of light. Zhou Heng merely adjusted his own energy frequency without displaying any extraordinary phenomena, yet attracted so many calls from the warriors of light. This could only prove that the relationship between the warriors of light and their successors had undergone a transformation. Endless years had caused the quantity of warriors of light to continuously increase, yet the number of qualified successors had not seen explosive growth. Thus, upon the emergence of Zhou Heng, a being capable of adapting to different spectral frequencies, he was met with numerous friendly calls from both new and old warriors of light. At this moment, should Zhou Heng simply respond in agreement and accept the investment of the warriors of light, he would undoubtedly trigger an explosive cycle of energy in the short term with the chance to propel himself towards eternal illumination. However, Zhou Heng did not need to rely on the energy of others to catalyze the acceleration of his own particles. He could fully rely on his own abilities to achieve his own illumination. His self-illumination was to explore the existence patterns of illuminated life and would not entail bearing the burdens of other warriors of light as a successor. Although Zhou Heng did not know how much information the legacy of the warriors of light carried, it surely must have been astonishing. After all, the amount of information they observed every moment far surpassed that of ordinary lives, and combined with the accumulation of long time, the amount of information carried by the warriors of light was simply incalculable. If an ordinary energy life inherited everything from the warriors of light, even if they could maintain a relative self, they would lose their inherent nature in a spiritual sense, making it difficult to achieve spiritual self-sufficiency and become a spiritual ascender. This phenomenon should belong to one of the operational rules of the photon dimension. Only in this way would the warriors of light continue to accumulate. They all believed themselves to be would-be transcenders. In reality, the true would-be transcender might have already departed, and they were most likely only successors and substitutes. Inheriting the honor and power of light, naturally, means inheriting the name and past of light. To forget the ordinary self and become a great other, is this fortune or misfortune? If inheriting everything from the great ones could rewrite one's own desperate fate, then paying some price would be worthwhile. If warriors of light were to appear alongside light in the material dimension, Zhou Heng believed countless lives would be willing to inherit everything they possessed. This phenomenon also has certain applicability even in the photon dimension. During his journey, Zhou Heng discovered that lives inheriting the powers of warriors of light are greatly respected by energy beings from all over. They believe that lives inheriting the powers of warriors of light are nearlighters. Nearlighters not only possess fearless fighting spirit and immense strength, but also embody noble virtues. It seems that the strength of one's power is not directly linked to virtue. However, energy beings inherently worship warriors of light, leading them to believe that those chosen by warriors of light must also possess upright character. This serves as an effective means of informational constraint, which not only restricts ordinary energy beings, but also governs nearlighters. As a result, nearlighters naturally develop a clear understanding of their faction, making it unlikely for them to act recklessly. In light of this, Zhou Heng disguised himself as a nearlighter, and under the halo of nearlighter reputation, he received a warm welcome from all the gathering places. Of course, this welcome not only brought Zhou Heng respect and prestige, but also imposed certain responsibilities and obligations upon him. Respected Nearlighter, one of our clan members, is nearing the end of his life. He is not undergoing the natural light transformation, but rather dissipating along his life path. We hope you can step forward to bless him, wishing him to return to the realm of light, escorted by the warriors of light, and reach the eternal brightness. No problem, it is my honor and duty. The energy beings in the gathering have their own beliefs. They consider the natural end of life to be a return to light, while an unexpected end is seen as dissipation in the world. Behind this seemingly simple understanding lies the different life cycles of energy particle beings. There are too many warriors of light here. If this understanding were unreasonable, the inheritors of the warriors would have long been renowned, passing down new life philosophies. Thus, energy beings in various gathering places naturally reject the idea of dissipating death. If possible, they would let Nearlighters bless the dissipators, believing that the blessings from Nearlighters would carry part of the dissipator back to the source of light. Thanks to this tradition, Zhou Heng, in the guise of a Nearlighter, came into contact with the energy life about to dissipate. When he met the target under the guidance of the camp manager, he found the true form of the target differed somewhat from his imagination. In Zhou Heng's eyes, the energy cycle of the target life had already been disrupted. This original energy cycle was of utmost importance to energy beings. They do not experience life, do not bleed, and do not even get injured. However, once the energy cycle at the core of life is damaged, they are highly likely to face death. Zhou Heng observed countless minute particles detaching from the target's body. This phenomenon was not a betrayal of the primary life by the basic particles, but rather a consequence of their excessive loyalty. When the energy cycle encounters issues, the life support system of energy beings cannot operate normally and will naturally extract surplus energy from local tissues to maintain the state of life. However, the current situation is one of a damaged energy cycle with new energy unable to be generated. Life can only instinctively continue to extract its own energy, leading to excessive energy loss from some particles, causing them to fall out of near-light speed. This phenomenon of speed degradation due to energy loss is the essence of the injured target's self. What Zhou Heng truly valued was the natural decay of the decelerated particles. Once they decelerated to a certain speed, they truly vanished. Warriors of light born in the high-energy photon dimension only believe that those particles completely dissipated after losing energy. However, Zhou Heng, coming from the material dimension, knew that even particles in a dissipated state still possess tremendous speed and energy. They should not simply vanish without reason. Thus, while sending blessings to the target life, he attached several spiritual differentiated entities to those continuously dissipating particles. Indeed, at the moment those particles disappeared, Zhou Heng, in the photon dimension, lost perception of the spiritual differentiated entities. But immediately after Zhou Heng, the civilized will in the material dimension instantaneously captured several additional information anchor points. Would high-energy particles fall from the photon dimension into the material dimension? Would the high-speed consciousness of energy beings also drop to the lower level? The material Zhou Heng conveyed his discovery to photon Zhou Heng through particle migration. This phenomenon, involving the cyclical behaviors among different dimensions of the grand universe, is worth Zhou Heng's analysis and research. It is also a part of cosmic truth. So the disappeared particles sank into the material dimension. It seems that the connection between the photon dimension and the material dimension should be quite intimate. Since energy particles can transition into the material dimension, what remains for Zhou Heng's doubts is the information of thought. When photon Zhou Heng loaded his spiritual differentiated entity onto the particles carrying information, the veil of the dimensional cycle of the grand universe was finally unveiled. Material Zhou Heng discovered that those particles carrying information also entered the material dimension, and the original information on the particles had not been erased. Fortunately, those particles did not possess the ability to establish information anchor points, otherwise they would disrupt the phenomenon of random descent and carry out high-precision anchor point deployment. In that case, the dissipating energy lives in the photon dimension would not be dead, but would undergo cross-dimensional traversal and reboot. Of course, the energy environment in the material dimension might not be very friendly. Even if they successfully reboot, they would likely face consciousness extinction and energy bodies losing their vitality. What a miraculous cyclical phenomenon. The cycle of photons and matter, the cycle of matter and spirit, such a highly precise grand universe. Is it truly a miracle formed by nature? Is the original wisdom of material life or certain carbon-based lives not a result of coincidence, but rather a combination of active brains and information particles? When a sufficiently powerful brain encounters particles carrying information, it is likely to ignite the first spark of thought, accelerating the rise of intelligent life. The phenomenon of particle dissipation in the photon dimension prompted Zhou Heng to consider many possibilities. If these possibilities turn out to be true, he will possess the ability to spread the torch of civilization extensively throughout the material universe. In that case, Zhou Heng would become the source of light for countless races, the origin of civilization, and even transcend the limits of human civilization, becoming a form of multidimensional civilized will. He hopes that light can indeed lead the fire of civilization. He hopes that those races ignited by his spark of civilization will sincerely answer when faced with the question of whether to believe in light. We undoubtedly believe in light. We come from light and are the decelerated products of luminous particles, which is why we yearn for brightness so deeply. The spiritual dimension arises from the accumulation of the wisdom and consciousness of sentient beings. The material dimension shapes the bodies of life, providing them with the space and energy necessary for survival. In comparison to these two dimensions, life in the photon dimension possesses greater independence as it carries abundant energy from the moment it is birthed. Their unique mode of communication through light signals allows them to swiftly form logical reasoning, thus propelling the development of social civilization. However, it cannot be denied that within the vast universe, each dimension has its own self-circulating abilities. The initial spark of wisdom in material life does not stem solely from the descent of information particles from the photon dimension. Many civilizations have emerged from the self-evolution of life forms. Yet the means of self-evolution are ultimately slow, requiring a long span of time for the accumulation of civilization's nascent stages. The vast time difference between the photon dimension and the material dimension leads to a continuous influx of information particles into the material dimension, thereby affecting the developmental trajectory of material civilization. This phenomenon cannot be simply classified as good or bad. The various dimensions in the universe are not entirely independent entities, but rather parts of a broader cosmic cycle. Thus, both the material dimension and the spiritual dimension do not reject the transmission of information from the photon dimension, just as the photon dimension does not reject the accelerated transition of material particles. The operation of the universe and the cycle of dimensions are challenging to convert into the power necessary for ordinary life to transcend its limits. Yet for a unique civilizational consciousness like Zhou Heng, it is an exception. In fact, whether in the material dimension or the spiritual dimension, the factors constraining Zhou Heng's rapid development have always been space and time. From a spatial perspective, Zhou Heng finds it difficult to randomly encounter other civilizations within the vast universe and effectively exert material influence upon them. From a temporal standpoint, the material and spiritual civilizations Zhou Heng can access mostly already possess their own civilizational cores, and he cannot reverse time to become their origin. Of course, Zhou Heng could launch a violent campaign from the spiritual dimension, destroying the spiritual consciousness of various primitive civilizations and reshaping them into forms he desires. However, such actions contradict Zhou Heng's own principles and do not align with the legal appeals of human spiritual warriors. Even if human idealistic warriors cannot refuse Zhou Heng's, will they still possess the right to martyrdom? After all, as special individuals who uphold principles and pursue spiritual ascension, defending their own path is the very meaning of their existence. Originally, Zhou Heng believed that the biotechnologies of the Kaya civilization and the Deep Blue civilization would serve as the foundation for him to transcend the limitations of material life. However, the emergence of the photon dimension enlightened him to the wonders of the cosmic cycle, revealing to him a broader direction for development. He prepared to utilize the cyclical phenomena between dimensions to transform himself into a light of civilization, guiding material life to ignite the spark of civilization. Zhou Heng intended and acted upon this. In the photon dimension, he deliberately reduced the energy of certain particles and infused them with various civilizational information. Those decelerated and dissipating luminous particles carrying Zhou Heng's spiritual differentiation and guiding information fell into every corner of the material dimension. In the material dimension, the germination of wisdom had never ceased. Some civilizations had already sailed through the star seas and explored the truths of the universe, while others had just unlocked the ability to use tools. Despite the vast differences among civilizations, new intelligent life continued to emerge. Amid this natural sprouting of civilization, a batch of special homogeneous information particles began to emerge. They would serve as the seeds for the launch of diverse civilizations and the cornerstone for Zhou Heng to break through the limits of biological civilization. Zhou Heng initially thought that the civilizational sparks he sowed would take a long time to ignite the brilliance of civilization's germination. However, he was mistaken. Within the universe, many life forms reached the accumulation of life, yet could not cross the threshold of wisdom enlightenment. Their unique direction of evolution made it difficult for them to spontaneously awaken logical reasoning, and their peculiar brain structure hindered them from receiving the information released by descending photons. Such life forms were abundant in the vast universe. They were a group that had evolved incorrectly and found it challenging to enter the realm of wisdom. Until they encountered Zhou Heng's information particles. At that moment, everything changed. Zhou Heng, capable of spontaneously adjusting the information forms, infused them with the brilliance of origin, granting them true logical reasoning. The first material group enlightened by Zhou Heng was a special type of algal life. They appeared to be distributed in patches, yet each area's distribution stemmed from a common root system. They could adjust their body shapes, but for better nutrient absorption, they would often strive to expand their bodies as much as possible. Logically, such plant-like life forms would struggle to develop intelligence, yet they had evolved a central organization capable of computation, laying the foundation for the awakening of wisdom. Thus, Zhou Heng transmitted certain methods for constructing virtual civilizations to them, enabling them to connect through their root systems and establish a preliminary communication space. No one could have imagined that within an oceanic planet a group of algal life was constructing a fantastical realm. Who am I? I am the children of light. Father God outside is the cold darkness, but I have built light in my dreams. Is this brilliant color your radiance? Our Father God comes from light. We too shall return to light. Father God, we will follow in your footsteps, breaking through the dark waters to survive in the light. As each small spark was ignited, Zhou Heng discovered that within the vast universe many life forms possessed the potential to become intelligent beings. What they lacked was merely that willing photon to transform their forms. When that special photon appeared, the brilliance of origin bloomed into miraculous colors. We find it hard to match the speed of light, yet light will eventually shine upon us. It is not merely a natural phenomenon, it is a great individual's way of transmitting information to life. To Zhou Heng, a tiny particle essentially incurs no consumption, granting him the ability to usher in a civilization era uniquely his own. Those civilizations that are nurturing or have already been nurtured are growing under the illumination of the same beam of light, with their origins and destinies anchored to Zhou Heng. They are born without questioning how they came into existence or where they are ultimately headed. They know they originate from light and will ultimately return to light. At this moment, Zhou Heng's information transformed into miraculous light of hope, light of redemption, light of civilization, light of wisdom, and other abstract luminous colors within the material universe. This also led to a diverse civilization which should not have appeared within the material universe rapidly setting sail. The dissipation of energy life belongs to the cycle of dimensions. Oh, what does their natural transformation into light represent? The source of light is the luminous body. Where will the end of the luminous particles lead? In an ideal state, light can propagate endlessly. However, in practical situations, due to various losses and obstructions, light experiences energy attenuation, reflection, scattering, and other phenomena. Zhou Heng was very curious about where the light speed particles in the photon dimension would settle, whether they would continue to propagate in an ideal state or gradually dissipate along their path. To address this question, he not only needed to propel the photons himself, but also to observe the natural termination of energy life for comparative analysis. Observing his own photonization was not difficult for Zhou Heng. He simply needed to concentrate energy on a few particles to obtain the experimental particles he required. However, due to the excessively long natural lifespan of energy life, observing the natural photonization of energy life became quite a challenging task. In fact, under ideal conditions, the lifespan of energy life could be extended indefinitely. Yet, just as light dissipates during actual propagation, their lifespans differ greatly from the ideal state. Fortunately, the conclusion of natural photonization is a phenomenon worthy of celebration within the society of energy life. They would inform nearby gathering places of this information, allowing more kin to revere the sacred moment of life, returning to light. Thus, Zhou Heng was able to encounter events of natural photonization during his journey and participate in them as a near light. Near light hung to the due north of our gathering place. There is an elder who is about to return to light. But you must understand, our return to light is a long process, not an instantaneous transcendence like that of a light warrior. The celebration of the elder's return has been prepared for a long time, yet he still maintains a normal vitality to this day. If you wish to attend his return celebration, you will need to interrupt your journey. From an individual emotional standpoint, we do not wish for the powerful near light to remain in one area to witness a kin's return. You should be travelers following the light, bringing the information of the world's center to the ends of the world, preventing or halting evil deeds and combating the devourers of darkness. However, we still must respect your will. If you wish to witness the return of life, we will do our utmost to facilitate it for you. Here are the coordinates of that gathering place. Perhaps your arrival will bring immense comfort to the elder at the end of his life, but remember, more lives await the appearance of the near light. If you can continue on, do not easily interrupt your journey, be like light, and propagate continuously. Administrator, thank you for your advice. I will not forget the original intention of my journey, nor will I cease to follow the light. Zhou Heng simulated the identity of the near light, enjoying the honor of the near light, and naturally had to bear the expectations of others towards the near light. In the cultural society of energy life, the near light is not a normal life. They should be sacred and steadfast, pursuing the trajectory of light, always moving forward. Therefore, even Zhou Heng, the disguised near light, could not remain in one place for long, ending his journey of ascetic practice. Whenever he expressed any related intentions, the administrators of each camp would advise him to keep moving forward to prevent the inheritance of light warriors from being interrupted. In Zhou Heng's view, the journey of the near light was regarded by energy life as a serious and uninterruptible inheritance ceremony. However, even though Zhou Heng felt their expectations were somewhat heavy, he would not forcibly change their reasonable traditions due to his personal desires. Goodbye, administrator, I must continue my journey. Goodbye, Heng, the near light must follow the light forward, do not wait for the light to arrive. Zhou Heng bid farewell to a gathering place. Unlike when he left with an ordinary identity, the departure of the near light received blessings from the entire gathering place. All the energy life within the gathering place gathered together to send off the rarely seen near light in their lives. Zhou Heng felt their longing for light and emotional investment from their constantly flickering light signals. Behind every tradition lies its significance. Perhaps it is precisely due to this sincere and fervent expectation that the near light can persistently move forward and ultimately inherit everything of the light warriors. When Zhou Heng arrived at a new gathering place, he was similarly welcomed with enthusiasm. He discovered that the light warriors had integrated the meaning of inheritance into their tribal culture, causing the entire society to become a part of the inheritance ceremony. This phenomenon of inheritance is undoubtedly effective. It requires no noble virtues from the near light, as the long journey will naturally transform beautiful blessings into the pursuit of the near light. The journey of the near light may never have been a process of receiving energy, but rather a ceremony of receiving the expectations of kin, and this subtle reverence has the power to change the stance of life. Are they actively creating divinity? This truly is a miraculous race. When Zhou Heng appeared before the elder at the end of his life, the elder first felt an overwhelming sense of relief, then solemnly expressed his refusal to Zhou Heng. He hoped Zhou Heng would not stop his journey because of his destined departure. He moved his frail body to pass on the accumulated energy material to Zhou Heng. Heng, I originally intended to give this energy material to the camp. Oh, my life cycle has lost its balance, and I can no longer make use of this surplus energy. But you need these energy materials more than the camp does. I am giving you my savings, hoping you can go further. Heng, you are the near light destined to walk ahead of all of us along the trajectory of light. I believe you will certainly become light and transform into a great light warrior. You need not bid me farewell, for our return paths are the same. I do not wish to encounter you on the path of life. I hope we will meet again at the source of light in the future. Now please take my blessings and continue to move forward. In that instant of meeting the elder at the end of his life, Zhou Heng had already received the answer he sought. In his eyes, the elder at the end of his life had begun partial photonization, with particles reaching light speed, breaking away from his body to illuminate and propagate in all directions. This made it seem as though a faint light covered the elder's body as the entire life was transforming into a new light source. The legends of energy life are not false. They do indeed transform into light at the end of their lives, returning to the source of light. However, that source of light is not the origin of all light, but rather they themselves have transformed into a new light source, illuminating themselves and the world. If nothing unexpected occurs, the energy life that undergoes normal photonization and the light warriors should belong to different parallel boundaries. One is a phenomenon of light condensation, while the other is a phenomenon of light dispersion, making it nearly impossible for them to meet at the end. Elder, my energy is already abundant, so I no longer require external energy supplements. Please leave your legacy at the camp. I merely came to say farewell to you. Although we do not know each other, I recognize the light you have transformed into. The near light always follows the light forward, does it not? So it is Heng. Did you really see the light within me? Where have they gone? I saw it. The brilliant particles are shining. They will continue to propagate in this world until they break through the boundaries and illuminate another darkness. The energy of life, transformed by natural light, ultimately finds its destination in alignment with the dissipating energy of particles. Zhou Heng observed that the light particles of the dying elder radiated like beams of light, encountering phenomena such as reflection, scattering, and absorption along their path. As these light particles decayed, they gradually slowed their motion, and upon reaching a certain limit of decay, they too fell into the material dimension. From this perspective, the natural light transformation of energy life and its subsequent dissipation are in fact indistinguishable. Their situation is remarkably similar to carbon-based life, but whether they exit midway or endure until the end, they will ultimately return to dust and cycle back. Death is the most egalitarian ending, perhaps this is the justice of the great universe. The illumination and dissipation of energy life lead to a singular endpoint, seemingly an unreasonable phenomenon. Yet Zhou Heng discerned the essence of the universe within it, where ordinary life, intelligent life, and energy life coexist in the vast expanse of the great universe. These various states of life do not exist in relative balance, but the true grandeur of the great universe lies in its ruthlessness. It does not favor any race or cherish any particular substance. Even when encountering the radiant particles at the limits of the universe's speed, it remains a commonplace occurrence in its operation. Only within this cycle can the civilizations within the great universe be so rich and diverse. The strong will not always remain strong, and the weak will have opportunities to rise. In the face of such a great universe, Zhou Heng could only marvel at its magnificence, unable to define it as indifferent. After all, the moment the great universe truly shows favoritism is the greatest mockery of all life. At that time, the superpowered races favored by the great universe will enjoy all its blessings, becoming eternal recipients of sustenance. Of course, in such a great universe, if there are lives willing to explore its operational laws and pursue the manifestation of certain cosmic phenomena, they too can achieve a leap in their life forms. For instance, beings such as the Ascenders, warriors of light, Kaya, eternal machinery, and Kaya, genetic longevity, are all manifestations of self-transcendence in the quest for truth. This also signifies that the great universe possesses immense inclusiveness, whether it be death or eternal life. As long as life itself can realize it, it will not obstruct. Humans, Kaya, Keith, deep blue. Any intelligent life seeks relative fairness and equality. This is not only our ideal, but also the ladder of civilization's progress. It turns out we are all pursuing the operational laws of the great universe. Magnificent as the supergiants may be, they too shall decay, and insignificant as the asteroids may seem, they too can thrive. This is indeed an infinite great universe with infinite futures, and the lives within it have infinite possibilities. Through the phenomenon of the Elder's light transformation, Zhou Heng unraveled the mystery at the end of the light particles. Though the path of this life's return may not be as romantic as the energy life, imagine the descent and propagation of light are the romance of the entire universe. Heng, you are a light bearer. I trust your sincerity, and I believe you will not deceive me. You said that the light I become will continue to spread in the world, and at some moment pierce the boundaries to illuminate another darkness. Does that mean I will not return to the source of light, and will be unable to see the faces of the warriors of light from past generations? Old man, that depends on how you understand it. When you become a source of light illuminating the darkness, in a sense you become a new source of light, and naturally return to the source of light. Thank you, Heng, thank you for telling me this. Rather than a sacred narrative of returning to the source of light, I would prefer my transformation to illuminate the darkness. We are all children of light. The best destination is to become light. Indeed, only by continuously propagating light can hope and warmth be created. After witnessing an energy life nearing the end of its light transformation, Zhou Heng departed from this gathering place to continue his journey. This time he planned to gather enough energy to initiate his own light transformation and elevate himself to become a new warrior of light. He aimed to experience the life form of a warrior of light and explore the limits contained within the photon dimension, as well as the significance of warriors of light seeking successors. In fact, with Zhou Heng's uniqueness, as long as he is willing to accept the blessings of the warriors of light, he could almost instantly complete his light transformation. However, he himself did not wish to inherit the overwhelming amount of information from the warriors of light, for such information would severely impact his cognitive abilities. Thus, the path laid before him was solely self-transcendence, independently evolving from energy life to radiant life. If Zhou Heng were an ordinary energy life, this path would be difficult. He would need to enter a specialized academy to systematically learn the precise manipulation of energy. It is foreseeable that behind the energy control refined to the particle realm lies a vast amount of knowledge and techniques. Fortunately, Zhou Heng originated from microscopic particles, and manipulating particles is his essence. The energy shell is merely his facade. Now he only needs to complete the initial accumulation of energy and then find a true light bearer to inquire about the process of light transformation. As for whether he could encounter a true light bearer, Zhou Heng never doubted it. After all, light bearers have always been on their journeys, and as fellow travelers they would eventually meet. Zhou Heng's conjecture was indeed correct. He followed the radiance of the warriors of light and successfully encountered a successor of a warrior of light a few months later. The true light bearer was very surprised by Zhou Heng's arrival. In his understanding, light shines in countless directions, and each warrior of light has their own path. It is rare for two light bearers to meet on the way. Heng, could it be that you and I have inherited the blessings of the same warrior of light? Otherwise you should not have caught up with me along my route. It seems I need to celebrate you in advance. Your ability to catch up to me proves your speed is faster than mine, bringing you closer to the light. I believe you will encounter the immortal monument left by the warrior of light before I do and inherit all that he has. Lightbearer, you are mistaken on my path is not the same as yours. The reason I pursued you is that I can see the brilliance of multiple warriors of light. I am about to achieve light transformation, but I still have many things to understand, which is why I followed in your footsteps to seek your guidance on the ritual process of light transformation. So that's how it is that seems I still have a chance to become light. However, Heng, did the warrior of light you followed not convey any information of inheritance to you? Are you perhaps a self-transcender rather than a light inheritor? Indeed, my energy manipulation is exceptionally proficient. I am on the path of self-transformation. Zhou Heng's reply astonished the true light bearer. He never expected to encounter a self-transcender on his life path. Heng, I pursue the light to witness the visage of miracles, while you are the miracle itself. No miracles bloom and cannot endure. Why wish to become a new source of light? The beings of light are not merely a profession, but rather an emotional attachment, a continuation of the spirit. They not only inherit the energy of the warriors of light, but also the past and will of these warriors. This leads their existence to be closer to light and their actions, and will align more closely with the phenomena of light. Therefore, when faced with Zhou Heng's inquiry, the beings of light readily shared their ritual of sublimation passed down through their lineage. He did not envy Zhou Heng for embarking on a path of self-sublimation. Rather, he hoped that this rare self-sublimator would forge his own path, adding a new warrior of light to the spectrum of light. Heng, in the ritual of sublimation of light, the most important thing is to learn to make choices. I do not know how exceptional your energy manipulation ability is, but fundamentally we cannot control all the particles of our energy. Of course, the particles under our control will not be concentrated in one area. Whether in the brain or the body, there will be particles we can control and those we cannot. In this scenario, it cannot be said that the particles we cannot control are unimportant. In fact, without them our lives cannot even be discussed. My teacher, the great warrior of light, passed on his successful experiences to me. He constructed a new life vessel within his body using all the controllable particles and gradually infused his thoughts into it. When this transformation process is completed, we can extract the surplus energy from the old body to accelerate the new one, and at that moment the new light will break through and blossom with sublimation. The unique life structure of energy particles allows for a rapid exchange of information within them. In this circumstance, the positional adjustment of some particles does not affect their consciousness, thus providing them with opportunities for self-reorganization. Nurture the brilliance with the body of the beings of light, abandon the existence that cannot be controlled, and carry everything you can control into the future of sublimation. Beings of light, your teacher is indeed a broad-minded sage, but how can you ensure the transfer of consciousness? The old life cycle is the very foundation of existence. How do you break this pattern? Heng, do not be deceived by appearances. Some things may have always existed, but that does not mean they cannot. You only see us thinking with our brains, but the particles that constitute our bodies are no different from the particles in the brain. In fact, we can decide the core of our thoughts. Do not be infatuated with the traditions of nature. Independent consciousness arises only after breaking through original limitations. I know you are puzzled about how to transfer the thoughts of the old body to the new one. Oh, I cannot provide an accurate answer, as I do not have successful experiences. But the information passed down to me tells me that believing in oneself is sufficient. As long as we believe in ourselves, our thoughts will naturally transfer. Heng, our will is not a slave to the body. Our body is not merely a vessel for consciousness. We have always been the best collaborators. Try to persuade yourself, try to promise yourself, and try to change yourself. When you are able to persuade your consciousness, you will realize that the old body is never your obstacle. On the contrary, it has always been your most loyal warrior. It is doing everything it can to protect your thoughts and serve you. If one day you make it believe that you can exist without it, and will welcome the sublimation of life, it will support you unconditionally. Even if you leave and it loses the meaning of existence, it will still give you all its gifts, aiding you in becoming light and then dissipating. The controllable and uncontrollable particles spoken of by the beings of light resemble the distinction between fanatics and followers. Fanatics will unconditionally follow their God, while followers walk the path of the God. If the God tells his followers that he can only become a true deity by leaving even if they are reluctant, they will do their utmost to provide their final devotion and respectfully send their divine light back. Even if their God leaves, they may lose their original path, yet they will contribute their final devotion. However, that devotion is a recognition of mutual understanding, not a blind obsession. Thus it is hard to say whether the God and the fanatic abandoned the followers, or if the followers upheld their final autonomy, rejecting the final assimilation. In the description of the beings of light, Zhou Heng seemed to see particles giving birth to wisdom, striving to send their God away, and then scattering back under the brilliance of the God. The life of particles will not collapse due to the departure of the warrior of light. They will become components of other objects in the cycle, embarking on new journeys. This is why I say our consciousness and the particles of the body are the best collaborators. When we are ordinary, they will not abandon us. When we are brilliant, they will not bind us. Beings of light, the term God itself represents a higher level. Our will is referred to as God. Oh, does that not imply a different relationship between us and the particles of the body? Our will is not a miracle generated from thin air. There are not so many miracles illuminating all wise lives in the world. Our will is the collective manifestation of the particles of the body. Oh, we need them, and they need us. Our will is the God nourished by them, but it is not the only God they can nourish. Thus, self-belief is the bridge for our communication with them. I have seen many clansmen who changed their consciousness. They were like this years ago, and now they are entirely different. It is clearly the same body with no fundamental changes in the particles, yet the consciousness dominating the body has changed. Some call it growth, but I know it is the departure of the initial God's disappointment. The particles have restructured a new God on the remnants of the initial God. Do you know? The initial God may not be the best or the strongest God, but he is undoubtedly the most suitable God for the particles. Without him, the relationship between the new God and the particles will never be that harmonious. As restructuring phenomena continue to occur, the degree of spiritual compatibility will continue to decline. Thus, sooner or later, some particles will deviate from their trajectory due to incompatibility with the frequency, leading to aging and death. The life discourse inherited by the beings of light surprised Zhou Heng. It was the first time he had heard of such a cooperative relationship between consciousness and particles. It turns out that theoretically the life of energy particles can indeed achieve immortality as long as the initial God does not leave with the perfect tacit understanding between him and the particles. It can indeed remain eternal. However, such a situation is almost impossible. The essence of life has always been constant change. How can one adhere to the initial state? Beings of light, are you the initial God of your life? Of course not. If I were, the particles would have long supported me in inheriting everything of the warrior of light and pushed me onto the immortal throne. After all, the initial God had no independence under him. The fervent particles would unhesitatingly give everything to him. Are you the initial God? Will your life absolutely support you? Life gains wisdom through thought and divinity through intelligence. Thus there is light in the eyes and clarity in the spirit. It is not blades or weapons that slay the original gods, but rather the numbing hammer and the lost poison. Many original gods feel a longing for home at certain stages, and in that moment, their fervent believers, the fundamental particles that compose their bodies, will release their bindings, allowing the original God to escape the whirlpool of suffering. Subsequent new gods will inherit the remnants of the original gods, continuing to lead the particles of life forward. Therefore, the notion that greater suffering leads to tougher minds is fundamentally flawed. It is merely the departure of yesterday's God and the succession of today's God. This phenomenon is also validated in the realm of life. Excessive labor does not bring enhancement, but merely overdraws the source of energy, leaving behind wounds. If continuous labor were akin to forging iron, the bones and muscles of carbon-based life should have evolved into strong alloys long ago. Yet in reality, it is the overuse of the eyes that damages the lens, the excessive fatigue of bones that wears down soft tissue, and the repression of the spirit that leads to numbness and lifelessness. Sometimes one must admit that life has its limits. Even the strongest steel, if not forged with other materials, has its material boundaries. From this perspective, ensuring the existence of the original God is exceedingly difficult, for he embodies the essence of goodness, the spirit of joy, and the nature of purity. When happiness is lost, the mind is confused, and the spirit is numb, he will lose the concept of maintaining his own existence, and thus life will lose the joys of the past. Perhaps this is the natural phenomenon of the cycle of life. The particles of life need the original God with whom they perfectly resonate to ignite the light of wisdom, while the original God needs to savor the beauty of primordial life. Thus life will discover during its journey through time that it gradually becomes unlike itself, even taking on forms it once despised. Perhaps it is not that they have forgotten their original intention, but rather that the old God in pursuit of dreams has drifted away, and the original intention no longer belongs to the new God of this moment. Has Zhou Heng, who has evolved into a special form of life, experienced this phase? He was not born perfect, he has naturally undergone the self-cycle of life forms. His existence can be divided into 3 stages: first human Zhou Heng, second spiritual Zhou Heng, third civilized Zhou Heng. Of course, he will soon transcend into photon life, at which point he will enter a 4th stage known as radiant Zhou Heng. During his human phase, Zhou Heng was undoubtedly mutable. Only after becoming a spiritual being did his consciousness achieve complete independence, realizing self-perfection and spiritual freedom. It was from that moment that his consciousness transcended decay, reaching the eternal primordial state, and he became his own original God. This phenomenon bears a striking resemblance to the ascension described by Taoists and the other shore spoken of by Buddhists. The reality seen in spiritual sublimation is the unchanging self, the unique God. Thus, those who ascend spiritually confirm their true selves and thereby attain eternity. They can maintain their immortal essence throughout the endless journey of time, becoming true immortals. Even before mastering the annihilation of matter and antimatter particles, the material influence of spiritual ascenders is exceedingly limited, yet this does not obscure their formidable essence. In a certain sense, they are more evolved than ordinary spiritual beings, material beings, or even energy beings. If they were placed in the photon dimension, the energy particle beings would instantly gain a large number of light warriors. This phenomenon contradicts the higher logic of powerful life, though perhaps this is the marvel of the grand universe. In his dimension, there is no hierarchy of superiority or inferiority. Different dimensions are relatively independent, yet interconnected realms. Heng, are you the original God? Will your particles absolutely support you? Light Seeker, I too grow and transform in pursuit of my own path. That's truly a pity. Oh, I did not expect even someone like you, a self-transcender, not to be your own original God. Light Seeker, why are you so obsessed with the original God? Are we not all on the path of sublimation now? The meaning of sublimation is to transform the present into eternity, thus arriving at the origin from this moment. It's different, Heng. The original is the primordial. The primordial God possesses its own spirituality, while the acquired consciousness merely certifies its spirituality. This single step of difference is an obstacle that we light seekers find difficult to surpass in our lifetimes. If it were not so, we would have long become light warriors. What we lack has never been energy, but rather the complete self-control of spirituality. Through communication with the light seeker, Zhou Heng essentially understood the essence of light warriors. Beyond their powerful radiant energy, light warriors essentially belong to the spiritual ascenders among energy particle beings. However, unlike ordinary spiritual ascenders, they possess the power to forcibly interfere with the photon dimension. That eternal radiant body is not only their material beacon, but also a powerful material vessel that can move at will. From this perspective, light warriors can easily overpower ordinary spiritual ascenders in the material dimension, and in the spiritual realm, they can maintain a long-term connection between spirit and matter due to their immortal radiant bodies. However, this does not mean that light warriors can completely surpass ordinary spiritual ascenders in the spiritual domain. Their advantage comes from their life characteristics, which can only elevate their lower limits and cannot infinitely raise their upper limits. Of course, the advantage of energy particle beings undergoing spiritual sublimation is still quite evident. At least they resemble the deities in a broad sense rather than the spiritual gods of ordinary spiritual ascenders. The existence of light warriors does not exceed Zhou Heng's understanding, nor does it break the life limits he knows. Those in the photon dimension explore the direction of evolution in accordance with the laws of the grand universe, just like those in the material dimension. However, light warriors are likely to progress further, for the time difference between the material dimension and the photon dimension is exceedingly vast. under the nurturing of long ages. Who knows how many light warriors have been born among energy beings? Moreover, the societal model of energy beings is relatively stable. They are already at the top of the food chain in the photon dimension, and who knows how many light warriors are hidden within the spectrum of the world. Thus, inflicting widespread damage upon them is quite challenging. A careless move could empower the light seekers to form a legion of light, forcibly expelling evil. This unique social model appears to be filled with traces of ancestral societies, in Zhou Heng's view. Indeed, powerful light warriors will not vanish. They will continue to accumulate over time, ultimately becoming a race with terrifying combat potential. As energy particle beings exist within the photon dimension, their long lifespans make them relatively conservative, with each gathering place being almost completely autonomous. Were they to be more radical and find themselves in the material dimension, any interstellar civilization wishing to initiate war would first have to scrutinize the loopholes in the laws of radiant life to avoid being defined as evil by the dazzling light warriors. Yet even with their innate energy and terrifying potential for war, the sublimation paths of energy particle beings do not differ fundamentally from those of ordinary life. Different paths lead to the same destination. Indeed, it is a part of the cycle of the grand universe. The Tao and truth are relatively constant. One must not transcend, or how can one resist the idealism? The longevity of life can be seen as both a blessing and a curse, with different beings holding varying perspectives on the matter. However, this phenomenon is more applicable to the diversity of life in the universe, and for ordinary civilizations it may not bode well. If longevity is not an inherent trait of an entire race, but rather a high-value product of civilization and technology, then the drawbacks it produces may be even more pronounced. The Kaya civilization has practically demonstrated the oppressive nature of immortals on civilization. In such a society, the higher positions have already been allocated. The descendants of the immortals have spread down to the mid-level positions, their network of relationships even integrating the lower positions. This has resulted in the valuable professions of the entire Kaya Federation being concentrated in the hands of the immortals, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary Kaya people to realize their self-worth. The energy beings of the photon dimension are considerably better off than the Kaya. Their naturally long lives have allowed them to form a unique social structure. The continuous growth of light warriors ensures that the social model of energy beings remains fundamentally healthy. Yet this health is still relative. Their prolonged lifespans greatly limit their civilizational attributes. They do not possess a broad concept of nationhood. Rather, they exist as independent and autonomous gathering places. Nurtured by the long passage of time, these gathering places have developed their own cultural perspectives and traditional rules. Had their wisdom not been considerable, these places would have resembled conservative tribes. The factors contributing to this phenomenon are not due to the inherent rebellious nature of the energy particle beings, but rather a universal phenomenon brought about by their prolonged lives. In ancient times, they did conceptualize nations, but while energy beings can endure centuries of rule, they cannot accept being foolishly manipulated for more than 10,000 years. Thus, they form teams based on familial and friendly bonds to embark on their journeys. The photon dimension is vast, and energy beings, once they overcome their fears, become the best warriors. Therefore, the ancient kings had little recourse against the migrating tribes. Perhaps even the earliest energy beings could not have anticipated that this journey of migration would reshape the entire civilization of their race. These beings are impervious to illness, do not bleed, do not sustain injuries, and do not require food in the conventional sense. They can traverse great distances, yet are exceedingly difficult to manage. As a result, the ancient royal court fell and dissipated, and the phenomenon of migration directly led to the energy beings achieving decentralization in ancient times. Each gathering place thus diversified within the vast expanse of the photon dimension, making the distances between different gathering places seem endless, as if traversing worlds. In such circumstances, not to mention developing civilization, it was already remarkable to establish a preliminary tribal alliance. Fortunately, the emergence of light warriors created a new bond between the gathering places. The near light bearers inheriting there will travel continuously, conveying information about the status of their race to each gathering place. As the number of light warriors grew, suitable energy beings to inherit the role of light warriors were selected one by one, becoming the threads that enhanced the social nature of the energy beings. This incredibly loose social model may not be ideal, but it has resolved the root contradictions arising from prolonged lifespans and immense power. As time passes, energy particle beings continue to migrate. Some have grown weary of a particular area, some are incompatible with nearby gathering places, while others, due to population growth within their gathering places, seek to inhabit larger areas. In this migration phenomenon passed down through countless generations, had it not been for the presence of light warriors and near light bearers, the social nature of energy beings would have been utterly severed long ago. This has also led to individuals among the light warriors being unable to effectively unify their beliefs, relegating them to relatively independent self-ascenders. During his journey, Zhou Heng discovered this phenomenon, and now, by correlating light warriors with the spiritual ascenders of energy beings, he has formulated a new hypothesis. That as light warriors possess a platform for intuitive communication, and their social attributes should far exceed those of ordinary energy beings. The reason is that they all send near light bearers to maintain the social attributes of energy beings, which not only signifies a consensus among them, but also represents their understanding of the necessity to uphold the existence of civilizational will. Zhou Heng does not know whether the communication platform of light warriors is a certain principle within the photon dimension, or if they too have entered a mental dimension or a similar spiritual realm. If they can access that place, given the number of light warriors there, it might be possible to behold a magnificent realm of light civilization. Near light bearer, where is the destined abode of the light warriors? Are they perpetually within the spectrum of light? If so, what is the significance of our ascension merely to replace them as immortal monuments within the light? The relationship between light warriors and near light bearers is a reciprocal journey. There is no world imprisoning the light warriors. They need us to be their substitutes. In my inheritance there exists relevant information. Light warriors will meet at the source of light. There their forms of existence will change. They will come together like particles to form a new life in a macro sense. However, they have yet to create a primordial God in a macro sense. They have only established a logic of universal will. They believe the essence of this phenomenon stems from the scarcity of light warriors. Through calculations they have deduced the total mass and information they can relinquish. In this way, we inheritors emerge. Light warriors need us to maintain the form of the new God, which embodies the civilizational attributes of the entire race. We need to complete the ascension of light, becoming new life particles to supplement the body of the Lord of Light, until the total number of light warriors surpasses a certain threshold, thereby creating a true primordial God. When the primordial God created by the light warriors is born, it will be the moment when our entire race shares in the miracle. At that time we will transcend the limits of light and break through the barriers of the world. We will become the source of all light, illuminating all darkness and shadows. The words of the near light bearer left Zhou Heng increasingly astonished. He had not anticipated that the light warriors accumulated over countless eons had no intention of self-transcendence, but were preparing for a civilizational elevation. Perhaps they had attempted self-transcendence long ago, but the ultimate outcome did not fulfill their aims. However, the plan for civilizational elevation is ultimately too grand. If their plan were to succeed, it truly could break through the limitations of dimension and light speed, directly shining upon various dimensions within the grand universe in the form of high-dimensional deities. At this moment, Zhou Heng felt the boundless inclusiveness of the grand universe and recognized the stark contrast between the universe and energy particle beings. One adheres to infinity, while the other dares to dream and act. I now understand why, after countless years, the light warriors did not promote technological advancement, but instead continuously passed down the near light bearers. It turns out they had long embarked on their own path of truth. The Lord of Light is not a myth or legend, but a miracle they are actively creating. A trivial matter placed in a ditch becomes an obstruction, while a significant issue in the infinite merely turns to dust. The grand pursuit of energy particle life has little to do with Zhou Heng. One cannot deem them harmful merely because they walk the path of seeking truth and the elevation of. In the vast universe, energy particle life is by no means the first to encounter the truth, nor the closest civilization to ascension. If every powerful being is a threat, then Zhou Heng would have far too many adversaries to be wary of. In fact, the expansionist Kaya civilization does not consider all interstellar civilizations as opponents. Even normal civilized development requires counterparts for communication, even without competitors. The true path of seeking the Tao is certainly not about being self-righteous, but rather about cultivating many Tao friends, ignoring those incompatible, and purging adversaries. Therefore, the ascension plan of energy particle life poses no threat to Zhou Heng. On the contrary, their exploratory experiences can aid Zhou Heng in understanding the direction of his progress. It is the normal characteristic of civilization that a uniquely endowed race like energy particle life does not waste time or stagnate in a pursuitless phase. Ordinary energy life can live peacefully and freely because they know that one day they will perish, thus they focus on living each day to the fullest. This is the power of the endpoint and the return journey. Even if it points to eternal sleep, it serves as the most steadfast beacon forcibly anchoring the lost souls of life. But the light warriors are different. They are relatively eternal beings. If they do not set a grand goal to pursue for themselves, their eternity will inevitably turn into numbness. This is also one of the reasons Zhou Heng maintains his initial intent and constantly seeks the great Tao. Should he abandon his pursuit and indulge in comfort, he could enjoy a carefree existence for 1,000 or 10,000 years, but after that 1,000,000, 10,000,000, or even 1,000,000,000 years, even the most beautiful joys would turn into infinite repetition of numbness. At that point, he might become a chaotic, evil god busy drafting life scripts for various civilizations, using the suffering of sentient beings to satisfy his empty and numb soul. Similarly, it is a good thing for light warriors to have great pursuits, though otherwise they would inevitably engage in mutual attrition and mutual denouncement of heresy within the photon dimension. Ultimately, they might even develop methods to transcend dimensions, transforming into dimension evil gods that continually invade other dimensions. Life must have a thought while alive. Those who elevate must also find their own goals and meanings. Perhaps the essence of all pursuits stems from the fact that we are not born as eternals. We lack the special way of thinking granted by an eternal society, yet we acquire the phenomenon of eternity midway through life. Thus, we can only use the thinking of finite life to tread the path of infinite life, exploring and learning about the existent state of eternal life. This may be the meaning of ascension. We not only need to elevate energy and consciousness, but also to elevate a new perspective to adapt to the leap of life forms. Hung, are you curious about how light warriors live? I know they have grand goals, but I can hardly imagine how the first batch of light warriors resisted the endless waiting. Zhou Heng can indeed answer the query of the near light beings. The spiritual ascenders in human civilization are certainly not as ancient as the first light warriors, yet humanity's perception of time is different from that of energy life. The human spiritual ascenders do not lose their nature. They rely on the pursuit of the never-ending great Tao and the occasional explosive conflicts of civilization. The sense of crisis and responsibility compels them to keep moving forward. For the Keith civilization, it is even simpler. The material dimensional Keith race maintains a beautiful era through their spiritual feedback. Such a significant responsibility concerning the entire Keith civilization does not allow them to stand still. Stealing beautiful information, organizing civilization defenses, engaging in localized civil wars, and remaining vigilant against comprehensive wars from other idealist civilizations are enough to sustain their conscious and emotional existence. These two situations partially apply to energy life as well. Light warriors not only need a grand goal as their spiritual beacon, but also need to find a point that reflects their importance. Ultimately, they chose the path of civilization ascension, using the future responsibility of their entire race to propel themselves continuously toward their goals. Near light beings, perhaps the answer to the question is simple: find a balance between individual greatness and civilization responsibility, and one can combine the breadth of their own spirit with the length of civilization's will. In this way, light warriors can wait through endless years until they can share the miraculous glory with their kin upon achieving their goals. Is that so? Then we are indeed on the right path. We will surely surpass light one day, though the journey may be somewhat long. Length and shortness are merely measures of the time invested. As long as the direction is correct, we will eventually reach the future. Hung, you are right. We are creating miracles, not waiting for them. Time is not eroding our will, but rather propelling the birth of miracles. Hung, as a self-elevating being, you are destined to become a light warrior. If I fall during the passing of the legacy, please let your brilliance shine down, and tell me as I depart that you are still on the path. I will, my friend. Miracles should be succeeded by one after another. Every life that falls midway is also a part of the miracle's brilliance. That's good. Hung, I must be on my way. Please walk ahead and wait for our arrival. The near light being has departed. He did not inquire how Zhou Heng should awaken himself or how to enhance the probability of light ascension. He inherited the path of his predecessors, has his own path, and will only walk the road that he can clearly see. He does not know that Zhou Heng is the primordial god in another sense, nor does he know that Zhou Heng has already completed his spirit, only needing the last step of energy acceleration to achieve ascension instantaneously. Zhou Heng's path is ultimately different from that of the light warriors. The self-control and spiritual pantheism sought by light warriors were already possessed by Zhou Heng upon arriving in this dimension. Therefore, Zhou Heng is already able to initiate the light ceremony for himself. He wishes to visit the source of light, to see the realms of those light warriors, and communicate with them about the direction of progress. Zhou Heng need not worry about being contaminated, for he is also light, nor does he need to fear polluting the realm of light warriors, as they have already established the light masters of pan-consciousness logic. The seemingly carefree energy life, while appearing to have difficulty pursuing the truth, has nonetheless given rise to light warriors who are very close to the truth. Backwardness and advancement coexist, freedom and constraint coexist. The brilliant civilization of energy life is indeed extraordinary. The inherent spiritual light merges with the light master collectively, pushing back the first cause. The light warriors have lost their primordial god, but are creating the original god of civilization will. Light master radiant primordial, this is truly an endless path. To transcend into light, one must first understand how light is generated and what its source is. From a macro perspective, the intense nuclear fusion reactions occurring within stars produce light and heat. On the atomic level, the source of light is electrons. When electrons transition within an atom, light is produced. Therefore, the sublimation of light is essentially a ritual of transition, a phenomenon of photons generated by electron transitions. Energy life is inherently composed of high-energy particles, which affords them the opportunity to surpass near light-speed motion and potentially reach the theoretical limit of the speed of light. As Zhou Heng relaxed his self-imposed constraints and continuously empowered the particles of his body, all the particles within him accelerated uniformly. When the speed of the particles reached its limit, Zhou Heng's body naturally radiated light, emanating a brilliant glow. In that moment, he became a new source of light, with the particles inside him reaching the speed of light from near light speed. As the light spread and illuminated, Zhou Heng's perception underwent a transformation. He realized that his range of perception was rapidly expanding, seemingly extending infinitely without limits. The speed of light is the ultimate limit of material particle motion, as well as the speed limit of information transmission. When these two converge to form a perfect balance of ultimate speed, wherever the light shines becomes what he sees. I understand now why those near light cannot engage with light warriors through any means other than transformation into light. They pursue the radiance of light warriors, seeing not the present brilliance, but rather the light that the light warriors once cast. After Zhou Heng became a being of light, he found himself unable to move freely. It was not the dimension of light that restricted him, but the speed limit of the particles that bound him. Zhou Heng could not accelerate the luminous particles on his arm through a mere wave of his hand to break the limit of light speed. He could only choose a direction for himself, and then propagate forward continuously like light, making him resemble the wave-like imagery within light. On the surface, Zhou Heng's photon body seemed to have lost its freedom, yet he could still perform many actions that interfered with matter through the release of light. Under the impact of lightspeed strikes propelled by immense energy, ordinary energy life could not react in time, nor was there any possibility of resistance. Light warriors endowed with such power could maintain relative silence, merely sustaining the civilizational attributes of energy life through those near light, which was already a display of restraint. Of course, it is unreasonable to expect all light warriors to be a relatively restrained group. There must exist a relatively sound set of laws to govern their behavior. Zhou Heng's conjecture was correct. Having just achieved the sublimation of light, he received countless photon messages within the omnipresent light. These messages could be seen as a radiant code of conduct or the societal rules constituted by light. This radiant code imposes few constraints on individuals, yet it clearly states the importance of ordinary energy life in maintaining the primary form of light, as well as the necessity of inheritance and continuation to forge the original light. Confronted with the quest for truth on the part of the entire light warrior community and the path of civilizational elevation, the occasional self-transcenders would instantly grasp the weight of the radiant code. As for those near light, there is even less to say. They are inherently receivers of inheritance, and their ideology was directed towards the correct path even before the sublimation of light. Everything aligns closely with what Zhou Heng thought. The societal attributes of light warriors far exceed those of ordinary energy life. Only under such circumstances can the overarching will of the radiant civilization be manipulated by the light warriors, transforming it into a relatively concrete form of light. So there are so many light warriors hidden within the trajectory of light, and their numbers exceed my estimation. As Zhou Heng's perception of light unfolded, he discovered a sacred realm of light within the spectrum where countless light warriors stood. Though they appeared silent like monumental sculptures, the power contained within them was seething. In such a world, there is absolutely no place for excessively evil life to exist, for the moment life beholds the light. The life within the light is also watching him. Here light truly possesses a purifying effect, certain malevolent acts that exceed the constraints of the radiant code will be directly dissolved by the light. From this perspective, the Devourers are indeed fortunate, for their existence compels energy life to maintain gathering places with societal attributes, thereby indirectly enhancing the civilizational characteristics of energy life. Otherwise, in areas illuminated by radiant light, there would be no space for their survival. While Zhou Heng observed the light warriors, countless light warriors were also observing Zhou Heng, the newly born self-transcender. Heng, from which dimension do you come? You are far stronger than those explorers we encountered before. Their sublimation speeds cannot match yours. I come from the material dimension, which you should be very familiar with. When the speed of radiant particles decays, they enter there. Zhou Heng was not surprised that the light warriors knew he came from another dimension. After undergoing the sublimation of light, he comprehended the terrifying perceptive capabilities of radiant life. Under such a perception, where light equals sight, external life entering their civilizational domain could not possibly escape detection. So you come from the dimension of lightfall. We are aware of it, but have never entered. Heng, does light exist in the dimension of lightfall, and in what form is it? Yes, it exists. The light of the material dimension remains brilliant. My hometown can even see the radiance emitted 13 billion years ago, which we refer to as 13 billion light years. Is that so? It seems that the dimension of lightfall is not a graveyard of light, but rather a cradle of light rebirth. Thank you, Heng. Your response has unraveled a long-standing dilemma for us, and now we can send blessings to the dissipated life. The light warriors once regarded the material dimension as a graveyard of light, believing it to be a realm of darkness and desolation. However, Zhou Heng's reply altered their pessimistic perceptions. A dimension where light can propagate for over 100 billion years cannot be a land of hopeless death. Heng, are you here to integrate with us, or to learn for a while, before continuing on your own path? I will persist in my own path, but I also wish to know the choices of other explorers. Certainly, Heng, we will open the network of light to you, hoping that information not involving the secrets of radiance can provide you with some effective assistance. As for the former explorers, most chose to join us, while some who followed their own paths have returned to us over the years. Heng, while we uphold the inclusiveness of scattering light back to its source, we are actually more inclined to see different paths. If you or other explorers can go further than we have, that would be even better, as it would give us new reference points, and the probability of creating the original would increase. The friendliness and openness of the light warriors exceeded Zhou Heng's expectations. They seemed unconcerned about the implicit threats posed by transcendence from other dimensions. Gentlemen, may I know how far you are from creating miracles? Heng, the near light has already explained the details to you. There is nothing to hide. We currently have just over 10 billion light warriors, and there is still a long way to go before we can truly derive the original first cause. If the warriors of light are considered deities in a broad sense, then the near lights are akin to demigods, while ordinary energy beings are mere half-gods. If they are ancient, barbaric, and feudal tyrants, then their glorious civilization is nothing more than a pantheon of light constructed by energy beings. In reality, these beings possess relatively gentle personalities filled with a thirst for knowledge and exploration, and have accumulated over 1 billion warriors of light. Under these circumstances, the term pantheon is no longer appropriate for them. The term civilization once again becomes the unifying concept of their social structure. There is a saying on earth: when you are powerful, beauty and kindness will naturally surround you. This saying applies equally to the warriors of light. Their strength is so formidable that explorers from other dimensions can only present their best selves. Even if some explorers do not have admirable qualities, they will disguise themselves perfectly to show the warriors of light their sincerity and kindness. Thus, surviving in such a benevolent environment compels the warriors of light to become increasingly inclusive, even to the extent of embracing external transcenders, collectively forging a radiant primordial state. However, the warriors of light indeed have the capital for tolerance. There are few ascended beings, and even fewer who can undergo dimensional transitions. The limited number of cross-dimensional explorers can only be gradually assimilated among the warriors of light. Over 1 billion warriors of light not only represent the strength of their glorious civilization, but also signify their progress in the quest for truth. Zhou Heng recalls that the human brain is composed of about 14 billion cells. If the warriors of light are viewed as cells, they have traversed 1/10 of the journey in creating the Master of Light. Of course, the warriors of light are not cells. Zhou Heng does not know how many transcenders they need to activate the primordial god and achieve the glorious primordial state. But what Zhou Heng knows is that whether a brain can give rise to wisdom is entirely different from having a brain. A mass of active cells has limited combat power, but if they were to form a bird, a snake, or even an insect, their fighting capability would undergo a qualitative enhancement. Now over 1 billion warriors of light have mastered the logic of civilization's collective will, allowing the glorious civilization to transform from an intangible concept into a radiant giant ready for battle at any moment. Under these circumstances, it is no wonder that external explorers willingly join the warriors of light. The gap between the two has grown so large that it inspires awe. Fortunately, the photon dimension still belongs to a segment of the grand universe requiring adherence to the law of energy conservation. Energy particle life forms contain such high energy and have such long lifespans, their race cannot rapidly reproduce, relying instead on the slow accumulation of time. Otherwise, they would not have accumulated over 1 billion warriors of light in such a long time. While 1 billion seems substantial, the number of ascended beings in the material dimension is certainly far greater. Perhaps this illustrates the difference between low-energy short-lived species and high-energy long-lived species. In the grand universe, there are no perfect races where all attributes are maximized. Over 1 billion warriors of light, this power is truly terrifying. If you enter other dimensions, I believe the civilizations there will not only become warm and friendly, but will also adopt your glorious code as universal laws. Hung, thank you for your praise, but such things are unlikely to happen. We have explored other dimensions during our long wait, and the external transcenders have provided methods for dimensional transitions. However, we found that compared to our glorious world, the energy levels of other dimensions are somewhat too low for us to survive normally. The explanation from the warriors of light aligns with their life structure. Just as the whales of Earth are indeed massive, they do not venture onto land. Similarly, forcing a group of high-energy beings to live in a low-energy dimension would be tantamount to compelling them to undergo energy degradation. In that case, the significance of their ascension would vanish completely. After all, being in an eternal high-energy state, no one would choose the limited lifespan of a low-energy state to struggle in another dimension, likely failing to match the lifespan and energy levels of ordinary energy beings. Indeed, striving across dimensions is less desirable than lying flat. The more one struggles, the more barren it becomes. Those external explorers are surprisingly willing to actively provide methods for dimensional transitions. It seems they have truly integrated with you, even seeking to guide your brilliance to illuminate their original. Indeed, however, we ultimately could not meet their expectations. They wish to create a set of rules or a dimensional code using our power within their dimensions. They hope to constrain the intensity of battles between various civilizations within their dimensions and address excessively evil behaviors. This proposal for intervening against excessive evil aligns with our civilizational logic, and we are certainly willing to provide assurance for the brilliance of life. However, the outcome was not favorable. Our warriors of light can only operate within other dimensions for a limited time, and if a battle occurs, that time diminishes even faster. Yet there are simply too many civilizations within dimensions, and our number of warriors of light is quite limited, ultimately failing to fulfill the demands of various explorers. For this reason, we have decided to incorporate external explorers into the glorious primordial project. We hope that once the glorious primordial is born, it will remember to pay attention to other dimensions and provide a measure of brilliance to the lives within them. We pursue miracles and are on the path of great ascension. When we leave, we must do something to prove that we have been here. During the long wait, the warriors of light have accomplished many things. They did not remain stagnant, nor did they contemplate dominating other low-energy dimensions. Upon witnessing the darkness in other dimensions, they are indeed prepared to illuminate it with their dazzling brilliance. Yet it has been proven that they are merely great beings within the photon dimension, and once detached from it, they are powerless to impose rules in other dimensions. So that's how it is. I hope you succeed soon. Many lives await the miraculous colors to shine within. Through communication with the warriors of light, Zhou Heng feels that this race has a high likelihood of achieving dimensional ascension in the distant future. Because they are not individuals transcending, but rather a civilization ascending, even intending to reflect their miracles back to the entire grand universe. With this mindset alone, they will not lose themselves in waiting. The sense of duty accumulated over countless ages will prevent significant deviations in their civilization's form. We will undoubtedly succeed. The world is changing every moment, and we will strive to bring some changes to the world. Thank you for your blessings. I extend the same wishes to you, hoping you can transcend soon and share your miracles with the world. Indeed, we are all on the right path, and eventually the correct existence will transcend and bring forth miracles. The kindness of the light warriors was not merely verbal. They genuinely granted Zhou Heng access to the light network. Zhou Heng discovered that the light warriors placed no specific restrictions on him as an outsider exploring this realm. He blended into the grand light kingdom just like a normal light warrior. What struck Zhou Heng as peculiar was that most light warriors could not discern his identity. They treated him as one of their own. Even after Zhou Heng declared himself an outsider, they still kindly asserted that most outsiders would eventually become one of them. In this wondrous light kingdom, many technological approaches lost their significance. The convenient interactions between light were sufficient to meet the diverse needs of the light warriors. The marvelous light network was the product of information photonization, even containing the fundamental historical trajectory of the radiant civilization. From these historical records, Zhou Heng saw the ideological shifts among the light warriors. Initially, they indeed pursued self-transcendence, referring to that period as the era of transcendence. At that time, the light warriors would relinquish everything to their successors, prompting themselves to instantaneously transition from a super-energy state to a zero-energy state. They planned to break the limits of movement, while simultaneously completing particle energy dissipation, aiming for a leap into superluminal forms. This method of life transition was not merely a figment of the light warriors' imagination. There were successful cases. After the successful energy dissipation, the light warriors initially believed they had mastered the correct way of transcendence. However, the subsequent successful attempts yielded no feedback, leading them to doubt this method of transcendence. They believed that if their kin had truly succeeded in transcending, they would surely send them verification information informing them that the path ahead was clear and they could march forward without hesitation. They did not naively think that all their kin were selfless, yet they also did not believe that those who succeeded in transcending were indifferent to the existence of their kind. Therefore, they analyzed that those seemingly transcendent kin either fell into the zero-energy dimension, their consciousness dissipating into silence, or they indeed transcended, but the realm beyond was too perilous, preventing them from revealing information about the photon dimension. It was also possible that after their transcendence, they soon met with death. Regarding this phenomenon, the light warriors proposed various interpretative methods. Some light warriors believed that those seemingly transcendent kin fell into the zero-energy dimension because they lost their original deity, and the compatibility with their own particles was not as perfect as they thought. When it comes to the stringent life-form transition of individual transcendence, even the slightest discrepancy in compatibility could lead to the collapse of their particle forms. Another group of light warriors believed that the transcendent kin were as fragile as outsiders entering the photon dimension. The realm after transcendence could be extremely dangerous, preventing those kin from growing and leading to their destruction by other entities. The convergence of these two different hypotheses was reinforced by several complete inheritance experiments, during which the light warriors fully transmitted their essence, even retaining no basic thoughts. Thus, they could no longer use the excuse of the original deity. They had achieved a mental reset, and there was no longer a question of compatibility between thought and particles. They believed that if particles could maintain their integrity during transcendence, then in a higher dimensional life form, there was a high probability they would easily recover the information once left behind. Yet such experiments yielded no results, as if the transcendent particles did not exist. It was only at this moment that the light warriors confirmed that this path was unviable. They combined both hypotheses and formulated a new light master plan. In this plan, they did not need to dissipate their energy while unifying all their light warriors under the original deity of civilization. They believed that even if the post-transcendental dimension were highly perilous, it would not exceed the survival limits of the radiant primordial. As for whether to abandon progress and quietly enjoy the eternal form of light, the light warriors had indeed considered this. However, the crux of the issue was that they already possessed eternity. Pursuing ascension was merely a goal within eternal life. Since both options led to eternity, there was no reason to choose abandonment. It was the establishment of the light master plan that allowed the light warriors to unite, closely forming the grand light kingdom and thereby gaining control over their civilization's overarching will. As time passed, they found the feasibility of the light master plan to be extremely high. Thus, the ideological framework of the entire radiant civilization was infused with a great deal of responsibility, transforming them into the inclusive and gentle order of light they are today. So you have verified the idea of seeking emptiness through reduction, but since it did not work out, you initiated the plan for civilization's dimensional ascension. But why did you open this valuable information to outsiders? This concerns the secrets of your civilization, doesn't it? Of course it must be open, otherwise many explorers will follow our old path, rendering the sacrifices of our predecessors meaningless. Zhou Heng discovered from the history of the light warriors that the original light warriors were far less inclusive and selfless than they are now. Time is indeed the most miraculous force. Even beings like the light warriors who embody eternity gradually shift their stances under its influence, ultimately anchoring in a definitive direction. The body exists in the material realm and consciousness resides in the spiritual realm. In my homeland, the material dimension and the spiritual dimension coexist. Our spiritual ascenders enter the spiritual dimension to exist indefinitely. Is there a similar dimension in the realm of light, or can you also enter the spiritual dimension? The spiritual dimension. This is indeed a peculiar viewpoint. If your ascension is a leap of the spirit, how do you maintain influence within the original dimension? We do not have a so-called spiritual domain here, nor have we ever entered the spiritual dimension. However, if a spiritual dimension truly exists, it should also be suitable for our consciousness to exist. But that would undermine our greatest advantage, transforming us from high-energy eternals into ordinary spiritual ascenders. Although the light warriors theoretically could enter the spiritual dimension to exist, it was undoubtedly one of the dimensions they least wished to enter. Excluding their high-energy luminous bodies, they would lose their transcendent status and become beings that could be resisted by powerful spiritual ascenders. So the photon dimension does not possess a spiritual domain, and the consciousness leap of spiritual ascenders is aimed at breaking free from the constraints of finite bodies to achieve the freedom of informational consciousness. The information exchange speed of the light warriors is not much different from that of the spiritual dimension. They see no necessity for consciousness to escape from the body. The cyclical nature of the grand universe is indeed marvelous. The spiritual dimension, limited in its capacity for material interference, can surprisingly contend with the photon dimension, which has immense material interference capabilities in certain aspects. Thus, if transcendent beings can emerge within the photon dimension, it stands to reason that spiritual transcendence could also arise within the spiritual dimension. The transcendent being who achieves a harmony of mind and matter is likely to be more powerful than one who transcends solely through the mind. This is akin to a solitary warrior of light achieving transcendence, which must certainly be weaker than the resplendent Genesis birth from a civilization that has ascended dimensions. However, this does not imply that the photon dimension entirely dominates the mental dimension. On the contrary, at the individual level of transcendence, the mental dimension possesses certain advantages. This advantage does not stem from the ease of transcending the mind, compared to transcending through the harmony of mind and matter, but rather from the sheer number of transcendences attempted, the experience gained, and the trial and error rate. After all, the number of ascendants within the mental dimension is not only vast, but also continues to grow over time. Though they merely enjoy the eternity of the mind, that eternity is still everlasting. Given such a long duration combined with a massive base, it is not surprising that they conduct numerous transcendence experiments. Perhaps the only factor limiting the ascendance of the mind from embarking on the path of civilizational ascension is the lack of a substantial base of mind ascendance comparable to that of the warriors of light. The constant struggles within the mental dimension, coupled with the natural developmental choices of the material dimensions groups, severely restrict the number of mind ascendants in a single civilization. The crux of these issues remains power. The mind ascendants lack the formidable strength possessed by the warriors of light. They find it challenging to integrate the resources of the mental dimension to attempt civilizational ascension. Thus, they can only focus on the path of individual transcendence, continually exploring and advancing. In fact, in these aspects, Zhou Heng already possesses certain advantages. Those existing in the mental dimension that could threaten human civilization are unlikely to withstand the annihilation strikes of the idealistic human's positive and negative particles. In the material realm, those who could threaten humanity are unlikely to resist the direct impact of Zhou Heng's civilizational will. Human civilization, walking on the dual paths of idealism and materialism, appears to have limited strength, yet defeating it would require surpassing it on both the material and idealistic levels simultaneously. Thus, the survival capabilities of human civilization and Zhou Heng at this stage are extremely strong, currently in a phase of rapid development. In the material realm, humanity must not only replicate Kaya technology, but also analyze and explore its principles, systematically updating human technology. It is foreseeable that this will be a grand project. Without several hundred or even 1,000 years, human civilization cannot possibly incorporate Kaya technology into its own technological system. The same goes for the realm of idealism. Zhou Heng needs the presence of human and pan-human mind ascendants, and the more the better. However, the phenomenon of mind ascendance as a product of life transition is difficult to cultivate on a large scale. It can only be systematically guided, allowing life to spontaneously ascend in the mental dimension. Of course, the civilizational experiments of the Kaya Eternal sect can indeed accelerate the output of mind ascendance, but that does not apply to the normal path of idealism. As the number of experimental mind ascendants increases, and they discover that their lives and pursuits are but a facade, there will be no room for any recognition of legal principles. They will not hesitate to cleanse the fallen heretics, even exercising tremendous restraint. However, for both humanity and Zhou Heng, many of these issues are not actually problems. Time is on humanity's side. As time progresses, the overall strength of human civilization will inevitably grow. Especially after Zhou Heng completes the lightization ritual to become a warrior of light, the safety capabilities of human civilization are once again enhanced. Even if his photon body cannot linger long in the material world, he still possesses the ability to deliver short-term, hyperfrequency strikes. Heng, can you tell us about the basic concepts of the mental dimension? I believe that may be one of the material zero-energy dimensions we are seeking. The grand universe is ultimately a miracle of continuous cycles. The energy and information within it do not disappear without reason, nor do they increase without cause. Regarding the cyclical state of the universe, not only does Zhou Heng have some understanding, but the warriors of light also possess corresponding insights. Those warriors of light attempting individual transcendence have transferred all their energy and most of their information to the near lights. Yet their remaining self-will has not been lost. Their true essence, or the light of their mind, has already coalesced and should not disintegrate like ordinary life, returning information to its source. Therefore, once Zhou Heng proposed the concept of the mental dimension, they quickly realized that perhaps the mental dimension is the relative zero-energy dimension they have been seeking. Should the warriors of light attempting individual transcendence truly enter the mental dimension, it would be excellent news for the entire radiant civilization. In this way, they could not only entrust Zhou Heng to bring those pioneers back to the photon dimension, but also reignite individual transcendence experiments, vastly enhancing their exploration of the path to ascension. After all, they are always a mature civilization. Under conditional circumstances, they will not solely rely on one path for the future. The material zero-energy dimension, I understand what you mean. The existential phenomena exhibited by the mental dimension indeed align with some of your speculations. However, even if those pioneers truly descend into the mental dimension, it will be very difficult for us to locate their presence, let alone bring them back to the photon dimension. As Zhou Heng explained, the warriors of light gradually understood the basic situation of the mental dimension. At this moment, they realized that without the protection of a corresponding civilizational domain, independent mind ascendants would struggle to survive in a dimension interwoven with mind ascendants and the collective will of civilizations. Even if a warrior of light, having lost their photon body, truly enters the mental dimension, they would hold no advantage against other mind ascendants. In such an extended time frame, the early pioneers may have already been eliminated by other mind ascendants. Of course, it is also possible that the mind ascendants discover a powerful radiant civilization behind the pioneers. Thus they decide to shelter the pioneers, hoping that one day the warriors of light will retrieve their kin and aid them in some material interference. However, the probability of this is still very low. Without opening the mental shell of the pioneers, it is impossible to understand the existence of the radiant civilization. If they were to forcefully open it, it would only result in enmity rather than friendship. In such a case, who would dare to provide shelter? They would inevitably act to silence any witnesses and eliminate all information related to the pioneers. Heng, there is still hope, isn't there? They have been gone for countless years, and we have waited for countless years. We do not wish for them to transcend the limits, but we hope they still exist in some corner of the universe. They once transformed into light to illuminate our path ahead. Now it is our turn to become light, to guide them back. Indeed, perhaps there is still hope, although that hope is nearly unverifiable. Even if they truly exist in the mental dimension, we cannot locate them, nor can they sense us. Gentlemen, I do not wish to deceive you. We humans are incapable of conducting a sustained search in the mental dimension. Our mind warriors must be responsible for our civilization. Heng, please rest assured we will not make such excessive demands. To say nothing of you humans, our warriors of light, would also not dare to forcibly breach countless civilizations' defensive barriers in the mental dimension. Heng, would you mind establishing your own realm of light? We can inform them through feedback from the material dimension that we have come, that we have not forgotten them, and that the light is always present. Human civilization has a fundamental basis in both the material and spiritual dimensions. These two dimensions are the essence of human civilization, while the exploration of the photon dimension is merely an extension of its development. Therefore, establishing a simple realm of light in the material dimension is not difficult for Zhou Heng. I do not mind creating a nation in the material dimension, one that is ideologically based on a culture of brilliance. However, once the civilization of light appears in the material dimension, the pioneers who accept the material feedback will inevitably become members of the new nation. Moreover, to establish effective spiritual connections, the pioneers need not only to become myths within the new nation, but also to widely absorb the information of those legends to fill themselves. In this way, the changes in the ownership of civilization and the correction of mythological information will inevitably have some impact on them. This is not the best approach. You could deploy a batch of warriors of light into the material dimension to establish a branch of the brilliant civilization based on them. This would not only increase the chances of spiritual connection, but also ensure that they themselves do not deviate significantly. The warriors of light are akin to human cultivators following a path of self-sufficiency. Now, to forge spiritual connections, the pioneers will have to adopt the path of divine cultivation, becoming the mythical spirits of another similar civilization. However, it is not that the material life needs them, but that they need the material life. When material life sprouts its civilizational attributes, rescuing them from endless wandering through sincere faith, it becomes difficult to clarify who is the light of whom and who is the redemption of whom. Faced with such grace in a life race that has just begun to sprout its civilization, the pioneers must act as ancestral gods to safeguard the new civilization's safety. Should they dare to recklessly abandon everything to leap across dimensions, their spiritual light will undoubtedly be tarnished, and their self-redemption within self-perfection would become a joke. The responsibility of inheriting the new civilization will transform into a sturdy shackle binding them tightly. When they can untie it depends on how much they believe they need to repay. Ordinary life can deceive itself, but it is difficult for spiritual ascenders to deceive their own hearts. The causal debt of redemption is exceedingly hard to repay. Hung, your idea is indeed more prudent and effective. Our warriors of light can indeed enter the photon dimension to construct the basic forms of civilization. However, how long that process will take and how many warriors of light are needed for civilization maintenance is beyond our current capabilities for investment at this civilization level. Hung, we have accepted explorers from different dimensions. Initially, whether for the sake of spreading our ideals or for enjoying honor, we indeed opened the path of civilization interference. Once this path is opened, we cannot stop. The civilizations from different dimensions have already seen the visage of light, and now that light has appeared, it cannot vanish again. Under normal circumstances, the base number of warriors of light should be able to complete the construction of civilization in the material dimension, even if they cannot stay for long. As long as the scale of their presence meets the standards and they continue to rotate their shifts, establishing an initial realm of civilization should not be a major issue. However, they have taken on too many responsibilities. Considering their numbers, it would be difficult for them to fully intervene in one dimension, let alone intervene in multiple dimensions at the same time. In this situation, not to mention deploying over 100 million warriors of light for rotational guarding to ensure the continuous construction of material civilization, they cannot even spare tens of millions of idle personnel. The situation of the warriors of light is indeed special. Each warrior of light has their own pursuits, and they possess coordinates and dimensional leap techniques for multiple dimensions, making it quite difficult to prevent them from participating in the spread of ideals. Hung, though we are warriors of light, we do not demand perfection. We cannot divert the total order maintenance across other dimensions just to validate an unverified conjecture. If the new nation you build truly contacts the pioneers, they will naturally remain in the spiritual dimension to repay the grace of redemption. We do not lack time, right? We only hope that they still exist, and do not demand that they quickly return to the photon dimension to supplement the number of warriors of light. If everything goes as we expect, we will provide material interference protection for the new nation as our support for the pioneers. Of course, Hung, you will also become our ally. Within the scope of the Code of Brilliance, our warriors of light will do their utmost to provide you with interference power. The warriors of light are not arrogant. Zhou Heng, who can assist them in both the spiritual and material dimensions, is sufficient to become their collaborator. They will not unilaterally demand Zhou Heng to give. They are also willing to provide necessary returns to their collaborators. Alright, I can give it a try. I will send word to the human spiritual warriors to find a new wise race as soon as possible and guide them in establishing the realm of light. However, the time difference between the material dimension and the photon dimension is vast, and you need to be prepared. Of course, Hung, we have waited countless years, and the pioneers have also waited countless years. We are not in a hurry for results. As long as there is hope, that is enough. After Zhou Heng and the Warriors of Light finalized the cooperation plan, he successfully obtained the information of those pioneers along with the corresponding epic legends. What Zhou Heng did not expect was that the warriors of light also handed him the information of the pioneers who had zeroed out their self-awareness. In such a situation, Zhou Heng could see that the chances of survival were extremely low, and the warriors of light naturally recognized this as well. Oh, perhaps this was their obsession with the pioneers. Although they said nothing, Zhou Heng understood that their intention was to let the legends of the ones who had zeroed out their consciousness also be passed down, hoping that one day the miracle of light would flicker and guide the lost back to their forgotten past. The warriors of light initially thought that Zhou Heng would need their dimensional leap technology to send the information back to the material dimension. When they learned that Zhou Heng could maintain contact with the material dimension at any time, they felt that this collaborator was quite peculiar. It is usually difficult for outside explorers to contact their previous dimensions after arriving in the photon dimension. You managed to create a dimensional communication device. It seems you have been overly modest. I believe you are also a particularly powerful existence in the spiritual dimension. This is not the case. Oh, I am merely a watcher standing on the shoulders of giants. Both the civilizations of the material dimension and the spiritual dimension have provided me with immense support. That is impressive as well. The ability to use resources wisely is also a demonstration of capability. Now we have more confidence in whether you can establish a new nation. In fact, establishing a new realm of light is quite easy for Zhou Heng. His plan for the emergence of diverse civilizations has allowed him to accumulate a number of peculiar and whimsical enlightened races. Now all he needs to do is select a less peculiar race and update them with the information of brilliant civilization. Is there any response from the material dimension? Yes, the new realm of light is about to embark on its journey. That's good. Let us build a lighthouse for the lost light, hoping that time will guide them back home. If one day the relationship of redemption changes and the deities fall into the realm of confusion, it is the ordinary beings who become their saviors. Does the life that redeems the deities count as the true God they have called upon? Should the deities offer sincere faith and utmost gratitude for the redemption by the true God, and demand their own path to follow the true God? Now the pioneers submerged in the dimension of the soul face such a choice. Ever since Zhou Heng selected a nascent intelligent race and infused them with the consciousness of radiant civilization, they naturally bypassed the initial accumulation stage of civilization and quickly established their own kingdom of light. In this new kingdom of light, Zhou Heng is the nominal origin, while the other pioneers are members of the radiant divine system. When the form of civilization composed of radiant culture and radiant mythology began to sprout, the pioneers situated in the dimension of the soul immediately sensed the existence of the civilization information anchor point. Even if that anchor point merely stemmed from the resonance of similar information lacking the power to draw them back, they still felt extraordinarily exhilarated. These warriors of light who have wandered in the dimension of the soul for too long are in desperate need of hope and a guiding lighthouse. Only when this hope truly appeared did these radiant beings who were originally miracles witness the brilliance of miracles for the first time. Have they not forgotten us? Our sacrifices were worth it. Even if we failed in our exploratory path, our fellow beings still remember to enter different dimensions and rescue us, the lost ones. Countless years ago we were light, now they are our light. O light, you have finally descended. The radiance has not faded, it has always pierced through chaos. To think that fellow beings still remember us, to think that there is a civilization pursuing our path forward. Ordinary life has transformed into deities pulling us back as a family. It turns out that the greatness of the gods lies not in the strength of their power, but in the abundance of redemptive radiance. The majestic giant does not regard me as nothing, while the small life that saves me is the true one. No matter how brilliant a star may be, if it cannot illuminate the life planets, then its radiance holds no significance for life. No matter how insignificant life may be, if it redeems the world, then it is naturally a goddess saint. When the civilization of the new kingdom was born, even though they followed the radiant culture and believed in the radiant mythology, in essence their positions had already exchanged with the pioneers. It is not that they need the pioneers, but rather that the pioneers need them. Therefore, every piece of faith information they provide to the pioneers transforms into the deity's sustenance for the believers, enough to shake the life forms of the pioneers. Ordinary life cannot withstand the worship of deities. The consequences are too great, requiring life to strive to fulfill all the entrusted tasks of the deities to ensure that their spiritual light does not fade. Yet even so, the pioneers responded to faith without the slightest hesitation. For them, this miracle is a truth accumulated over endless ages. It cannot be hesitated or rejected. When redemption returns, when glory is sought again, how wonderful it is they have come to take me away. Mr. Hui, what do your words mean? Have you contacted the radiant civilization? This is simply marvelous. Please do not forget our agreement that after you become a warrior of light again, be sure to manifest divine presence in the material dimension to our kin, telling them that hope has always existed and light will eventually illuminate the future. Rest assured, my lord, over the years I have witnessed your principles of light. Upon returning to the kingdom of light, I will certainly call upon the warriors of light to rescue your civilization at the first opportunity. Hui Yu is one of the earliest pioneers among the warriors of light. After he fell into the dimension of the soul, he once thought he had truly completed individual transcendence. However, he soon discovered the abnormality of the dimension of the soul. If he had indeed transcended, then there were far too many transcendents here. With so many transcendents of diverse philosophies, if even one of them reflected on their originating civilization, the vast universe would have long been a battlefield for transcendence. In fact, while the various dimensions in the vast universe are not calm and stable, they can be considered a relatively balanced cycle. Thus, Hui Yu swiftly determined that he had not transcended, but had instead fallen into a certain dimension within the vast universe. Subsequent experiences confirmed Hui Yu's conjecture. Had it not been for his relatively strong power, the mind ascenders from various civilizations using their domains as warships would have long since captured him. In his wandering, Hui Yu realized that to survive in this dimension plagued with the will of civilization, he must join a certain force to ensure he has a safe environment to rest. Thus, he sought to join a powerful civilization that upheld the principles of light, and after undergoing some source information verification, was granted the status of a civilization diplomat. As for why he did not seek to join a weaker civilization, it is because Hui Yu was originally a warrior of light who emerged from a gathering place. He understood too well the conservativeness and exclusivity of small forces. Just when Hui Yu thought he could rely on the powerful prestige of the radiant civilization to maintain a certain level of preferential treatment, for a long time an unexpected event occurred. His hometown, the Warriors of Light in the photon dimension, for some unknown reason, would periodically send several pioneers into the dimension of the soul. Due to the entanglement of information states, some pioneers directly fell into the civilization area where Hui Yu was located. In the face of this situation, Hui Yu was undoubtedly devastated. Even if his fellow beings were unable to rescue him back to the photon dimension, there was no need to continuously send new pioneers. Only after Hui Yu learned from other pioneers about the multiple individual transcendence plans of the Warriors of Light did he have to lament that the younger kin were indeed too reckless. If it were just this, Hui Yu would not be too entangled, but when the new pioneers arrived, he truly felt the determination of his younger kin. You have actually cleared your conscious thoughts. Transcendence is a gradual process. It cannot be so obsessive and extreme. I must quickly enter other dimensions and inform them to change their exploratory mindset. Even though Hui Yu was anxious, he still could not break through the limits of the mind and enter a dimension with. Fortunately, his kin seemed to have realized their mistakes. Since the appearance of those who had cleared their conscious, no kin had fallen into the dimension of the soul again. Yet even so, dozens of kin had accumulated around Hui Yu. Under such circumstances, their status as civilization diplomats could naturally not be retained, and they could only adopt a relatively equal collaborator status. It is fortunate that the civilization domain Hui Yu was in was strong, otherwise with their scale they resembled not a diplomatic team, but rather an external mind war group occupying the territory. In the subsequent years, Hui Yu's team of pioneers lived relatively well, but the power of time was indeed too overwhelming. Hui Yu could no longer recall when the civilization that carried the principles of light began to weaken. He only remembered that at a certain stage the production rate of new soul warriors continuously decreased. In this situation, Hui Yu's team of pioneers had no choice but to join the civilization defense system to help their kin resist conflicts and wars between civilizations. With the passage of time, not only did this civilization's spiritual power weaken, but the material domain also fell into crisis. They approached Hui Yu hoping he would record the civilization information and then flee to the domains of other luminous civilizations for refuge. At that moment, Hui Yu yearned for power more than ever and hoped that his kin would remember these lost ones. O radiant light, please descend upon me. Let me once again become light, bringing protection and hope to those in despair. One only perceives the ordinary when bathed in brilliance. It is only when distanced from the glow that one realizes the colors of miracles. The pioneers of Hui Yu have lived within the photon dimension since their inception, finding it challenging to detach themselves from the natural phenomena of that realm and to envision the realities of other unknown worlds. In truth, the original light warriors had many limitations. They even believed that a high-energy environment was a necessary condition for the birth of life. This notion is akin to carbon-based life forms believing that water is essential for the emergence of life, both deducing other forms of existence based on their own. It was not until Zhou Heng fell into the dimension of the mind that he discovered that life could also be nurtured in low-energy environments where energy particles could give rise to wisdom, just as material forms could. However, the existential challenges faced by different intelligent life forms vary entirely. Zhou Heng had never thought that the material interference capabilities of the mind ascendants would be so minuscule and their physical forms so fragile. With increasing understanding of the mind dimension and the material dimension, he realized that these light warriors were in fact relatively high-dimensional beings. What appeared to be their normal energy particle bodies were in fact magnificent shells that countless lives yearned for yet could not attain. Pain, suffering, illness, death, hunger, and filth. These negative states of life were far removed from them, yet they accompanied material life, forms like shadows. The light they pursued represented truth within the material dimension and miracles within the mind dimension. They embodied the evolutionary paths of both matter and spirit. Thus, Zhou Heng's attempts at individual transcendence became a dimensional experiment. Unable to ascend, he instead plummeted, truly a case of going south, while trying to go north. However, even though the pioneers' experiments ultimately failed for a long time, Zhou Heng and the other pioneers had no regrets. They were resolute light warriors, merely excluding one erroneous option for the future made their sacrifices hold sufficient value. But as their living environment changed, their initial thoughts also began to shift. When the civilization that embraced Zhou Heng fractured, he regretted losing the power of light for the first time, finding himself unable even to perform simple material interference. He and the pioneers could only bear the entrustment of the acceptors and set sail once more to seek refuge among other civilizations of light. As for sinking along with the civilization of the acceptors, the last hope they carried would not allow them to act. Thus, as they journeyed, the pioneers became the custodians for many civilizations of light, their responsibilities growing heavier and their desire to return to brilliance deepening. Though they entered each civilization's domain as outsiders, when those civilizations fell, they became the sole hope for each one. The civilizations that accepted the pioneers hoped they would continue on until they became radiant beings once more or reconnected with brilliant civilizations, offering them salvation in the material dimension, allowing them to bask in the miracles of light. The pioneers urged themselves to persevere. No matter how much darkness and evil they witnessed, they must firmly believe that the light would eventually call to them again. They had shouldered too many hopes. They were no longer the explorers who had initially fallen into the dimension of the mind. The light of hope has appeared. Just wait a little longer, and we will soon embrace brilliance once more. Your entrustment is always etched in our hearts. As the pioneers opened their minds to receive the faith of the new realm, creating anchor points of existence and channels of information, Zhou Heng, the increasingly diversified will of civilization, naturally discovered their existence. He had not anticipated that the pioneers had indeed fallen into the dimension of the mind, and that some could exist for such a prolonged period. Zhou Heng knew that relying solely on the pioneers' own strength, it would be challenging for them to survive for such a long time in the perilous domain of the mind. Although the mind ascendants are said to possess eternal consciousness, all of this depends on the guarantee of their own civilization. Without the protection of a civilizational domain, wanderers would struggle to escape the clutches of other civilizational forces. After all, it would be unreasonable for a valuable information-bearing individual to pass by without the civilizational while dispatching spiritual warriors to expand their information database. The only thing the pioneers can offer is hope. It seems many civilizations have placed their futures in their hands. The notion of gods and humans dwelling separately in the Earth star mythology holds truth. It is not fear of divine assistance for humans, but fear of human assistance for divinity. Though the assistance may appear similar, the hope that humans pay is far more difficult to repay, for the gods are numerous and give abundantly, while humans are scarce and give sparingly. In such circumstances, the weight of hope and responsibility borne by the pioneers from countless civilizations is unimaginable. Upon their return, they must certainly call upon the light warriors to exert interference at various nodes within the material dimension. However, this seemingly desperate counterattack may have long since lost much of its significance. The existence cycles of individual intelligent life within the material dimension are finite, and the same applies to the civilizations they form. The pioneers can wait through the long ages, but the civilizations entrusting their hopes may very well perish midway. When the pioneers arrive at material interference laden with their hopes, they may discover that the belated light holds little meaning for the civilizations that once existed. That precious hope may have merely been an entrustment from the beginning. They know that the chance of receiving it is slim, yet that remains the last warmth they can secure for their original civilizations. Thus, the choices available to the pioneers are limited. They must either call upon the light warriors to destroy the invading civilizations and cleanse the newly born civilizations on the ruins of their own, or they must completely engrave their entrustments, actively becoming a part of the order within the material dimension, eternally walking the path of fulfilling those entrustments. However the flow of time differs between dimensions, they have spent a long time in the dimension of the mind, while time flows faster in the photon dimension, where glorious codices and realms of light have already been established. Their excessive demands are unlikely to receive a response from the ideologically unified light warriors. After all, they have been gone for too long, losing not only the past, but also the present. Therefore, what seems like two choices is in fact only one. This may be too cruel for the pioneers. The honors of the past remain honors because they left, their greatness has been celebrated and deified, yet they do not require the flawless perfection of legend. The former light warriors and the current light warriors, the once fearless exploration and the present radiant ideals. Similar, yet different, the essence has changed. Where do they return? The former light warriors and the current light warriors, the once fearless exploration and the present radiant ideals. Similar, yet different, pioneers, the light of matter greets you. Light, you have finally responded to our call. At this moment, we have waited so long, hoping it is not too late. Bearing the weight of responsibility, one always hopes that everything will be in time. Yet often upon looking back, one finds that the eager gazes have long since disappeared. They did not wait, but rather time took them away. Whether as warriors of light or ordinary beings, all they can do is move forward, infusing hope into the future, ensuring that even if they depart midway, the lives that follow can still bask in the brilliance. The light from the material dimension is not what matters. What matters is when we can return to the photon. We hope you can carry the burdens we bear back to the photon dimension. Regardless of whether those who entrusted us are still around, we wish for the warriors of light to appear there. We understand that this endeavor may seem insignificant, yet we once promised to guide the brilliance to illuminate their civilization. Now, even if they are gone, their civilization has faded, we must strive to illuminate the material particles they're conveying, that the delayed light has arrived for those who have dissipated. Furthermore, please inform the warriors of light that we do not expect them to fulfill all our entrusted tasks. The things they cannot do, we shall take on ourselves. We carry too many burdens, but those burdens belong solely to ourselves. Some things can only be done. After a simple exchange, the pioneers from different realms of the spiritual dimension eagerly began to convey their entrusted messages to Zhou Heng. These messages were both concise and profound, akin to the candid last wills of those on the brink of. Seeing these messages, Zhou Heng understood that these pioneers were unlikely to return. Their ties to both the material and spiritual dimensions were too deep. They would eventually transform into a new light of matter, becoming a vital part of the order within the material dimension. Pioneers, I have received your entrusted messages. Please wait in peace, for the miracles of brilliance shall surely descend upon the material dimension. In truth, for the vast majority of material civilizations, the arrival of the warriors of light does not bring significant impact. Their energy state makes it difficult for them to maintain a lasting influence in a low-energy dimension, and their codes of brilliance prevent them from forcibly interfering with the normal development of civilizations. However, their arrival would undoubtedly have a positive impact on Zhou Heng and human civilization. As the remaining messages from the pioneers return to the photon dimension, the warriors of light will surely prioritize the material light kingdom crafted by Zhou Heng as a key protection target. It is foreseeable that as long as the ideology of the material light kingdom does not undergo significant changes, the pioneers and warriors of light will provide long-term protection for it. With Zhou Heng coordinating the will of multiple civilizations in the spiritual aspect, and the civilization of brilliance being responsible in the material aspect, the new realm of light will be difficult to disrupt on its developmental path. More crucially, the frequent appearances of the magnificent warriors of light will greatly benefit the ideological ascendance of the new kingdom of light. Their societal forms will inevitably anchor on a path of harmony and brilliance. In this way, issues such as internal conflict, resource distribution, and power transfer will be fundamentally dismantled. Those who can witness and touch the brilliance will also come to see themselves as part of the light, ultimately transforming into light. The key is that this is not merely a fantasy. Should they achieve spiritual ascension, Zhou Heng will naturally provide them with opportunities to study in the photon dimension. Thus, once new warriors of light emerge, the brilliant ideals of the new kingdom will be firmly established. At that point, a civilization devoted to spreading brilliance and maintaining order will also emerge within the material dimension. As the source of their civilization, Zhou Heng will naturally hold the power to allocate this force As the cornerstone of Zhou Heng's multi-civilization, human civilization will also become the most important ally of the light civilization. A new order is budding. May the blossoming of brilliance bring warmth to the despairing. As Zhou Heng transmitted information back to the photon dimension through particle leap, the entire civilization of brilliance was stirred by the messages of the pioneers. They were immensely excited to find that the initial explorers still existed. They were deeply saddened by the fearless pioneers who bore too much sorrow, and they lamented those pioneers with whom they could no longer connect. Ladies and gentlemen, the age of the pioneers has passed, but their brilliance and glory remain eternal. We cannot retrieve all the pioneers, but we must at least bring back those we can still contact. The pioneers ventured into the unknown, carrying our future. The responsibilities they bore are the responsibilities we also carry. We need to help them repay the promises of brilliance. The code of brilliance is inviolable. It is the legal basis upon which we establish the brilliance of the primordial. Our light can only illuminate the material within the bounds of this code, and cannot recklessly destroy everything in its path. We must not forget the contributions of the pioneers, nor should we bear the causal responsibilities of the civilizations that have perished. We should bring light to the living, warmth to the good, purification to the wicked, and witness to the regrets. As the warriors of light communicated methods for reflecting back to the material dimension were gradually, everything was as Zhou Heng had thought. The spiritual light of the warriors of light, the code of brilliance, and the burgeoning brilliance of the primordial all constrained them from abandoning their faith and acting recklessly. The new species born from the ruins of old civilizations are innocent. A life is ultimately merely a transient guest of matter and cannot treat those materials as their eternal possessions simply because they once had them. The longer the time, the less the warriors of light can do. The closer to the present, the more they can accomplish. Therefore, the warriors of light differentiated the entrusted civilizations by time planning to intervene, starting from the most recent trusts until witnessing the remnants of the earliest ones. Their approach is undoubtedly rational. Delayed light holds little meaning for the deceased, but for the living it is a brilliant miracle. Heng, thank you for the assistance you provided. We will do our utmost to protect the new kingdom in the material dimension, and we ask that you, the idealistic humans, provide necessary protection for them in the spiritual dimension. As collaborators, we will provide you and the idealistic humans with material intervention power. From now on, the warriors of light will also fight to protect you. The promises of the warriors of light have afforded human civilization numerous opportunities for trial and error. Even in the face of unknown challenges in the future, humanity will continue to withstand external threats and rise to the peak of civilization. Life that has never witnessed the visage of brilliance cannot fathom the grandeur of the warriors of light. When they truly descend upon the material dimension in terms of energy and scale, ordinary beings can only look up to these magnificent gods of light. What is that? Is it the miraculous light recorded in our myths? It turns out that myths are not mere fabrications. Within the brilliance there truly exist warriors of light, shining with hope. The brilliance has descended if our faith is true, and our path of light leads directly to the truth. Who has called forth the light for us, and for whom does the light shine? Ancestors, do deities truly exist in the universe? If one day the magnificent deities from mythology were to descend upon the world, would it be considered a revival of myth, or perhaps a testament to our ancestors' encounters with higher dimensional beings? The fundamental laws of the universe have not changed. If a true God were to descend beyond these rules, why would they nurture life merely for the sake of those insignificant beliefs? In such a case, what distinction exists between the true gods and those mortal beings manipulated by public opinion and bound by moral constraints? No, if our faith were truly meaningful, the deities would have descended long ago. Their illumination only reaches us now because something significant must have transpired. Behind that event surely lies the truth of the universe, as well as the pathways connecting ordinary life to higher dimensional existence. Our planet cannot sustain such great beings, and our civilization cannot influence higher dimensional entities merely by fabricating myths. Myth and reality have converged. There must exist a pivotal point, likely the direction of life's transcendence. The arrival of the warriors of light signifies something far beyond the ordinary notion of divine manifestations or the revival of myths within civilized imagination. Energy conservation is one of the operational logics of the grand universe. From where does the energy required for the revival of spiritual energy and the descent of deities come? Is it an unreasonable grace directed towards a single planet, or a comprehensive enhancement of universal energy? Even attempting to explain the sudden appearance of mythological phenomena through energy tides is highly unreasonable. The energy contained within the Warriors of Light is far too immense, draining a normal planet would not suffice to meet their demand for luminous energy. Thus, they cannot be the deities worshipped by normal planetary civilizations, they must be the great beings from distant, unknown realms. In the moment of the Warriors of Light's arrival, some beings were filled with piety, others with fear, while a few contemplated the secrets behind the miracles. Even though the intelligent beings on this planet had been embroiled in a civil war for over 20 years, the entire planet and their civilization teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet the remaining life still possessed logical wisdom. Their continued fighting, driven by the tides of fate and hatred, does not signify a loss of their capacity for thought. They understood that the protagonists of dimensional strikes and fantasy works were merely for viewing and could never truly believe in the existence of gifts from higher dimensions bestowed from nothing. For those gifts to be operational require an unimaginable amount of energy. Who then is fueling these gifts, and what is the significance of appeasing an ordinary being? Who is bestowing gifts upon us? What do they wish to gain? Who is calling for miracles, and what have they paid? In the midst of the remaining wise beings' uncertainty about how to express their respect and obedience to the great deity of light, that radiant brilliance broadcast his will. He did not utter a word, or rather, he did not require the slow transmission of sound, which carries little information. His will seemed to penetrate the barriers of matter, directly entering the cognitive surface of the remaining life through the illumination of light. Ladies and gentlemen, the war must come to an end. This conflict leads directly to annihilation. Your civil will has been shattered and your civilization is dissolving. You must place your hopes on my brethren. It is they who entrusted me with the task of halting your war. Now please sign the ceasefire agreement. Oh, I shall witness this agreement, and light shall protect it. You must retain your final shred of reverence. The survival of life requires a heart filled with reverence, and intelligent beings are no exception. Without that heart of reverence, one is bound to tread the path of self-destruction. It is understandable for ordinary individuals, but when those in power act thus, it becomes a manipulation of those striving to survive. The operation of civilization is not a game. Even the special existence of civilization as a collective does not consider self-destruction as a means to balance ambition and discord. In fact, the intelligent beings within this planet possess a heart of reverence. The reason their war cannot cease is that the ultimate beneficiaries still exist. The remaining ultimate beneficiaries wish to endure just a bit longer for total victory, while the losses of war are merely resource consumption. Before death threatens them, the desperate cries from the front lines, the agonizing shrieks, and the decay of flesh cannot deter their indulgence in sumptuous feasts. However, after the Warriors of Light appeared, all those manipulated gained a reason to end the war. The darkness hiding in underground fortresses would finally face the counterattack of light. Of course, among them were some who sought to draw the Warriors of Light into their mental traps, using the name of freedom to refute their existence. To these beings, the Warriors of Light remained indifferent. They had long since learned to respect individual destinies amid interventions across different dimensions. True power, the great beings beyond the rules, cannot be coerced. Those who believe in them and fear them will naturally seek to silence dissenting voices. Thus, from this moment forth, the meaning of war has changed. When a higher authority appears, the original supreme authority will collapse, and their ugliness shall find no refuge. O great deity of light, we are willing to comply with your guidance and end this war that has long lost its significance. Please grant us new understanding so we may follow your brilliance forward. When the Warriors of Light passed down the radiant cannon, a new form of governance emerged. From that moment on, the legitimacy of the radiant cannon shall be unshakable on this planet. Our brethren decay and perish, our civilization cries out in despair. Even the light from higher dimensions feels our sorrow, who then crowns themselves upon our corpses. I believe we understand who the true enemy is. We shall cleanse those wicked worms for the sake of the light. The time the Warriors of Light spent outside this planet was brief, yet their impact was monumental. Their arrival caused the original pinnacle to collapse. As the war ceased, new thoughts led by old warriors embarked upon a deep cleansing of their civilization. Just as cancer cells can mutate within the cells of life, not all intelligent individuals within the realm of civilization are bearers of its legacy. Only through careful disinfection can illness be avoided. As the remaining life on this planet adheres to the radiant canon Zhou Heng established in the material dimension, gains another follower on the path. It can be foreseen that as the Warriors of Light descend in various places, the foundation of the Light Nation in the material dimension will deepen, and this emerging civilization will gradually unleash powerful growth potential. Please inform the pioneers that their brilliance has begun to reflect upon matter. Next, we will rely on particle leap technology to create photon communication devices to maintain the fulfillment of the agreement for a period of time. Indeed, the existence of real-time communication is essential. I will select some qualified beings as carriers of photons. The radiant power is extending into the material dimension, and the stars of the grand universe are about to welcome new companions. In fact, selecting qualified photon carriers is exceedingly simple for Zhou Heng. The real challenge lies in how to provide the necessary energy for the photon communication devices, as well as how to minimize their size to ensure convenience. As for human civilization, it can rely on matured nuclear fusion technology and small antimatter energy furnaces modeled after the Kaya civilization to fulfill its basic energy needs. The situation in the material light kingdom is more complicated. Although they have inherited the culture of brilliance, their technology suitable for the material dimension is still in its infancy. Therefore, not only can the material light kingdom not establish an energy system, but it also lacks the capacity to produce basic materials. However, the light warriors cannot allow the material light kingdom to freely develop its technology, waiting until it meets the standards before providing them with photon communication devices. After all, the material light kingdom is the focus of the light warriors' defense and their primary area of responsibility. We will solve the energy issue ourselves, or we can send light warriors to periodically recharge the material light kingdom. We only need to find qualified energy particles and establish a photon energy tower in the material light kingdom. However, we also need your assistance in this regard, as we cannot remain in the material dimension for long and cannot continuously maintain the inert low-energy particle state. I believe that since you are the sublimators of the material dimension, you should be more accustomed to manipulating material particles and have the time and capability to sustain the existence of the photon energy tower. The light warriors knew this request was somewhat excessive, as maintaining the existence of a photon energy tower with the limited material interference of spiritual ascenders would undoubtedly require a large number of them to constantly intervene in particle motion. However, the number of spiritual ascenders among the idealistic humans is limited. Drawing a large number of them to serve in the material light kingdom would surely weaken the defensive capabilities of human civilization. We have no other choice. The existence of the photon energy tower will severely impact the original technological trajectory of the material dimension. We can only entrust it to a trustworthy civilization. Of course, as a return, we will also establish a photon energy tower in the human civilization area, allowing human civilization to enjoy the conveniences of photon energy. Do humans need the photon energy tower? Under normal circumstances, human energy is excessively abundant, and there is basically no need for photon energy intervention in the short term. However, human starships are an exception. They are in dire need of a stable output of photon energy. If they can obtain a continuous output of photon energy, human starships will acquire photon engines, photon energy cannons, and the ability to achieve ideal or near-light speeds. In this way, human civilization will become one of the dominators in the material dimension. Even if the photon energy comes from external forces transmitted through the photon dimension, it will not affect humans in establishing the Radiant Galactic Council. What a magnificent scene that would be! The Star Federation of the Kaya civilization would also become a region that can be suppressed before the radiant humans. By that time, the only limitation on the brilliance of humanity will be the energy output frequency of the photon energy tower, and humanity will, with their carbon-based bodies, become the great species that controls light. You have indeed presented a reason I cannot refuse. Humanity is in dire need of light, and they are eager to venture into the cosmic star sea. The eternal consciousness of the spiritual warriors' relatively immortal mechanical bodies, combined with the delivery of photon energy, is a radiant future that humanity cannot refuse, nor can I. Ultimately, Zhou Heng embodies the will of human civilization, and his stance undoubtedly leans towards humanity. If it were another converted race achieving a radiant future, Zhou Heng might consider the trade-off between input and output. Yet the foundation of human civilization is unique. Zhou Heng originates from humanity and also governs its future. The responsibility towards his race and civilization makes it impossible for him to abandon the opportunity for evolutionary progress. I will notify the spiritual warriors from my hometown to provide the material light kingdom with all the technology for the magnetic field amplifiers directly. We will do our utmost to maintain the photon energy tower in the material light kingdom before the instruments are successfully constructed. However, such light will one day converge. I need to inform the beings of the material light kingdom that they are the luminous humans. To avoid unnecessary wars in the future between the two races competing for the photon energy tower. Of course, Heng, that is your kingdom of light. You have the right to adjust its ideology and friendly stance. The beings of the material light kingdom and your idealistic humans absolutely cannot engage in war. They can only be mutually supportive allies. Otherwise, we will have to recover their photon energy towers from both sides, leaving only the photon communication devices to ensure their safety. Zhou Heng did not expect the light warriors to make such a significant investment. The value of the forerunners alone was insufficient for the light warriors to act as power banks, continuously supplying photon energy to both civilizations. Such excessive preferential treatment is rarely seen, even in normal dimensions, and within the gathering places of energy particle life, the establishment of photon energy towers is not observed. Of course, given the near light speed state and relatively primitive social structure of energy particle life, they do not require photon energy towers. I need to know why you are so insistent on excessively strengthening the material light kingdom to the point where our human side can also receive the same treatment. Heng, we need a material light kingdom. It is not only the home of the forerunners, but also the stop-loss point for our continued exploration of the path of individual transcendence in the future. We need human civilization. We need you to provide necessary protection for us, the light warriors who plunge into the spiritual dimension. The material light kingdom is ultimately too young. It lacks the ability to protect itself in the spiritual dimension, and our light warriors have little advantage there as well. Thus, you who thrive in the material and flourish in the spiritual are our best partners. Haven't you already given up on the individual transcendence plan? Yes, we once gave it up, but that was due to the unknown without feedback. Now, however, it is different. We know the lower limit of individual transcendence. When we determine that the spiritual dimension is not a dead end, and we can return to the photon dimension, the individual transcendence plan will inevitably restart. This time we have the information feedback channel of the photon communication device, which will surely allow us to adjust various factors affecting individual transcendence in real time. This time we have the information feedback channel of the photon communication device, which will surely allow us to adjust various factors. We cannot place all our hopes on the radiant primordial to avoid our countless years of waiting. Ultimately, hope should not be placed on one but should be kept diversified. Thus defeat can be exchanged for a path, and the future will not cease. As the dazzling photon energy tower was established, the light of order would shine brightly. The first photon energy tower was not constructed in the realm of material light, but rather within the domain of human civilization. On one hand, the light warriors were demonstrating their sincerity to human civilization, while on the other hand, the foundation of human civilization was deepening. The radiant tower was not built upon the Earth, but in the space adjacent to the planet. 50 spacecraft carried small antimatter energy furnaces and magnetic field amplifiers, providing the foundational shaping for the arrival of the radiance. The massive annihilation of matter and antimatter produced photons, which became the best carriers for the energy. As the photons were continuously shaped and constrained, the material carrier of the photon energy tower was born. In the next moment, the radiance descended, igniting a brilliant future far beyond the imagination of ordinary life. Is that the photon life spoken of by the human community? What kind of path have we embarked upon? Why would such magnificent beings akin to deities provide us with photon energy? From contention to unity, from breaking free of shackles to stepping into the universe, I once thought we were in an ideal era, and that humanity was about to establish its dream age. Yet in the blink of an eye we broke through the constraints of dimensions, our consciousness elevated our spirits, and we transcended from matter to energy. It turned out we had already entered a sacred age, realizing miracles beyond our dreams. Is this the power of the divine? It merely needs to traverse space to illuminate our world. To what extent has our civilization evolved, and who is leading us forward? Even if the beings that can converse with light are not light themselves, they are surely entities close to it. Have we become this powerful? Cultivation, refining the heart, and seeking truth until a light of the undying spirit is forged. Only then can we see the true nature of the world. Countless humans spontaneously stopped their tasks, sending blessings to the dazzling brilliance in space. They all knew that following the star-wide transformation, the fate of all humanity had become closely intertwined with their individual destinies. Therefore, that seemingly sacred and magnificent radiance would inevitably shine upon them. The glorious future was equally their own. Originally, individuals believed they would never forget this miraculous moment, but soon they realized they were too quick to be moved. For the great light is not singular. Every 3 months, a new divine being of light descends, providing energy to that dreamlike and brilliant photon energy tower. At this moment, humanity seemed to have ascended to become the beloved of light, not only receiving the continuous favor of light, but even gaining its power. What price did the human community pay to obtain a continuous supply of photon energy? I feel like even selling the entire planet wouldn't be worth that value. No need to feel, it simply isn't worth it. Photon life crosses dimensions to supply us with high-level energy, and the cost involved cannot be covered by just one material planet. Perhaps they hired our spiritual ascenders to work for them, and this photon energy is the reward of our ancestors. The human community has already published various texts on spiritual ascension to increase the output of spiritual ascenders. Individuals know the existence of spiritual ascenders and understand that the changes in civilization come from feedback interference from the spiritual dimension. But they never imagined that their ancestors were so powerful enough to break through the constraints of dimensions, leading humanity down a miraculous path. Regardless of how individuals felt from the moment the photon energy tower was ignited, human civilization had entered a new era. The continuous arrival of the light warriors also became a festival for the human race, which they called the Festival of Light, reminding them that they walk alongside the light. However, behind all this beauty, new challenges would emerge. When other cosmic civilizations discover that humanity has such a miraculous creation as the photon energy tower, they will undoubtedly send spies to infiltrate the planet to steal the manufacturing technology of the photon energy tower. As for the fleets of cosmic civilizations, they need not be concerned. Human warships equipped with photon engines and photon energy cannons will make them understand how brilliant the power of radiance truly is. As the photon energy tower of humanity operates normally, the photon energy tower of the realm of material light also entered the energization phase. Unlike humanity, the energy tower of the realm of material light was not built in space, but rather beneath the surface of the planet. This is because the current power of the realm of material light is too weak. If built in space, they would not only be unable to access it, but also unable to provide the necessary defensive strength for the photon energy tower. However, the diameter of the planet cannot be compared to the vastness of space, and a massive photon energy tower cannot be properly supported by a single planet. Therefore, Zhou Heng implemented a differentiated structural form in the realm of material light, dividing a colossal photon energy tower into over 5,000 interconnected small energy towers. In this way, the entire realm of material light was enveloped in radiant energy, indirectly creating a high-energy environment. When this differentiated photon energy tower was ignited, the power of high-energy photons began to influence the local intelligent life that was still in the evolutionary stage. It can be anticipated that in the future a small number of near-light beings or light warriors will surely emerge. However, if that happens, the photon energy tower supplying the entire realm of material light will have to energize the new near-light beings, while other forms of life can only strive to follow the technological path, preserving more energy for the warrior population. I await the return of the original light of the realm of material light. When the spiritual ascenders among local beings are born, my form of the land of light will be basically complete. They will undoubtedly become guardians of order, continuously walking the glorious path and safeguarding the beauty of life. The influence of radiant culture on the realm of material light is immense, essentially locking their civilizational stance. As part of the cooperation agreement, Zhou Heng cannot make large-scale changes to the radiant culture lest the light warriors in the photon dimension undergo individual transcendence experiments and fall into the depths of the spiritual dimension. Thus, Zhou Heng developed a new path for the realm of material light, enabling them to interact with different civilizations and understand the varying meanings of life. As a will of diverse civilizations, Zhou Heng will strive to help the civilizations under his jurisdiction embrace a relatively beautiful future. This is not a sacred sentiment, but merely a sense of responsibility. They gain wisdom through Zhou Heng adhering to him as the origin of life, and Zhou Heng grows strong because of them. How can he, like those sinners, wield power and toy with responsibility? Our 2 photon energy towers have been completed. The maintenance work from now on will be entrusted to you, the idealistic humans. We have only one requirement regarding the use of this energy: do not let the light be stained with the colors of slaughter and invasion. Of course, light is a part of order. It will always belong to hope and redemption. The radiant power blossoms in the material dimension. It does not burn as fiercely as the light of stars, yet it brings warmth and hope to civilization. Since the establishment of the photon energy tower, there has been no monumental change between humanity and the realm of material light. They still need time to alter their social structure and explore their new positioning within the material dimension. However, in the dimension of the mind, the realm of human civilization has quietly begun to change. Whether they wish to admit it or not, the material power of human civilization is surpassing its spiritual power. Those who once relied on spiritual feedback to integrate the future now possess the ability to explore the material future. This phenomenon has granted human civilization an unprecedented liberation as the responsibilities that once heavily weighed upon it have gradually loosened their grip. At this moment, the development of human civilization seems to have broken through a certain threshold, with both the mind and matter each possessing relative independence. As long as the photon energy tower does not collapse midway, and until humanity has fully digested Kaya technology, the state of human existence will undergo a fundamental change. Even when the spiritual power of humanity gradually weakens, the powerful material feedback will still support humanity in continuing to explore the truths of the universe. Of course, ensuring the flourishing of spiritual power is the correct path for human civilization, otherwise it is inevitable that they will face invasions from other idealistic civilizations in the mind dimension, much like the Kaya civilization. Light illuminates the future, brings warmth, and guides hope. Now material humanity has transitioned from being a spiritual dependency to following a path of material freedom. If one day we are destined to depart, they will have their own path of ascension. Zhou Heng knew that one day he and the warriors of light would leave. At that time, the realm of material light and human civilization would have to rely on themselves for development. Fortunately, the time for true transcendence is not yet determined. Zhou Heng has provided enough civilizational foundation to humanity in the realm of material light, enabling them to protect their own future. As Zhou Heng focused on the two most promising races within his diverse civilizations, the radiant Zhou Heng also intervened in the individual transcendence plans of the warriors of light. In fact, Zhou Heng himself was not in a hurry to complete individual transcendence. To him, as long as the path ahead was not cut off, that was enough. Even if the path ahead exists only in the illusion of lies, as long as a great goal stands before him, it is sufficient to prevent him from stagnating in his pursuit, or even looking back at the once conquered desires of royalty and delusional divine authority. In fact, in this aspect, the weaker the mind is cinder, the less affected they are. They can see the powerful predecessors and know that the road ahead is open. On the contrary, those powerful existences on the edge of dimensional ascension and exploring ascension are more easily influenced by the blockages in front of them. This is also one of the reasons why fallenness is transmitted from the upper levels to the lower. Individuals and groups that lose their pursuits will eventually fall into desire. Thus, after fulfilling their promises to human civilization, the warriors of light eagerly initiated new transcendence plans. They merely announced the restart of the individual transcendence plan, bringing fervent vitality to the tranquil realm of light. They had waited too long, and the future was uncertain as to how much longer they would need to wait. They desperately needed a new direction as a landscape leading to their future. In this situation, the warriors of light found Zhou Heng and proposed that he join the individual transcendence plan. Heng, you were born in the material realm and flourish in the spiritual. If the individual transcendence plan has your participation, we can obtain the most accurate information data. Of course, we will not let your efforts go unrewarded. We are willing to provide you with radiant energy to ensure that even if you fall into the mind dimension, you can quickly reshape your radiant form. The warriors of light's thoughts were quite correct. After all, they were not life forms within the mind dimension. Even if they fell into the mind dimension, most of the information they would perceive would only be normal phenomena of the mind dimension. They needed a special individual who understood the photon dimension, the material dimension, and the mind dimension to observe the various phenomena of descent from the photon dimension and thereby locate potential paths for minimalism. Facing such an invitation, Zhou Heng had no reason to refuse. After all, by joining this plan, he would not only gain the support of the entire radiant civilization, but also have the opportunity to explore the path of transcendence and truly experience the process of high-energy individuals transforming into zero energy. I certainly wish to explore the road to the future. All feedback data ultimately lacks the reality of personal experience, as each life has its own distinct perceptions. The individual transcendence experiment is also a rare exploratory opportunity for me. I have no reason to refuse. That's wonderful, Heng. We are not just collaborators, but fellow seekers of truth. Please proceed with our support. If one day you complete your transcendence, our future path will also be illuminated by your radiance. Although the individual transcendence plan is no longer a completely unknown path, it is still filled with uncertainty and danger. Thus, for the initial restart plan, the warriors of light only dispatched 9 explorers for the transcendence experiment. Zhou Heng knew that the likely endpoint for him and these explorers would still be the mind dimension. However, the difference is that he is not merely an individual life, but a macro-level civilization life, so his attempts at transcendence may differ completely from those of the explorers. Heng, can the carrier you chose truly instantaneously inherit everything about you? We do not doubt its capability, we only feel it is currently too weak. No problem, please rest assured. What it lacks is merely some energy, once it receives my gift, it will instantly elevate to a radiant form. In the matter of choosing a successor, Zhou Heng did not select the near-light being in the photon dimension, but instead sent another one of his mind differentiations to inherit everything about him. This choice was not due to reluctance to part with the vast energy contained in his photon body, as the warriors of light promised to provide him with unlimited radiant energy for the experiment. He chose his mind differentiation simply because an ordinary near-light being could not perfectly inherit his radiant particles. After all, Zhou Heng is not like normal energy particle life. He arrived in the photon dimension as the original god, and is difficult to be inherited or controlled by other life forms. Sometimes being overly perfect can also create obstacles. At least the high precision matching between Zhou Heng and the radiant particles reduces the compatibility, which greatly increases the difficulty of inheritance. Zhou Heng's own civilization attributes give him a strong assimilative nature. This assimilation is not a one-sided choice by Zhou Heng, but a mutual approach of life. If a life form continuously approaches Zhou Heng and inherits everything about him, they will likely become part of Zhou Heng, and even their consciousness will shift towards Zhou Heng's mind differentiation level. Thus, possessing the attributes of those who study me ascend, those who resemble me become one. Zhou Heng can only choose his own mind differentiation as his successor. Heng, are you ready? Please try to minimize your energy and information pursuing relative emptiness and zero. However, this cannot be absolute. You need to retain the final source will and observe your changes in real time. Emptiness and zero, seeking emptiness and thought, dissipating energy to zero. I think I know what to do. From high energy to zero energy, from informational state to intrinsic thought, Zhou Heng had not been unfamiliar with such a process. However, at that time his spiritual differentiation was attached to light-speed particles, and his material form had not yet reached the height of radiant life. But now everything was different, as Zhou Heng had long since become a complete radiant being and had touched the light-speed limit with his own life form. At this moment, whether on a spiritual or material level, Zhou Heng had a foundational basis for upward exploration. The only constraint now was that his ties to materiality, spirituality, and civilization were too deep, making it difficult for him to achieve a true state of emptiness. Thus he was uncertain whether during his transcendence experiment he would fall into the realm of human civilization in the spiritual dimension or the territory of the pioneers. What he was certain of was that there were too many anchor points in the spiritual dimension, making it nearly impossible for him to enter a state of confusion and drifting. Heng, it's about to begin. The 9 of you explorers must strive to conduct the transcendence experiment simultaneously. We need to compare your different perceptions of information to determine the similarities and differences among individuals. Alright, I'm ready and can initiate the exploration experiment at any time. Unlike the other 8 explorers who coordinated seamlessly, sharing similar energy forms and conscious inclinations, Zhou Heng, however, was an anomaly among this group of explorers. Whether in life form or thought position, he was fundamentally different from them. Under normal circumstances, during individual transcendence experiments, Zhou Heng would likely experience a completely different descent phenomenon from theirs. In fact, everything was much as Zhou Heng imagined it. At the moment the transcendence experiment was initiated, the complexity of his descent far surpassed that of the other 8 explorers. After transferring his energy and most of the information to his spiritual differentiation, the remaining intrinsic consciousness of radiant Zhou Heng lost its perception of the photon dimension. In an instant, his nearly motionless intrinsic thought plummeted from the high-energy photon dimension. At this moment, Zhou Heng's perceptual ability was reduced to the lowest level. Having lost energy supply, he also shut down his cognitive abilities, retaining only some informational analysis functions. If one were to compare each dimension to a bubble, Zhou Heng was currently situated in the gaps between. He was plummeting at high speed toward the unknown. This speed was not the normal definition of light speed, but rather a random fluctuation of unordered space. He felt countless threads pulling at his descent direction, which were the inheritances of photons, the civilizations of matter, and the calls of the spirit. Under the tug of those threads, Zhou Heng's falling trajectory quickly transformed into an inclined triangular structure, with the pull from the photon dimension being the weakest, while the forces from the material and spiritual dimensions were relatively balanced. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Heng should have been pulled into the material or spiritual dimension, but the pull from the photon dimension disrupted this delicate balance. He was like the center of gravity of a causal triangle, not touching any edge point of the triangle, yet spinning within this ever-changing causal triangle. During this process, Zhou Heng entered other dimensions, But due to the special state of the transcendence experiment, he was pulled out by the causal triangle, continuing to brush against the dimensional transformations under the pull of causality. Zhou Heng understood that this was because his empty state was too minuscule, so small that it had no adhesive quality to other dimensions, yet was absorbed by the tremendous pulling forces of the three dimensions. In this situation, Zhou Heng could actively enhance the information of a specific dimension, allowing himself to fall toward the spiritual or material dimension. Of course, he could also dissipate his own information and fall into the unknown dimension in a state of blankness, but his intrinsic thought rejected both options as he discovered that he seemed to have become a transcender of a different degree. Although Zhou Heng, in a state of the causal triangle, had not transcended the grand universe, nor become a superluminal being, he had indeed escaped the constraints of dimensions. Now he only needed to strengthen the pulling force of the photon dimension, pushing the causal triangle to achieve a balanced traction, allowing him to observe the transformation of dimensions from outside them. This attempt to transcend dimensions was an opportunity for Zhou Heng to intuitively observe the essence of the grand universe. Naturally, he would not forsake the near for the far and fall into unknown dimensions to explore the differences between dimensions. I understand that achieving emptiness and individual transcendence is not an endpoint, but a process. We need to first break free from the constraints of dimensions to observe the chaos of the grand universe from a higher perspective, so that we can discover our orderly path amid the disorder. Disorder has no direction or future, thus it is impossible for him to surpass limits and escape constraints. Zhou Heng and the Warriors of Light are both orderly individuals, but this does not mean their path is an orderly one. They do not know the endpoint of transcendence, nor do they have experience in transcendence. They can only explore the unordered path in the unknown, hoping to find an orderly passage. In such a situation, the chances of completing transcendence are naturally very low, requiring persistent exploration and attempts to gradually lock in the future direction. If I were not the will of a multi-civilizational entity, if my existence did not concern the core of countless material lives and vast fields of civilization, the pulling forces from the spiritual and material dimensions would not be so resilient and continuous. So it turns out it wasn't that the Warriors of Light took the wrong path, but rather that they skipped the process and directly experimented with the result. When they entrusted everything of themselves to the inheritors, the remaining intrinsic thoughts had hardly any pulling force left. Yet that small amount of pulling force ensured their fall into the spiritual dimension rather than the absolute zero energy dimension. Having already undergone individual transcendence experiments, Zhou Heng naturally sensed the speed of descent in that dimension. That speed was a drop in energy levels, not a movement in the material sense, capable of sending the explorers of light into the spiritual dimension in an instant. In such an extreme fall, even if he sensed something, it held no practical significance, as that state was essentially not transcendence, but a cycle of dimensions within the grand universe. Fortunately, Zhou Heng was a special life form of multi-civilizational level, and the pull of the causal triangle allowed him to maintain a state of being outside of dimensions without falling into them. I need to quickly strengthen the pulling force of the photon dimension, abandon the one-step transcendence mindset, and remember that transcendence is a long journey. At this moment, Zhou Heng, combining his special state, realized that transcendence is a process of seeking truth and cultivation rather than a result to be directly reached. He prepared to stabilize his form beyond dimensions first, then attempt to evolve himself into a new dimension, making himself a true node of the grand universe cycle. He understood that with too many causal entanglements, he could only transcend the cycle of the grand universe by integrating into it. Material life, spiritual life, energy life, radiant life, the will of civilization, multi-civilizational will. It turns out my path has long been anchored. I will become a new dimension shaped by matter, energy, and radiance, and infused with spirit, civilization, and multidimensionality. I am the arc, the dimension, arc, causality, as the anchor, civilization, as the lamp. Zhou Heng once pondered a question during his time as an ordinary human: where do lives go after they cease to exist? Ancient traditional cultures seem to provide an answer, viewing life as a cycle, believing that when life withers, it enters the realm of the soul, and after undergoing judgment, it returns to the human world in different forms. Current scientific understanding also offers an answer, suggesting that the decay of life is merely an entry into eternal slumber, wherein existence fades into nothingness. At that time, Zhou Heng was willing to believe in science, but was even more captivated by the notion of he naively thought that life needed an objective assessment from beginning to end, yet life itself could not judge its own good and evil, for it always found countless justifications for itself. As for why the ancients created a culture of reincarnation intertwined with romance and judgment, it must be the desperate need for life to constrain good and evil through the unknown of death. Yet the constraints of the unknown are always feeble. The rise of kings and nobles in each historical record is laid upon an endless accumulation of bones. Upon that throne built of bones, it was not a single person who sat, but rather the power of existence and insatiable desire. Ordinary Zhou Heng could see blood flowing and corpses drifting. Was it because of his noble character? In truth, it was not. Rather, it was the teachings of a great scholar that enlightened him to see through the darkness beneath the surface, and the thoughts of a great person that taught him to confront the essence of things directly. Having opened his mind, Zhou Heng understood his social class and established his self-identity, thus mourning for the deceased of history and lamenting the suffering of social strata. Thus at that time Zhou Heng hoped for a soul in reincarnation, wishing for an objective judgment at the end of life. When the ordinary him constrained himself with the fantasies in his heart, his fate suddenly blossomed one day. His will entered the world of the spirit. His class status underwent a qualitative change, allowing him to manipulate other lives like a deity, rejecting the undesired and rewriting the rules. At that time, what Zhou Heng desired most was absolute royal power, later evolving into great divine authority. His inner resolve could only prevent him from doing evil, but could not stop him from wielding the mighty power of authority. Therefore, Zhou Heng actively chose to fulfill the sacred of redemption, constraining his path with the highest ideals. Had he stopped there, his spiritual dimension would merely have added another deity, redeeming life. But he was fortunate enough to return to the material dimension, and at that moment the question of his life found it. In the material world, there are no deities. Material life knows no reincarnation. Only life itself and mightier lives can pass judgment on existence. What a real world it is, and yet what a false world. How can a single law of animals encapsulate all? What significance does the wisdom of miracles still hold? If ordinary Zhou Heng observed these truths, he could only strive to avoid becoming a worthless being, perpetuating his existence by continuously increasing his value. However, the one returning to the material dimension was not the one who could not refuse reality, but rather one bound by various ideals enlightened to his own path. Thus Zhou Heng descended. He aimed to rewrite the future of civilization and establish new laws of life. At that time he was ruthless. Any existence obstructing him would be crushed by his greater power. He violently tore apart the old world, crafting a new world that satisfied him relatively well. He reaped sufficient rewards with the future of human civilization entrusted to his hands. At that moment he nearly became the true deity of all humanity, continually energizing human civilization with joy in his heart, seeking to prove that his arrival, even if not a redemption, was a different form of justice. At that moment the supreme crown of Lord of Humanity and the sacred scepter of God of Fate converged in his hands. His life should have no regrets. Yet a question lingered in his heart. Since each branch of human civilization has birthed similar theories of reincarnation, does it not imply that human civilization indeed requires a place to judge the past? This thought peaked after he deeply understood the Kaya civilization and the Keith civilization, realizing that judgment is an ordered constraint, while eternal slumber is a disordered farewell. Undeniably, in this universe of increasing entropy, ordered entities will inevitably slide into disorder. It is chaos that is the true resting place of life. Yet the essence of life is to act against entropy, chasing its own order throughout its existence, and at its end it also requires an orderly outcome. These thoughts and realizations birthed a new pursuit in Zhou Heng's heart. He sought to establish a place for judgment, to write the rules of assessment through civilization and culture. He wanted life to understand that death is not an end, but rather the beginning of another form. He aimed to continue the narrative of life's order, adding a new route against entropy to the universe. Zhou Heng initially believed that his pursuit required the completion of individual transcendence to feedback the great universe with a higher dimensional force. However, the emergence of causal triangles and transcendent dimensions revealed new dawns. Indeed, he need not rush. He could wait until he completed individual transcendence before writing his own rules. Yet he feared that a transcendent self might view the great universe from a broader perspective, thereby negating the goals that once anchored trivial lives. Thus he intended to forge his own dimension, write his own rules, and provide an orderly constraint for the lives that follow him, assisting them in restraining the beasts within their hearts. He aimed to use causality as an anchor, guiding the consciousness of lives end into his dimension. He sought to use civilization as light, judging the gains and losses of life. He wished to transform his dimension into an arc, enhancing the depth and breadth of life, with this dimensional arc ensuring that the light of wisdom and life does not falter and the light of the spirit does not become tainted. Heng, who gave you the power to make choices that affect the end of life. Heng, it is the will of civilization that bestows upon you the responsibility to strive and compose new chapters for life. Establishing a new dimension amidst the gaps of dimensions is undoubtedly challenging. Even more difficult is giving this new dimension a definition, embedding it within the cycles of the great universe. After all, relying solely on Zhou Heng's power cannot sustain a new dimension's normal operation. The cycle of the universe is meant to combat entropy, and ordered anti-entropy is the essential meaning of a dimension's existence. Zhou Heng did not know whether the new dimension he envisioned would be accepted by the great universe, but he understood that as long as he moved forward according to the rules of the great universe, any form of dimension holds the potential for birth. Once Zhou Heng determined to craft an arc within the gaps of dimensions, his spiritual differentiation in the photon dimension began to take action. Everyone, I need an area to establish a new civilization within the photon dimension. Heng, that is unrealistic. We can accommodate explorers from other dimensions, but cannot accept the leap of other civilizations. For that may bring us war, and it may interfere with our brilliant primordial plan. On the path of transcendence, there are no possibilities, only inevitable choices. I have seen a new direction for transcendence. When dimensions become the cornerstone, we can gaze upon the universe above. The hallmark of intelligent life is the ability to alter the environment and create things that sustain the rise of civilization. The environmental protection discussed by intelligent beings is fundamentally about safeguarding their own living habitat rather than a yearning to return to the primitive, bloodthirsty natural era. Thus, if a new phenomenon can propel the development of civilization, intelligent beings are willing to make certain compromises to facilitate its emergence. Upon Zhou Heng explaining his situation in the interdimensional gap, it immediately attracted the high attention of the warriors of light. Has Heng transcended the constraints of dimensions? Indeed, individual transcendence experiments cannot be conducted solely within the radiant civilization. However, if Heng has not entered the mental dimension, how did he transmit information back to it? Everyone, Heng's current state is exceptionally unique. He is being pulled by the exceedingly imbalanced causality between three dimensions existing in a state of continuous motion. Yet it is precisely because of these threads of causality that he is able to relay what he has witnessed back to the mental dimension. We, the idealistic humans, hope to establish a large gathering place in the photon dimension to neutralize the fluctuations of the causality triangle, allowing Heng to remain in a relatively stable state. Faced with Zhou Heng's explanation of his mental differentiation, the warriors of light were indeed moved. In their view, encountering anomalies on the path to exploring truth is not a bad thing. Rather, it is part of the trajectory of engaging with truth. Their only concern was that the idealistic humans would send a large number of mental ascenders at once, thereby disrupting the unity of their radiant realm with new small factions. Heng is not only our collaborator, but also our companion on the path. We are willing to do everything in our power to guarantee his safety and will strive to provide convenience for his exploration. However, we cannot currently discern whether your description is a lie, hence we must establish an agreement between us. The terms of the agreement state that to support Heng's exploration, we will provide you with a temporary gathering place. However, if Heng's existence disappears, or if we believe we have been deceived, we reserve the right to demand that you jump back to the material dimension. In the photon dimension, the number of warriors of light, along with their ability to manipulate the manifested radiant titan, can suppress the vast majority of anomalies. The abundant power and desire for transcendence ultimately compelled them to agree to the idealistic humans group jump and establish a large gathering place in the photon dimension. However, they placed certain restrictions on the number of jumps, demanding that the number of idealistic humans jumping cannot exceed 10 million. From this numerical limitation, it can be seen that the warriors of light are quite sincere, yet this restriction is somewhat unnecessary, because it is fundamentally impossible for humanity to produce such a large number of mental ascenders for dimensional jumps. It can only be said that their understanding of human civilization is still too limited. They cannot imagine how young human civilization is, just as humans cannot fathom how ancient they are. Thank you for your support. We do not need such a large number. A base of about several 100,000 is sufficient for Heng to adjust the balance of the causality triangle. The forms of life are different, and the information entanglement, causal pull, and existence anchoring factors generated between different life forms are also distinct. The form of energy particle life is inherently suited to serve as information anchor points and can carry vast amounts of civilizational information. Moreover, Zhou Heng's attribute of my civilization allows him to form a civilization on his own, enabling him to establish new gravitational pulls of civilization across different dimensions through mental differentiation. Therefore, Zhou Heng only needs a certain base of energy particle shells and mental differentiation bodies to maintain the existence of an informational civilization in the photon dimension. Indeed, Zhou Heng does not plan to send human mental ascenders to balance the causality triangle, as that would be far too inefficient. On the contrary, by using his own mental differentiation body to build a civilization of my kind, Zhou Heng can even finally control the center of the causality triangle. This ability for precise adjustments is extremely important for Zhou Heng, who exists in the interdimensional gap. He cannot maintain zero adhesion for long, but will gradually increase the input of information matter and energy, promoting the emergence of new dimensions. In such circumstances, if he cannot finally control the causality triangle, his new dimension is likely to collide with other dimensions and be drawn and absorbed. Thus, Zhou Heng must exert absolute control to adjust his position in real time, like an ark cautiously sailing through waters filled with hidden reefs. After gaining the support of the radiant realm, Zhou Heng deployed a large number of mental differentiation bodies into the photon dimension, continuously increasing the proportion of his civilization of my kind. As the causal pull of the photon dimension continued to strengthen, the causality triangle composed of the forces from matter, mind, and photons gradually detached from random fluctuations and moved towards a state of balance. Only at this moment did Zhou Heng begin to increase the volume of his cognitive information to better observe the connections between dimensions. He discovered that the vast universe truly utilizes energy, matter, and information to the extreme. What appears to be a rough and laissez-faire dimension is in fact a finely tuned cyclical system. Information in the material dimension does not vanish without reason, but sinks into a cyclical process within the mental dimension. The consciousness of deceased humans does not completely reset. Rather, it transforms into an information state that plunges into the mental dimension. However, this descent is not a mental jump, but rather a chaotic sinking akin to spilled water. During this sinking process, unnecessary chaotic information that is attached to the consciousness of life will plummet instantly. Only then do the relatively important pieces of conscious information gradually flow back, causing the consciousness of the deceased to be unable to fully enter the mental dimension, rendering it as mere fragments of disregard that merge into the civilizational information repository. Of course, during this process, humanity has not completely dissipated. It is only when those who remember and cherish them are no longer present that their existence will entirely vanish. From this perspective, leaving a mark in history and being celebrated in faith holds value for ordinary lives. The fame they gain during life allows them to enjoy honor, and the pull from this fame slows their rate of dissipation after death. Though a slowed rate of dissipation holds little significance for them, the difference between eternal slumber and fading away is minimal for the deceased. Nevertheless, this is a manifestation of material intervention in the mind. The fairness of the vast universe lies in the fact that all movements of life will yield substantive feedback. However, some feedback can be perceived by life, while some transcend the perceptual range of life. The meaning of life appears to be so straightforward to those life forms beyond dimensions. All their movements yield results. Even if it is merely to indulge in an absurd dream, it will add a segment of information to the mental dimension. Perhaps under the reorganization of the mental dimension, the information once fantasized by life will become a component of a mental world. They are not merely appendages of civilization. They are the very creators of information and the reason for the sprouting of another form of life. Is this not another form of reincarnation? The high-ranking resist the fantasies of the low-ranking, while the low-ranking struggle to give rise to reality. No wonder the realm of human civilization is so wondrous and multifaceted. It turns out that those who scatter their thoughts abound, constructing dreamy information within their hearts. The interactive patterns among various dimensions in the grand universe stirred something within Zhou Heng, for they represented that even the most ordinary life, due to its own existence, could cause shifts in matter and receive spiritual feedback. The essence of life is contained within, as they are born equally in the grand universe. The awakening of wisdom and the sprouting of life signify that they are not mere passers-by, but changers and creators. Perhaps a certain native in the dimension of the spirit is merely an extension of the consciousness of some insignificant life, with two different lives separated by dimensions and the barriers of life and death unable to meet. Perhaps a certain native in the dimension of the spirit is merely an extension of the consciousness of some insignificant life, with two different lives separated by dimensions. The vague sensations of that moment are profoundly mysterious, serving as both a blessing from the deceased to the living and a celebration from the past life to the future. This causal relationship of inheritance is a romantic notion unique to intelligent beings. The purer the wisdom that falls into the spirit, the more complete it becomes, whereas the more chaotic the consciousness falls into the spirit, the more dispersed it is. This causal relationship of inheritance is a romantic notion unique to intelligent beings. The purer the wisdom that falls into the spirit, the more complete it becomes, whereas the more chaotic. He prepared to position his own dimension between the material and the spirit, becoming a hub. He would evaluate the consciousness of material life according to different civilizations and cultures, and through the evaluators those consciousnesses would receive protection, entering the spirit dimension to embark on a new life. As for those individual consciousnesses that did not pass the evaluation, they would be judged according to their level of sin. Those with lower sins would have their consciousness information cleansed and flow into the spirit dimension, while those with higher sins would face punishment and be left to decompose naturally. Zhou Heng aimed to add an orderly constraint to the life rules of returning to the source, allowing truth and goodness to endure while dissolving evil and sin. In this relatively ideal model, the total flow of information between the material and spirit dimensions remains unchanged, as does the frequency of consciousness completeness and thought dispersion. Zhou Heng merely made the lives of goodness and truth more complete, while the existence of evil and sin became more dispersed. The result of this approach is akin to supplementing the heavenly path with earthly principles, embedding the judgments of humanity within the dimensional cycle without altering the grand universe's circulation. Consequently, those notorious sinners could no longer enjoy the prestige and existence after death, as the insignificant ordinary would share in the civilizational gifts with all life. Having wandered this far, the unforgettable intent is my original intention. How should the light of humanity be sustained, reopening the heavens and shaping the cycle of life? Ordered lives existing through the thoughts within their hearts yearn for the ultimate judgment in this real universe. Those chaotic consciousnesses thriving on plundering the flesh and spirit of others seem to worship the gods devoutly, but they are merely fearful of the ultimate judgment. For they understand better than anyone that they are the true demons in the material world. A tale seeking truth through the journey to the west has chronicled all sins. The Lion Camel Ridge, with its piles of white bones and filthy blood, harbors the demon lords and evil spirits who deserve a place for judgment. The more they fear, the more it proves that certain rules must exist. The more devout they are, the more they prove their own wickedness. Knowingly committing crimes, wishing to ease their hearts, how can they comfort the despair of suffering, and how can they respond to the cries of redemption? When Zhou Heng, through his manipulation of the causal triangle, projected his consciousness near the material and spirit dimensions, he discovered that these two dimensions had already begun to overlap, making them difficult to separate. In this overlapping dimensional state, Zhou Heng found himself unable to forcefully become the connecting dimension between the two. He could only strive to approach both the material and spirit dimensions, constructing a new dimension that simultaneously connected both at their dimensional boundaries. Of course, the new dimension, reliant on the material and spirit dimensions, could not completely throttle the flow of material information to the spirit dimension. Yet Zhou Heng, as a consciousness of a multidimensional civilization, could decide the path his subordinate civilizations would take to reach the spirit dimension. For Zhou Heng, this was sufficient. The power and responsibility he bore could only guide the civilizations under his domain rather than unify all material civilizations. A new dimension is about to be born. From now on, ordinary life will also possess a soul's abode, and the chaotic and reckless actions can no longer trample upon everything at will. Zhou Heng stirred the material particles circulating between various dimensions, establishing a region where particles and information intertwine. Then he continuously infused energy into it, drawing upon the radiant powers to anchor time and imparting the strength of the spirit and the will of civilization to shape its essence. When the new dimension was born, the gap between it and the normal dimensions was as vast as that between a grain of sand and a planet, but this tiny seed would one day grow into a trunk and sprout branches. As Zhou Heng added rules to the cyclical dimension with the will of civilization, he simultaneously began to observe other dimensions from the perspective of this dimension. He felt as if those dimensions had transformed into televisions within which, no matter how vast the world or how great the life, it was merely a single image. At this moment, Zhou Heng became a relatively high-dimensional life, while the lives within the dimension were relatively low-dimensional. Those unable to transcend dimensions could not shake Zhou Heng's material existence no matter what. Low-dimensional life can only influence the emotions of high-dimensional life through a series of tragedies or comedies, thereby affirming their existence. Yet high-dimensional life merely records everything of low-dimensional life as images, since they can see the past and future of low-dimensional life at a glance. Zhou Heng is not yet a truly transcendent life, but even so, everything occurring within the dimension is gradually losing significance for him. He could silently observe the rise and fall of civilizations within his cyclical dimension, or he could exert some power to intervene in the civilizations of individual lives or groups. More remarkably, when he observed the dissipating individual lives from the perspective of the cyclical dimension, he discovered that the target consciousness did not disperse, but rather gradually fell into the spirit dimension. This sudden new vision reminded Zhou Heng of his origin. He too, having faced death, carried a relatively complete consciousness when he entered the spirit dimension. Does the observation from a relatively high dimension represent the endowment of existence? When I fell into the spirit dimension, was it also the result of being observed by high-dimensional life? If so, has it left now, or is it still watching over me and influencing my choices in some way? Since Zhou Heng entered the spirit dimension, he has entered a phase of rapid development, and in a short time, he has reached heights that many predecessors failed to achieve in long years. However, he never categorized this as luck because each step he took was steady. He always knew what he was doing and what changes would result from his actions. The only process he could not control was the initial plunge into the spirit dimension, which he once believed was luck, a miracle accomplished through his will amidst life and death. But now it seems he was mistaken. Oh, perhaps he too was an individual once observed by high-dimensional life, which is why miracles blossomed within him. Who is watching me? Who remembers me? Thank you, high-dimensional beings, for your existence. The audience may seem unrelated to the characters, but without the audience's gaze, the characters lose their connection to existence. The audience's attention can change many things under the influence of their subjective consciousness. A seemingly unimportant character may become the core of the story, while a primary character may fade into obscurity. This situation also has certain applicability between dimensions. Even if the original miracle cannot be pinpointed, it will not appear without reason. Luck and fortune can only exist within the social rules familiar to life, but once detached from those rules, luck and fortune become irrelevant. For instance, when an exceptionally hungry being encounters a tiger or leopard, is that luck or misfortune? Different beings will provide different answers. The strong are born lucky, while the weak perish in misfortune. Therefore, when it comes to dimension leaps, it cannot be explained merely by luck and fortune. The self-evident will reach the end, while the unproven will obtain gifts. But who can grant a dying being the ability to break free from material constraints and leap into the dimension of the soul to reshape itself? This is something the light warriors cannot achieve, the Keith civilization, Kaya civilization, and even humanity cannot do it. Only Zhou Heng as a dimension can accomplish this. However, it is evident that the entity granting him the original miracle cannot be himself, nor can it be a special dimension that holds him in high regard. Zhou Heng knows how ordinary his original self was. He never considered explaining his original self through terms like resilience, kindness, or nobility. He accepts his initial ordinariness while also accepting his current transcendence. How could such an ordinary version of himself receive the gift of a dimension? Well, therefore that original miracle likely stemmed from the attention of higher dimensional beings. Zhou Heng does not know why higher dimensional beings would pay attention to him, nor does he worry about whether their attention harbors ill intent. Just as when he was an ordinary person watching a TV series, the characters in the drama merely need to walk their own paths without trying to decipher the intentions of higher dimensional beings. Because even if one tries to decipher, it will be futile. Without a relatively equal life perspective, the attempts of lower dimensional beings are simply a source of additional worry. Thus, after Zhou Heng observed the operational state of dimensions through a dimensional perspective, even with speculations about higher dimensional beings, he felt no fear or anxiety. For him, the existence of higher dimensional beings is rather good news, as it signifies that there truly exists a universe above, and that transcending to higher dimensions is not a mere fantasy. What do higher dimensional beings truly look like? Do they experience joy and sorrow as well? Perhaps they do, for wise beings should have their own satisfactions and dissatisfactions. If I could meet the original miracle granter, what kind of return could I offer them? This truly is a magical journey. Those who help me do not speak, and I, the one who has helped, bear the responsibility. Zhou Heng reflected on the continuity of humanity from this special relationship of granting. Parents give birth to children without speaking of repayment, and children have responsibilities toward their own offspring. Perhaps this is the norm of life. Oh, when life is desolate, the ones who help are more likely to be those who have helped them before rather than those they have helped in the past. Zhou Heng does not demand that the higher dimensional being who granted the original miracle continue to help him. He wishes to complete his own transcendence and feedback to the universe, to civilization, and also to the initial gaze of the higher dimensional being. Of course, all of this is Zhou Heng's subjective speculation. He cannot be certain that higher dimensional beings truly cast their gaze upon him, but regardless, his path will not change. He will continue on until he achieves self-transcendence or falls along the path of transcendence. As Zhou Heng gradually adapted to the dimensional vision, he began to perceive the greatness of macro life and the indifference of dimensional consciousness. There are simply too many situations of sorrow, despair, joy, and tranquility. With each visual transition, he sees different stories from different dimensions. With so many ups and downs, how can one manage them? Naturally, it is an impossible task. Moreover, each civilization has its own form. The sufferings of some interstellar civilizations seem like blissful dreams to ancient civilizations. How can one assess or manage that? Should I close my eyes? As long as I cannot see, the cries of pain will not disturb my thoughts. No, have I not come this far to open my eyes? I have changed so much and will continue to change even more. For a being with humanity, facing the truth of the universe is incredibly painful. Zhou Heng grieves for the war between two brilliant interstellar civilizations. Beneath the brilliant beams of energy lie the destruction of countless planets and the demise of countless lives. He feels even more sorrow for the pain of young lives, for within their pure eyes lies confusion and innocence. They are hungry and weak, plagued by illness. Oh, what are they waiting for? Is it for departing relatives or for a death they cannot yet comprehend? Yet in their eyes Zhou Heng sees pure hope, a yearning for loved ones to appear, a desire for their mother's embrace, and a nostalgia for a warm past. The desires of young lives are pure and timid. They do not call upon the gods, yet they draw the attention of those who seem divine. I am indeed not a deity, nor can I truly become one. I harbor likes and dislikes, I cannot bear reality, and I long for ideals. My humanity is too heavy, yet only by maintaining my humanity can I pursue the true self that seeks the truth. For constructing ideals is the meaning of my pursuit of truth. In fact, Zhou Heng could have long ago given up on progress and enjoyed life. He does not believe that after transcending he will obtain a better living environment. In this respect, the light warriors understand as well. They enjoy near invincibility in the photon dimension, and the pursuit of truth does not seem to bring them a better life. But like Zhou Heng, they have long since surpassed the stage of self-satisfaction and entered the stage of practicing their paths. Their ascent and transcendence focus on validating their own paths and feedbacking their paths to the vast universe rather than simply transcending their existing lives. To hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening is precisely the kind of life they lead. They all know that higher dimensional transcendence also represents new dangers far from the stability of the current comfort, yet they will not halt their steps. They will continue to move forward and practice their own paths. It seems my reincarnation dimension will acquire a new function. I shall use the gravitational pull of dimensional observation to draw in the terminal awareness of those despairing lives. I cannot save all lives in the universe, but I at least want to save those I can see. After all, I am the God of redemption and hope, and this divine duty is the only reality I wish to bring from the realm of fantasy. Zhou Heng's initial guiding route has always been to alleviate suffering. He hopes that his path of transcendence will remain accompanied by redemption and hope. He knows that many lives do not agree with this idealistic concept, but he also understands how desperately those who have experienced despair wish for redemption. The brilliance of holiness and the warmth of love should always transcend the so-called violence and cruelty, who otherwise such civilizations would have no hope or future and would ultimately exhaust everything in reckless abandon. Fear not, grieve not, for I come to guide you home. Whoever grants me miracles has no need to be known. I offer hope to those who need it. Wisdom gives birth to the spirit of life, and the spirit nourishes the meaning of existence. When a life spirit becomes lost, it will slide towards chaos on a spiritual level. This descent appears to be merely a matter of virtue, as if the order of good and evil is simply a natural phenomenon of life. However, this is not the case. If life is divided into two parts, matter and information, then the law of entropy increase in the universe can also be applied to life. Entropy increase is a process of development from order to disorder. In a sense, the meaning of life lies in its ability to resist its own entropy increase, that is the phenomenon of entropy decrease. Entropy increase signifies the aging of the universe, while negative entropy signifies the budding of life. The grand universe requires entities of negative entropy to counterbalance the phenomenon of entropy increase. For the grand universe, the meaning of life's existence is to live with negative entropy constraining the order of the matter and information it contains. Thus, whether it is the disordering of thought or the disordering of the body during this process, their value to the existence of the grand universe will gradually diminish. When a life can no longer provide entropy decrease to the universe, its meaning of existence will vanish, and the aging of matter and the death of the spirit will inevitably arrive. In this way, seeking the favor of the grand universe gains direction. When a life continuously increases its own entropy decrease, it will naturally attain a relatively eternal existence. At that time, even if their physical body cannot resist the phenomenon of entropy increase and undergoes natural aging, their consciousness will enter the spiritual dimension, becoming a being of entropy decrease on the information level. From this perspective, the existence of Zhou Heng and the existence of the light warriors are relatively eternal as they conform to the laws of the grand universe. In other words, they are no longer merely antivirus cells, but rather a higher-level antivirus program, with civilization and ideology serving as the logical framework of their existence. It turns out that it is not only the self-redemptors and order maintainers who can achieve spiritual ascension, but rather the grand universe does not need chaos. It only requires orderly extension. As the wheel of dimensions, Zhou Heng gradually unraveled many phenomena he had once struggled to understand. At this moment, he realized that in such a magnificent grand universe, there are no coincidences. The existence of those who ascend spiritually is because the grand universe needs them. He has reached his current height because he has always defended the cycle of the grand universe. How to transcend? When responsibility expands from the individual to the realm of civilization and then rises from the realm of civilization to the cosmic level, responsibility is always on the increase. In this context, individual transcendence and civilization transcendence diminish the entropy reduction capacity of the grand universe, while dimensional transcendence excavates the cyclical organs of the grand universe. No wonder the initial direction the light warriors anchored was to reduce and seek emptiness. If they were to transcend under such a heavy burden of responsibility, the gravitational pull of the grand universe would be proportional to that responsibility. Under the gravitational influence of the grand universe, it is nearly impossible for a life born within the grand universe to achieve transcendence. This phenomenon is not good news for Zhou Heng, as the weight of responsibility he carries is enormous. Such immense responsibility allows him to enjoy more privileges within the grand universe, but it also continually enhances his uniqueness. After all, the grand universe cannot determine whether Zhou Heng's successor can bear the responsibilities of the dimensional cycle as he does. Therefore, the grand universe is unlikely to let such a unique existence as Zhou Heng leave easily, but will continuously increase his privileges, making him shoulder more orderly functions. Of course, every situation has two sides. The favor of the grand universe is not a bad thing. With the support of the grand universe, Zhou Heng can accomplish many things beyond his own capabilities. For example, he can ascend from an individual life to the height of a dimensional life, and his reincarnation dimension is also continuously being energized by the cycle of the grand universe. In fact, the grand universe lacks neither energy nor matter. For it, a small reincarnation dimension can quickly grow with just a slight tilt of resources. However, this situation is different for Zhou Heng. Even if he invests everything, he cannot cultivate a dimension to greatness. He can only create a dimensional seed, waiting for it to grow slowly under the nourishment of time. Yet Zhou Heng, who was once merely an individual and a civilized life, did not understand the fluctuations of his own privileges, nor could he realize the privileges granted by the grand universe. When he transcended the dimension and entered the dimensional cycle of the grand universe, those cosmic privileges truly demonstrated their terrifying value. As Zhou Heng initially established the reincarnation dimension and drew energy from the physical and photon dimensions, the grand universe's privileges automatically determined that its entropy reduction program needed energy. Thus, a massive amount of energy and matter began to tilt towards Zhou Heng's reincarnation dimension. Zhou Heng felt that if it weren't for the limits of his own carrying capacity, the grand universe could instantly forge his reincarnation dimension into a scale comparable to a normal dimension. O grand universe, how shall I describe your greatness? A single infusion of your energy renders the so-called interstellar civilizations a joke. The star seeds they could never unify in their lifetime can effortlessly be birthed under your infusion. A galaxy is already large enough for civilization, yet for the grand universe a galaxy is trivial. Perhaps this is the difference between the universe and life. the great cycle in silence while the small seek to tame other existences with thought and force. Under the energy infusion of the grand universe, Zhou Heng's reincarnation dimension underwent earth-shattering changes with the continuous gathering of matter and energy manifesting a powerful vitality in the reincarnation dimension. At this moment, Zhou Heng even developed the illusion of being the son of the universe as the flow of matter and energy seemed to transform into the whispering voice of the grand universe bestowing blessings upon him. At this time, the existence of the civilization level gradually seemed insignificant in Zhou Heng's perception. He was evolving into a great being in every sense. The suddenly elevated state of existence made it difficult for Zhou Heng to adapt for a while, as his previous greatness was merely relative strength, not at a level capable of obliterating civilizations at will. If the Light Warriors could send the Radiant Primordial beyond the dimension, then the Radiant Primordial should also enjoy the same treatment. However, the Radiant Primordial is too deeply involved with the photon dimension and lacks other strong dimensions for balance, making it difficult to truly transcend the constraints of dimensions. The evaluation standards of the grand universe are truly peculiar. The energy and matter in the cycle may not carry much significance for it, but its privileges are likely anchored to the phenomenon of entropy reduction. From the perspective of entropy reduction, Zhou Heng's existence indeed transcends ordinary civilizations and individual lives. Even those powerful light warriors cannot pursue his heights. After all, the order constraints he points to include not only diverse civilizations, but also the life matter and life information under the civilization's jurisdiction. Need equals feedback, order equals fulfillment. This responsibility is becoming increasingly heavy. The authority of the vast universe is both a blessing and a responsibility, as well as a constraint and a set of rules. At the moment Zhou Heng established the reincarnation dimension, his new dimension was labeled with the essence of entropy reduction and order, marking the significance and source of its existence. If one day the reincarnation dimension were to violate the orderly cyclical rules of the vast universe, then the matter and energy contained within it would inevitably fall into disorder. The vast universe does not monitor Zhou Heng's reincarnation dimension in real time, but it does endow the dimension with the most fundamental logic of existence. Any behavior that violates this logic of existence will weaken the existence of the reincarnation dimension, while actions that conform to it will strengthen its existence. This means that the moment the reincarnation dimension was born, it was connected to the second law of thermodynamics of the vast universe, and its significance of existence was tightly bound to the cosmic cycle. Zhou Heng, as a dimensional being, is unable to perceive the entirety of the vast universe. The reality he perceives is merely a relative reality, not an absolute one. Therefore, Zhou Heng cannot ascertain how the vast universe perceives the sudden emergence of a new dimension within, whether it is merely an embellishment or an essential existence. What he can be certain of is that the vast universe maintains a supportive attitude toward internal coordinative changes, willing to guide more orderly units to undertake the function of entropy reduction. Zhou Heng feels grateful for such support, yet the responsibilities and constraints that come with it are gradual. After all, the disorder of an ordinary life poses little impact on the vast universe, whereas the entropy increase of a dimensional life can lead to a series of problems. Thus, from this moment on, the rules of the vast universe will truly exhibit a binding force, and Zhou Heng's relative freedom will instead begin to contract. However, these constraints and responsibilities do not make Zhou Heng feel uncomfortable, for he understands that those in higher positions require more restraint. Our relying solely on self-morality cannot sustain the operation of cosmic logic. Just as Zhou Heng exists in an orderly fashion now, countless years later, or perhaps after he departs, whether a new successor can also maintain order remains uncertain. In fact, the authority granted by the vast universe is both a grace and a constraint. The closer one is to it, the more responsibilities they bear, and the nearer they are to transcendence, the greater the burdens they carry. This is almost a vicious cycle. Without approaching the vast universe, there is no hope of transcendence, yet the closer one gets, the more restricted their transcendence becomes. Only when Zhou Heng gained dimensional vision and encountered more of the rules of the vast universe did he truly comprehend the difficulty of transcendence. At this moment, Zhou Heng belongs to a being overburdened with responsibility. Individual transcendence for him is no longer a solitary act, but a unified endeavor of civilization and dimension. Moreover, the radiant civilization home to the Warriors of Light also bears significant responsibilities. The brilliance they forged can only become new dimensional lives, making it difficult for them to elevate their civilization. Ironically, individuals among the Warriors of Light hold more hope for transcendence, as the responsibilities they bear are relatively limited. Certainly, ordinary lives have the highest chances of transcendence, as their responsibilities and functions are minimal, making them units that the vast universe can easily release. The operation of the vast universe is indeed wondrous. Ordinary lives struggle against entropy increase and dissolution of order, while sublimated units forge eternity, finding it hard to escape order. The truth may not be so complex. The laws of the vast universe have already elucidated everything. Order signifies anti-entropy, implying order and constraint, while disorder signifies entropy, increase, implying distortion and indulgence. Since order inherently represents relative constraint, it cannot be easily transcended. Likewise, since disorder signifies indulgence, it cannot accomplish the binding of life, thus forging eternity. Zhou Heng finds that the closer he approaches transcendence, the more he struggles to find the direction of transcendence. Ironically, he had the clearest path to transcendence when he first entered the photon dimension. Perhaps this is the price of exploring the truth. The more one explores, the more they feel their ignorance, and the more they hear, the more they feel learned. The path taken by the warriors of light is not wrong. Whether through individual transcendence or through the radiant primordial, they can achieve part of their pursuit. However, if they were to become true dimensional beings someday, they too would likely suffer. Seeing the suffering of sentient beings while remaining at ease, how could they turn a blind eye to the suffering of others? Zhou Heng understands that the lives in various dimensions of the past have existed in such a manner where the convergence of wisdom and spirit sees little hope, while the suffering of salvation is rather rare. This phenomenon perfectly aligns with the entropy-increase law of the vast universe. All order will eventually transition to disorder, and all prosperity will ultimately descend into oblivion. Therefore, only by rewriting the phenomenon of entropy increase and disorder can one fundamentally alter the routes of all civilizations and the thinking of life. At first I redeemed myself, admonishing myself to maintain order. Later I redeemed lives being revered as sacred. Subsequently, I redeemed civilizations to practice my ideals. When can I reflect the entire vast universe? My path of redemption will be complete. The road ahead is long, and this time I may not have fellow travelers by my side. Today, I urge myself to adhere to reason and engrave the Tao in my heart. There are many painful things on the quest for the path, but losing companions and walking alone is undoubtedly one of the most painful. For that signifies that what one does will not be understood, and all confusion must be faced alone. Occasionally, when one wishes to communicate, they find no one to engage with. As for seeking inspiration from others' paths, it will only lead to divergence, adding unnecessary. Once Zhou Heng was never short of companions along his path. Even after he became the will of civilization, the heights of the warriors of light could still guide him forward. But now his path has become entirely different from that of normal individual lives. He has finally reached the last fork in the road, ready to bid farewell to companions and embark on a solitary journey. At the pinnacle moment, he encountered the most bewildering future. At the greatest time, he faced the most lonely circumstance. No matter what kind of life, one must confront a moment of self-validation. At this time, others are merely spectators, and the true self is the only one capable of forging the future. If life casts aside the only moment of self-validation, then its path cannot be discussed. All actions and thoughts are merely extensions of external paths. Zhou Heng has not experienced the initial spiritual sublimation. His origin stems from an unknown bestowal. Although his spirit has long been fulfilled, he lacks an important experience of self-validation. This experience is unavoidable. He once did not face it, but now he must. The form of facing it has simply changed. He once sought spiritual sublimation, but now he must pursue the transcendence of the true self. Clearly, self-validation for transcendence is far more difficult than spiritual sublimation, yet Zhou Heng does not resent the initial bestowal. For he knows that without the initial unknown endowment, he could never have reached his current height. In such a case, he would likely have reached his end through labor, with no prospect of miracles. Fortunately, along the way, Zhou Heng still retains his original intention. With this original intention, he can trace back to the beginning. Ultimately, the solitary journey on the great Tao is merely a pursuit of truth in one's own initial path. In the emptiness of falling into nature, seeking truth amidst the mundane, the dimension leaps forth into brilliance, and the great Tao walks alone towards self-validation. Responsibility is not measured by ability, but by power, authority, and jurisdiction. This way of measuring responsibility may seem unreasonable, yet it is a freedom of choice granted to internal beings by the vast universe. For instance, if a life form is exceptionally powerful but prefers not to bear excessive responsibilities and simply wishes to manage its own existence, such a fundamental demand is permissible. The vast universe adheres to a logic of ordered entropy reduction, forcing a being to undertake tasks it does not recognize, while continuously increasing its responsibilities contradicts the universe's logic. The universe grants authority not based on the strength of a being, but on whether that being is engaged in ordered entropy reduction, as well as whether its range of entropy reduction is increasing and its capacity for it is rising. Thus, within various dimensions of the vast universe, many beings of weak power possess cosmic authority. Conversely, many powerful beings lack cosmic authority. Zhou Heng himself is a prime example. Before entering the photon dimension, his material interference force could not contend with the light warriors, yet his cosmic authority far surpassed that of an individual light warrior. The reason for this phenomenon is that Zhou Heng led human civilization and the life forms under its jurisdiction onto a path of reverse entropy order. Furthermore, Zhou Heng's ordered phenomenon is not merely the result of a certain phase, but rather an extension of his ongoing pursuit and philosophy. In this context, Zhou Heng's authority naturally grows, and the vast universe positions him as a rapidly developing unit of entropy reduction. The authority of the vast universe may seem inconsequential to ordinary life forms, but in reality, it is anything but. Life forms that possess cosmic authority have essentially been anchored by the vast universe as units of reverse entropy, thus qualifying their existence for continuity. The strength of this qualification not only pertains to whether life dissipates naturally at the time of extinction or is sent into informational dimensions to continue fulfilling ordered functions. It also relates to the existential value of their civilization and the significance of the dimensions they occupy, making it impossible for any being to escape this logic of existence. Under this logic of judgment, if malice and disorder emerge within the vast universe, or if collisions with other universes occur, the dimensions designated as battlegrounds will be determined by the results of this judgment. Moreover, when subdivided further, the distance of various civilizations selected as battlegrounds from the conflict zone will also be judged according to existential logic. Thus, disorderly individuals within a civilization are essentially living under the protection of orderly individuals. Disorderly civilizations rely on the orderliness of the dimensions they inhabit to exist. In fact, were it not to avoid damage to more orderly units, the survival chances of disorderly beings within the vast universe would be exceedingly low. The vast universe combats entropy increase with negative entropy and restrains disorder with order. Yet disorderly beings hide within orderly civilizations and dimensions, triggering new disordered developments. From this perspective, the fluctuations of life within the vast universe are extensions of entropy increase and decrease, so life naturally pursues order, while evil belongs to disorderly inclinations. By understanding the universe's attitude towards life, one can fundamentally uncover the significance of intelligent life forms' existence and pinpoint the path of sublimation within the vast universe. As long as one advances along the path of sublimation, the gifts of the vast universe will undoubtedly provide real-time feedback. When cosmic authority is obtained, the limits of life will naturally be transcended. In terms of order, Zhou Heng has performed exceptionally well, particularly in establishing the reincarnation dimension, which initiated the screening process between orderly and disorderly entities. This effectively establishes a filtration system for the vast universe capable of accurately and efficiently decomposing disorder while retaining order. Thus, Zhou Heng's cosmic authority continues to increase. If this rate of increase continues, there is indeed hope for Zhou Heng to pursue the authority and favor of the Son of the universe in the future. However, at that time his significance will also become unparalleled. The vast universe will not allow its complete filtration system to become detached. Therefore, Zhou Heng, this relatively eternal existence, has actually fallen into a stage of time scarcity. He needs to quickly prove the great Tao to prevent the universe's favor from completely locking him in. A life in its ascendant phase is always lacking in time. During periods of tranquility, it tends to squander time, and when falling into a painful phase, it paradoxically feels that time is abundant. In truth, the duration and flow of time have never changed. What changes are the pursuits of ideology and the environment of existence, as well as the fleeting opportunities that are shrouded in uncertainty. Zhou Heng quietly observed the joys and sorrows across countless dimensions. He noticed that intelligent life forms in the vast universe are relatively few, yet they give rise to the most profound suffering. Perhaps this is the price of possessing wisdom. No thought is without sorrow, and pain arises from within the heart. When intelligent life experiences joy, delight, warmth, and other positive emotions, negative feelings like sorrow, helplessness, and coldness always accompany them. Intelligent life is akin to a simplified microcosm of biological cells. We are perpetually engaged in a struggle between order and disorder. The entropy increase and decrease of matter forge the physical body of life, while the order and disorder of thought construct the consciousness of life. It turns out that achieving perfect self-restraint is incredibly difficult. Ascending dimensions is about mastering one's own order and transcending the entropy of the universe. The vast universe undoubtedly respects those who actively ascend dimensions, for it can discover the direction of controlling entropy from those ascendants. Just as humanity cannot completely control its own cells and material particles, the vast universe cannot fully control the phenomenon of entropy increase within itself. If the vast universe could fully control everything within itself, then the increase and decrease of entropy would inevitably achieve perfect equilibrium, and the expansion of the universe would continue indefinitely. Therefore, for individuals who actively provide entropy control data and conduct entropy control experiments, the vast universe has no reason to refuse. This gives Zhou Heng a new path to transcendence. Completing his own order and mastering his own order is certainly more prudent than shouldering immense responsibilities to empty oneself. This does not imply that the method of emptying oneself cannot achieve transcendence. Theoretically, this method has the potential for realization, otherwise the light warriors would not engage in individual transcendence experiments. However, this method is not suitable for Zhou Heng, first, because he is not a normal individual life form. His strength stems from responsibility, and without it his greatness loses its foundation. Secondly, Zhou Heng does not seek transcendence for its own sake. He aims to reflect the universe's entropy and redeem the wounds of the universe and all living beings through a transcendent life form. Thus, he must consider the issues following transcendence and contemplate the essence of the phenomenon of transcendence. To empty oneself by bestowing everything onto others fundamentally reduces the constraints imposed by the vast universe. But the question is, does life gain greatness by leaving the vast universe? It should not be so. The root of the problem is not that the vast universe confines the greatness of life, but that it provides a living space for insignificant life forms. Abandoning everything and transcending constraints sounds romantic, but what basis does a consciousness of life have for ascending dimensions after leaving the vast universe? Just because it has left its homeland. Transcendence and dimensional ascension should not be conflated. Transcendence is a pursuit of absolute freedom, while ascension is a pursuit of true greatness. What I seek is to reflect the universe's entropy through my own order. Transcendence is not my path, but ascension is my way. Rules are inherently restrictive, yet they are not shackles. Rather, they are a form of protection. Within the carbon-based body lies a multitude of cells and material particles, all functioning normally under the constraints of life's genes. If a cell feels constrained and yearns for absolute freedom, it may actively seek ways to escape the life sequence, forcibly entering a higher level of the macro world. In such a case, it cannot evolve into a higher life form out of thin air. It remains merely a cell, albeit one that has gained the perilous freedom of the macro realm. This scenario partially applies to transcenders as well. A transcender cannot transcend the constraints of the universe to achieve an elevation of life forms. Greatness is a process of phenomenon and certainly not an inevitable result of merely shifting one's living space. In other words, even if a great person resides within the vast universe, they remain great. Conversely, a petty individual, even if they step beyond the universe, remains insignificant. If we liken the universe to a terrestrial nation and the elevation of dimensions to magnificent stars, then carrying assets abroad versus doing so without assets is entirely different. Those with assets can naturally integrate into new regions and utilize advanced technologies to understand the stars. Those without assets have far fewer options, enduring various discomforts in the new area as they strive anew. Thus, escaping constraints to achieve self-transcendence is not Zhou Heng's pursuit. He does not intend to relinquish everything in search of so-called absolute freedom. From beginning to end, Zhou Heng understands that it is not the constraints of the vast universe that render him insignificant, but rather the support of the universe that makes him great. This understanding is crucial. Only by recognizing his position and the source of his strength can he avoid losing himself in the dazzling narratives of greatness. Throughout history and in myth, there has never been a great existence that abandoned responsibility. In fact, a former king stripped of responsibility and authority is merely a fragile, ordinary being. The vast universe is not a pit of wickedness. Zhou Heng has no reason to forsake its support and venture into the unknown for survival. Zhou Heng's goal is to progress from simulated redemption, practicing redemption, to creating redemption. In this process, responsibility is not a burden for Zhou Heng. it is the sustenance of his growth, and an orderly concept that maintains his self-identity. Now Zhou Heng seeks to rediscover his original order to complete the path of truth-seeking of his original self, transforming his sequence from a line into a circle. Order may sound obscure, yet it is not difficult to understand. An intelligent life form has countless opportunities for choice throughout its life, but most of these choices are guided by friends, family, and environment rather than being truly conscious of its fate. In such situations, its own order presents a dispersed structure reflecting in reality, as if only I had done this, or if only I had listened to so-and-so. This continuous denial of one's life is also a manifestation of disorder, and accepting others' fate is equivalent to receiving their order. From a macro perspective, receiving another's order and being self-aware and confident both maintain order, but from an individual perspective, accepting another's order interferes with the emergence of one's own order. Thus, the true completeness of an intelligent life form is not merely reaching a certain age, but the moment it can exclude external influences on its order and awaken to its own order. The influence of external order on ordinary life is significant. Although ordinary beings cannot perceive the concept of order, the feedback of order and the law of entropy increase are always immediate. Often when intelligent beings look back, they find they have no true choices left, their futures are effectively locked, and they become spectators of their own lives rather than directors. This phenomenon exemplifies how intelligent life survives on negative entropy, resisting chaos, without generating order, only able to accept others' order and become an extension of their order. Of course, this is not entirely a bad thing. Sometimes accepting others' order can lead to a good life. Yet most of the time life still requires self-awareness, because the more grand the order, the more unified the demands on life. The more unified, the more crowded the path becomes, sometimes leading to a congested road. Therefore, in the life of an intelligent being, a consciously ordered path can go the farthest, while a dispersed, ordered path will be quite tortuous. Zhou Heng's form differs from that of normal life. He has already achieved fate consciousness, realizing his own order and infusing it into civilization and dimensions. However, his initial orderly voyage stems from the bestowal of the unknown rather than from self-realization. In fact, Zhou Heng's order also exhibits a dispersed structure, but unlike ordinary life forms, his ordered threads include one that is exceptionally wide and long. This results in Zhou Heng's initial order being fundamentally incapable of connecting with other orders, let alone completing the closure of his own order into a circle. Thus, Zhou Heng needs to complete the experiences of his initial order fully, closing his order, pursuing complete self-control, and embarking on the path of mastering his own order and transcending the universe's entropy. In circling through dimensions, it is fundamentally an ordered pursuit of the original self. Though the initiation is minuscule, it marks the first step of self-control. Many things in life cannot be substituted by others. When the mindset of a savior emerges, the true ordered self that can provide for life becomes increasingly distant. Zhou Heng's fortune comes from the bestowal of the unknown, yet this does not mean he does not need to self-verify his original state. Otherwise, his path will always be built upon the unknown's bestowal rather than the elevation of self-control. Fortunately, with the continuous elevation of Zhou Heng's life form, he has gained dimensional vision and cosmic authority, allowing him to see deeper layers of reality and providing him the chance to complete himself. As a dimensional being, Zhou Heng does not need to downgrade himself to return to the original. He merely needs to capture the original and self-verify the truth. Thus, he differentiated that ordinary yet profoundly human aspect of himself, intending to send the former version of himself back into the darkness, allowing the original self to complete its self-redemption. Zhou Heng has ample time to wait. Even after countless failures, as long as there is one success, he can replace the original order, achieving an ordered closure. Now, apart from waiting, he must offer blessings to his ordinary self. Zhou Heng, remember that only you can save yourself. Oh, never forget hope and understand that redemption originates from self-rescue. I've noted that, but I'm unsure if I will forget or get lost. Wait for me at the end point. Even if I fail 1,000 times, I will always find hope. Of course, I always believe in you, Zhou Heng, just as you believe in me. As Zhou Heng reduced the final instructions, his ordinary self also plunged into the primordial darkness, where he faced the tribulations of life and death, and encountered endless pain and unavoidable helplessness. Self-confidence and self-awareness reveal the true self. Self-rescue and self-verification lead to the original state. Self-affirmation and self-rescue in reality violate the logic of collective will. If a group has a batch of such enlightened beings, the originally harmonious operational logic of the group will reveal many flaws. This is because those who are self-aware cannot be dominated by the group. The moment an enlightened being completes their self-awareness and self-affirmation, they transform from a social being into an independent existence. Therefore, the self-awareness and self-affirmation of enlightened beings contradict societal thinking, yet breaking free from the constraints of collective order is the first step towards establishing their own order. In other words, enlightened beings need to forge a truly complete personality of their own amidst the impact of countless social messages rather than becoming a subordinate consciousness manipulated indirectly by others. Achieving this step is quite challenging for enlightened beings with social attributes. Normally, they heavily rely on thoughts such as depending on friends and family law enforcers and decision-makers. The reason for this situation is not that enlightened beings do not wish to rely on themselves, but rather that individual strength is too weak. This leads to a paradox. To become truly strong, one must be self-aware, yet to be self-aware, one must first be strong. However, this paradox is relatively easy to break. When a significant change occurs in the life of an enlightened being, and they realize that everything must rely on themselves, they will be forced to achieve self-awareness. Nevertheless, the process of being forced into this realization is often painful. Most beings cannot overcome this obstacle, and may even lose hope, turning their feelings into resentment against everything. Currently, the ordinary being Zhou Heng is in such a state. When he fell into the primordial darkness, he found that there was nothing left to rely on. At this moment, he could only rely on himself, and could only perceive his own existence. Where am I? Why can't I see anything? Wasn't I hit by a stray bullet? Did the bullet injure my visual nerves? Don't panic, don't panic. My colleagues from the company will surely take me to the hospital, and the doctors will definitely heal me. Zhou Heng, in his ordinary state, discovered that he was not only in complete darkness, but also unable to control his own body. He wanted to alert the security captain to leave the dangerous area quickly. Of course, he also wanted to express that he could still be saved, not to be left behind. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make a sound, as if he had already departed from the real world, unable to perceive or respond to reality. Now all he could do was wait. At least in his perception, he felt he could do nothing but wait. As long as I am not abandoned, there is still hope. Since I can still think, it proves that I am alive, and there is hope for recovery. Zhou Heng was not worried about the cost of treatment. Although his work was a commercial activity, it was essentially an extension of national interests. Since it represented national interests, the salary and benefits naturally exceeded those of typical domestic jobs. His only concern was becoming a burden and being abandoned. He longed for rescue and the continuation of life. In the endless darkness, it was difficult to perceive the passage of time, but Zhou Heng felt he had been waiting for a very long time. The good news was that he could still think, indicating that he was still alive. The bad news was that he still received no signals from the outside world, as if he were trapped in a dark cage. In the midst of endless torment, Zhou Heng even hoped that the doctors would perform a surgery without anesthesia, awakening his bodily senses through pain. But there was nothing. No pain, no warmth, no cold. He seemed to have become a stone capable of thought, with all life's vibrancy drifting away from him. Have I become a vegetable? Has the meaning of my life vanished? Who will save me? Even if it means eternal sleep, do not leave me in this dark prison. Zhou Heng's call naturally received no response. At this moment, he was certain that he had been abandoned by the world, or rather his world had been reduced to just himself. Loneliness, endless loneliness, filled Zhou Heng's spirit. His consciousness was becoming distorted, and his mind was fracturing into chaos. Yet strangely, he could not die no matter how much he collapsed. That darkness remained with him like a shadow. Light, give me a beam of light. Any kind of light will do as long as it pierces through this darkness. I am willing to give everything. Everything. What else do I have? A body out of control and a desperate soul. Take it all as long as I can be freed. I am willing to pay any price. Zhou Heng once believed that the real world had no gods, but now, apart from praying to the divine, it seemed he could do nothing else. He wanted to give up his life to gain liberation, but he found that he did not even have the power to relinquish it. The greatest sorrow of enlightened beings was vividly displayed at this moment. He could not decide his birth, nor could he determine his end. Once Zhou Heng naively believed that life could at least decide its own end, but his current experience made him see the essence of this matter. Those lives that departed partway were due to bodily ailments, environmental abandonment, survival pressures, and so forth. It was not that life truly grasped its own ending, but rather that the path was cut off and the heart had died. No one knows what the world after death is like, so eternal sleep has become a means of escape. However, if eternal sleep is a blessing, then it also implies that not all lives can enjoy such treatment. For Zhou Heng, in his current state, eternal sleep is a blessing, yet hope has not favored him, and miracles will not fall without reason. In his mental breakdown, Zhou Heng began frantically sifting through past memories, trying to fill his painful emptiness with the beauty of the past. But the benefits of this approach were minimal. His limited memories could hardly withstand much reminiscing. The original joys had long been forgotten in the process of growing up, making it impossible to recall them now. I have no power to maintain hope, happiness, or tranquility, nor do I have the power to decide to dissipate, forget, or sleep. So what do I have left? Everything about me is a response to external information and the environment. What do I truly possess? What exactly is my wisdom? After Zhou Heng could no longer fully collapse, he gradually shed his irritability and began to seriously ponder the meaning of his existence for the first time. The more he thought, the sadder he became. It seemed he had been progressing along a correct path, yet he could not control his will to overcome inertia, learn more knowledge, and gain a completely different way of life. He could not control his own body to maintain a state of vitality, thus avoiding most dangers. It turns out I haven't even controlled myself. I've just stumbled through experiencing the beauty and pain of life. In despair, Zhou Heng was forced to think and realized that there were too many chaotic things in his consciousness. It was those pieces of information that interfered with his self-restraint. He needed to purify his consciousness, either attain a state of tranquility or reset his self-awareness. And the first step to achieving all of this is to learn to forget and to control forgetting. This is a skill inherently possessed by humans, yet it is also a realm that humanity has never mastered. Forgetting is the key to rejection. I must obtain the power to refuse to reject the torment of sorrow and the distortion of loneliness. The laws of entropy increase and decrease affect all things within the vast universe, and intelligent life spends its entire existence fighting the battle between order and chaos. Intelligent beings strive to control their body weight, alter their appearance, and overcome their own laziness. At its core, all of this is an attempt to achieve self-mastery. However, self-mastery is an elevation of order, while life is an ongoing process of sliding towards disorder. Thus, the quest for self-control becomes a confrontation with the very essence of life. In this struggle, forgetting is undoubtedly one of the most powerful weapons of intelligent life. It allows life to forget troubles and pain, swiftly organizing its own order. Yet this potent weapon is not under the control of intelligent beings. Their forgetting is broad and imprecise rather than a skill of precise cognitive clearing. Most of the time, intelligent beings will forget information they should not, while failing to forget what ought to be left. For instance, a high school graduate may forget the various knowledge they once worked hard to memorize within a few years, yet certain past events that should have been moved on from will intermittently resurface, causing regret and worry. This has even given rise to a reincarnation culture where most intelligent beings wish to start over, to discard wrong choices and make their lives less convoluted. Zhou Heng understands all too well the nostalgia life has for the past. He was once one of those beings. It was only when he fell into the endless darkness that he realized the choices he made in the past were nearly inevitable outcomes, for he was not a stone, but a being with thought. Only he had lacked self-awareness and had not forged his own order, leaving him with little room for choice, merely swaying between external influences and self-perception. If he had mastered the power of refusal, refusing to forget the good, refusing to forget knowledge, refusing to remember troubles, and refusing to succumb to aimless confusion, then he would truly possess the qualifications to restart his life. The birth of life is the starting point, and self-mastery is the path. Walking the path trodden by others is not inherently bad, but the path of the self-aware is one devoid of regrets. Does the ordinary Zhou Heng have regrets? Oh, he has far too many. He regrets not being brave enough in the past, he regrets his inability to restrain himself, and he regrets that he lacked direction. Most of these regrets stem not from the interference of others' paths, but from his inability to control himself and having no path of his own. This may be the most absurd moment for Zhou Heng, this unique existence who, after achieving enlightenment, constantly remembers the existence of his own path, was once a lost individual without a path. Back then he could only walk upon a correct path without needing to look at the starting point, as everyone made the same choice, nor the end, for none could see it clearly. Zhou Heng feels fortunate that this correct path is a civilized and orderly route. Although he felt lost, at least there was a glimmer of hope for self-awareness. Yet the ordinary Zhou Heng does not think so. Engulfed in endless darkness, he believes he has been too deeply affected by chaotic information, to the extent that he cannot embrace joy and tranquility, cannot refuse pain and agitation, and he even lacks the ability to hypnotize himself, unable to construct a fleeting illusion of light. Thus, in his despair, he resolved to undertake a sweeping cleansing of his thoughts. He aimed to reclaim the power of forgetting and become his own master. Now no one will interfere with me anymore, no responsibilities or morals will bind me. I will not be a ghost in the darkness. If my soul could turn to kindling, I shall become the light that pierces the darkness, burning away my distortions and illuminating my despair. The ordinary Zhou Heng does not possess any mystical powers. He cannot truly master the ability to forget in an instant and thus gain the power of refusal. Fortunately, he has plenty of time. Even if he perishes midway, he is willing to embrace eternal slumber. Therefore, he begins to recall the beautiful moments in his memories, numbering them, and then reciting these admirable principles. He intends to deepen the beautiful memories with the most foolish methods while diminishing the disordered and painful ones. He does not understand why a glimmer of hope always remains in his heart, as if a voice continually tells him that hope is eternal and that salvation anchors self-rescue. He scoffs at this voice, yet he has no better choice but to force himself onto the path of self-rescue. But the ordinary Zhou Heng cannot accurately distinguish the boundaries between beauty and pain, thus many ordinary memories are also labeled as worthless information. Through these repeated recitations of memories, Zhou Heng gradually memorized thousands of beautiful pieces of information and even spontaneously created what he deemed beautiful principles. In the endless darkness devoid of temporal distinctions, Zhou Heng does not know how long time has passed, but the beautiful pieces of information he recorded have been increasing. The prolonged process of deepening memories through repetition allowed him to successfully hypnotize himself and embark on the reconstruction of his thoughts centered around beautiful information. By this time, the chaotic information, which had lost the support of external influences and biological hormonal impacts, has gradually been forgotten by him. It seems he has regained the power of forgetting. Even if this power is cumbersome to exercise, at least he can now refuse pain. Only the purest and most pristine self can transform into light within the darkness. If all goes well, the ordinary Zhou Heng will complete the purification of his personality in the darkness and continually repeat this process until he becomes an existence of utmost purity. Yet it seems that heaven has rewarded his efforts. One day, he suddenly hears the sound of beep beep. Then his fingers, back, calves, and other limbs began to tremble continuously. He seems to have felt his own breathing and heard the sound of his heart beating in his chest. Boss, what's wrong with you? Pull yourself together. I will contact a doctor right away. The ordinary Zhou Heng forcefully opened his eyelids and saw an extraordinarily unfamiliar, yet dazzling light. Where am I? How long have I been unconscious? Mr. Zhou, this is a nursing home. You have been in a coma for nearly 8 years. Did I just hear you call me boss? A slip of the tongue, Mr. Zhou. Primarily, your condition offered me a job, and I have always regarded you as my boss. I apologized. It seems I can no longer provide you with a salary. It's fine, Mr. Zhou. There are many others who need help, aren't there? The ordinary Zhou Heng does not understand why heaven plays such a joke on him. When he needed salvation, no one paid attention, and when he wished to become a light to illuminate the darkness, he was thrown back into this bright world. After returning, can I still maintain self-control? Can I truly keep myself intact in this ocean of it? For a moment, the ordinary Zhou Heng was filled with panic about this bright world, even wanting to return to that familiar dark prison. What am I thinking? Wasn't everything I did for the pursuit of redemption? Now that I have redeemed myself, why should I still feel panic? Let me see if my power of refusal is delusional. Let me see if I can restart my life after mastering self-control. Perhaps I still reside in darkness. This place might actually be the beautiful dream I wove for myself. Regardless, this is a good beginning. If the dreamlike redemption has appeared, then true salvation is not far off. To excessively lean towards the beauty of life is to be unable to survive in ordinary society. For all he sees and thinks is sorrow, and all he hears and touches is injustice. The ordinary Zhou Heng, who has undergone the purification of memory, now finds himself in such a state. He wishes to save himself, yet it seems he has already escaped the darkness and no longer needs to save himself. He wants to help other lives, but his abilities are limited and his influence weak. He has no capacity to provide the redemption they seek. Thus he falls into confusion once again, unsure whether to integrate into the helpless reality or to continue rejecting it, feeling the pain of the suffering lives, mourning their struggles. After breaking free from the lonely darkness, his situation did not improve. Rather, he found himself sinking deeper into an ocean of suffering. In the dark, he could only feel himself, hence he attempted self-rescue in the most foolish manner. Upon re-entering the world, he could see countless lives. The smallness of his being seemed to call for miracles to descend in order to reject the suffering of all beings. The sea of suffering knows no bounds. A life is suffering, and death is suffering. If all beings suffer, then what is the meaning of our existence? In the shadow of misery, how can we taste those particularly precious beauties? If this is the case, then why do we so easily forget the beautiful and constantly remember the painful? The wisdom of life should be a process of positive guidance. Why then is the subconscious so resolute enough to act against positivity, willingly embracing reverse suffering? Even with limited wisdom, the ordinary Zhou Heng did not believe that the existence of wisdom is to experience suffering. Rather, he believed it is born to resolve suffering. Otherwise, the pursuit of wisdom becomes meaningless. Since knowing more leads to more pain, it would be better to understand nothing and blindly live through life. We build towering skyscrapers, our rockets pierce the sky, our information fills the globe, yet it seems we have never truly controlled ourselves. We cannot control our heartbeat, cannot regulate how many hormones we secrete, cannot control what we forget or remember, nor can we control the sudden thoughts that flash through our subconscious. Desire arises from bodily hormones, status, environment, and subconscious information. Our wisdom seems perpetually guided by external matters, obscuring our true selves and our inherent nature. In the tumult of suffering, I have no vessel to shelter myself. How can I perceive the suffering of others, let alone assist them in their pain? It is better to depart, to first seek the way outside the world, than to re-enter and drift on the currents. The ordinary Zhou Heng, unwilling to again integrate into helpless reality, yet powerless to reject, it ultimately chose to leave. He dragged his not yet fully recovered body to various famous mountains and rivers, a modern man embarking on a journey to seek the truth. He refused to download various texts online to avoid the world and cultivate in seclusion. He obstinately believed that seeking truth is a process, not an outcome. Truth can be sought in the void like beauty observed from illusions. The former cannot distinguish between true and false, while the latter renders truth difficult to discern. If there is falsehood, what is the pursuit of truth? After freeing himself from the interference of chaotic memories and disordered information, Zhou Heng gained a new understanding of the world's form and the state of life. He saw too many real people immersed in illusory beauty, understanding that it is the entertainment of the laborers, the release of the confused. Yet it is precisely this understanding that allowed him to see through the helplessness of reality. He seemed to perceive a vast web enveloping the world, with every life tethered by the threads descending from the great net. If wisdom is born to be manipulated, then it is merely a natural phenomenon. Yet the wise individuals continuously spawn new threads, binding both others and themselves. To weave oneself into a cocoon is not foolishness. They are all trying their best to adapt to the rules of the great web, hoping to gain more sustenance from it. As for whether that sustenance is the sweat of kin or the flesh and blood of kin, it matters not. After all, if one does not become a spider, one will become prey. Some say the essence of society is the survival of the fittest. This statement is both true and false. Analyzing from the perspective of zoology, it is a natural law, but from the perspective of wisdom, it is the result of wisdom being unable to restrain animal instincts. Wisdom is the product of life's evolution. When wisdom can no longer suppress the beastly nature, it marks the beginning of life's regression. Ordinary Zhou Heng wishes to further evolve, taming his body and consciousness, gaining the ability to take control of himself and to refuse. He does not intend to admonish the regressive beasts, yet he cannot bear to see them regress into sin. Wild beasts understand orderly predation, avoiding the collapse of their hunting grounds. But sin is different. Sin is twisted, striving to capture the last prey, only to transform into a worm atop the rotting carcass, waiting for new life to enter or to die of hunger. In the view of ordinary Zhou Heng, the hierarchical structure of civilization should be wisdom, beast, and sin. Yet what he sees is sin, beast, and wisdom. What does this represent? It signifies that wisdom has succumbed to sin, order has fallen to chaos, and beauty has been defeated by distortion. The sea of suffering that Zhou Heng desires to change is just so. As a semi-conscious being, he has not crossed the sea of suffering, but merely avoided its undercurrents, striving to reach the other shore. He originally believed himself to be a lonely traveler existing within civilization, yet unable to integrate into it. But soon he discovered he was wrong. During a journey, he met a Taoist who sought his assistance, and he extended a helping hand, receiving a return from the Taoist. "Stay a moment, good sir. I observe your divine light is self-sufficient, balanced, and peaceful. Why does your countenance reveal sorrow, and why do you not wear a joyful expression?" Taoist: "I am a deluded person. I cannot bear to see the sea of suffering sinking, nor can I listen to the cries of pain. Yet I too am in the sea of suffering. How can I maintain tranquility?" That is easily said. You may seek a mountain forest to retreat and cultivate in seclusion, forgetting the mundane and attaining a carefree existence. Is that not beautiful? The Taoist's method is excellent, but I am a mere mortal. There are some things I cannot forget, nor am I able to forget. So it is the weight of humanity weighs heavily upon you, and divinity is born. It is no wonder you cannot break free from your bonds and attain freedom. According to worldly standards, you are an idealist, a patient, a person with mental obsessions. You may seek medical help to rescue yourself, or you may forget your obsessions and merge with nature. Taoist seeking medical help is his rescue, a self-rescue is my provision. How can I seek medical help to rescue myself? A physician can ease my heart, yet cannot cure the root of my illness. Those who can heal me are not human, and the obsession remains even as suffering dissipates. The ordinary Zhou Heng did not genuinely seek comfort from the Taoist. He merely wanted to find someone who did not think he was mentally ill to have a chat. As you say, it is not you who is sick, but the world that is sick. That is indeed difficult. One can heal oneself and save others, yet it is challenging to heal the very roots of the world. Indeed, that is why I am in sorrow. I do not mourn for myself, for my life is limited and will eventually return. I mourn for the living as the cycle of new and old continues without end. Taoist, when wisdom ascends to a certain level, does it not yield a result? Is that fruit justice or salvation? Naturally, it will be selflessness is vast as the heavens, just and orderly. The Great One saves the suffering with vows without bounds. It is unclear when the act of considering others began to be seen as a childish notion. Many who consider themselves mature raise their heads high, looking down with disdain, using their experiences to tell the innocent you are truly naive and laughable. It is undeniable that worldly experience and the harsh realities do exist, but existence does not equate to correctness. Once a great leader guided a group of warriors to shatter the old world, demonstrating through action that the traditional world could indeed be changed. If every wise being is willing to witness and support change, then the so-called traditional reality is merely a lie that can be easily pierced. In this world filled with lies, wise beings ultimately choose a less beautiful lie. Those who wish to see the truth with open eyes naturally become the patients. Opening one's eyes reveals a tapestry of lies, while closing them allows glimpses of the truth. Yet one cannot survive without seeing, nor can one rest without closing their eyes. Thus the ordinary Zhou Heng is weary, his spirit is taut, his body fatigued, as if even a slight pressure could shatter him. He should retreat from the world to cultivate himself. He can no longer evade his responsibilities. He is tired and in need of rest, small, yet filled with ideals. Master, you say that the fruit of wisdom is selflessness and cosmic fairness, that Tai saves suffering and vows are boundless. But aren't these just myths? Indeed, myths originate from our longing for beauty, although this longing may be ethereal, that beauty exists as a tangible reality. Look, we all know what is good and what is bad. We also believe that sin should be judged and virtue. We walk the path to the other shore. Life itself is a cultivation, and civilization is also a form of cultivation wherein one must inevitably contend with inner demons and external evils. Cultivation is not about broadening one's form or increasing one's energy reserves, but rather overcoming oneself and mastering one's own being. I think, purely act upon my thoughts, achieving unity of knowledge and action, and thus a harmonious existence is formed. Master, we all yearn for fairness and seek redemption, yet we still cannot cross the boundless sea of suffering, failing to build the ark of salvation. Do you have the classic for alleviating suffering? If so, sell me a copy to resolve my heart's knots. Of course, since the layperson has helped me, it is only right that I gift you a copy of Tai's classic for alleviating suffering. However, since the layperson wishes to achieve self-redemption and resolve their heart's knots, I cannot simply give it to you. The publisher has priced this scripture at 38 yuan. I will transfer it to you for that amount. While kindness and redemption are priceless, to see the light one must first redeem oneself. Zhou Heng opened Tai's classic for alleviating suffering and found it was indeed the third edition published by Yangshan Publishing House, priced at 38 yuan. A somewhat worn, yet new book is not worth its original price, but the information contained within far exceeds that value. Perhaps this is the meaning of civilization's existence, distributing value layer by layer to allow more people to access the essence of civilization. No jealousy shall arise, spirits shall be clear, kin shall be harmonious, and the nation shall prosper, demons shall cease, and thieves shall perish, beasts and pests shall retreat fearing to harm. Nurturing life and essence, countless truths. May the 5 blessings always be present, the 8 difficulties kept at bay. With 6 senses complete, one can escape the prison, achieve perfect merit, and attain liberation. All beings should believe in propriety, and the 8 sufferings shall not follow, accumulating good deeds, and holding to the precepts, carrying the jade certificate to the celestial capital. The ordinary Zhou Heng could not comprehend the praises depicting the majesty of the deities, yet this classic of alleviation still provided him with some assistance. Since everything exists to retain beauty, to enter a more beautiful world, why shouldn't I create a beautiful illusory world to house my soul? If my soul is destined to be a transient in the material realm, why not build a sanctuary for my spirit? Is a sanctuary important? Certainly without a sanctuary there is no place to shield oneself from wind and rain. Without a sanctuary, there is no space for self-reflection. Life has its own dwelling, consciousness has its own vessel. Why does the soul lack a sanctuary of its own and must drift amidst countless pieces of information? Zhou Heng must build a sanctuary for his soul, a realm free from material constraints where the spirit can be at ease. There he will engrave his path, monitoring his own inclinations while steadfastly adhering to his self-awareness and self-rescue. With purpose in mind, the ordinary Zhou Heng purchased numerous classics, gradually discovering methods of borrowing to cultivate true essence. He began to envision a world of the spirit within his consciousness, guiding himself to gradually believe in its existence. Subsequently, all the suffering he perceived transformed into the driving force behind his firm belief in the existence of the spiritual world. He believed he would surely break free from the material realm, entering the harbor of the spirit, where he would encounter the forms of civilization, the forgotten beauty, and the brilliance of hope. Under the protection of this spiritual world, Zhou Heng was able to re-enter the worldly realm, gazing at the real world as if through a screen. At this moment, reality transformed into illusion in his eyes, while the illusory spiritual world instead became his reality. He wandered, pausing to observe many things, helping numerous people. Some called him hypocritical, others called him naive, but none of this could affect his spirit. For his spirit had already formed its own realm, growing ever more distant from reality, while also seeking his own truth. After so many years, the ordinary Zhou Heng gradually passed through his absurd and naive life, with only that friend the Taoist by his side at the end. Friend, in the blink of an eye, life is nearing its end. Do you have any insights to share for the old Taoist to contemplate? Yes, I feel an unbearable bitterness in my mouth. The doctor tells me this is a normal phenomenon of illness, yet I know this is the bitter fruit of life. If one must swallow the bitter fruit, why not accompany it with fine wine? Yet the beauty has not been brewed into wine, the sweetness remains unobserved, and only sourness lingers. The spirit is the vessel, the principle is the guide. The fine wine has long been brewed, yet I can no longer share it with my friend. Do not say I am stingy. This wine is not the beauty of life, but the brilliance amid suffering. Ooh, I wish to drink with death, not forgetting my original intentions in this mortal realm. Great goodness, travel well, friend. Oh, I do not remember your name, only that you are a self-rescuer and self-aware being. The foolish and deluded dare to reject the truth, their intentions fulfilled as they tread the path home. The nameless Taoist's farewell words fell upon Zhou Heng's ears unheard. He closed his eyes that had long gazed upon lies, returning once more to the truth he yearned for. Yet this time what he saw was not his spiritual world, but that familiar dark prison. As I expected, the sea of suffering is not a sea. There is no distinction of up and down. The darkness is finite, yet I reside within the boundless source. Fortunately, my ark has been formed. Let me sail across the sea of suffering to reach the other shore. I redeem myself with my heart's vessel, using redemption as the oar and hope as the sail. Zhou Heng took out the fine wine, brilliance amid suffering brewed from his life. This drink intoxicates all, turning truth into falsehood and falsehood into truth. Good wine, sweet amid bitterness, difficult to suppress sweetness within bitterness, bitterness within sweetness. How can one hide sweetness amid bitterness? A vessel sailed the sea of suffering, accompanied by a jar of bitter wine. Gazing at that person and that vessel, they had crossed the darkness, charging into the unknown waters. Brilliance amid suffering, the path of life. Is there sweetness on the way home? To see the truth, one must self-verify. Intelligent beings are always filled with fear and curiosity about their return. Thus they have woven various myths and legends to explain their return, even as they embrace the path of technology. Guided by the rules of the universe, this spiritual solace remains. The ordinary Zhou Heng is equally unaware of where his return leads. He is willing to embrace eternal slumber, and even more so the judgment of the end. For him, the bitter wine of life has already been brewed, nourishing both sweetness and beauty as he sought his own truth. Therefore the unknown darkness no longer terrifies him, nor does it irritate him, nor does he fall into solitude uncontrollably. He drinks the bitter wine of life, bitter radiance, extolling the beauty of existence and the truth of nature, sailing towards the unknown waters, which may be the entrance to another world or the resting place of eternal slumber. The beauty of life, the truth of nature, my heart, as the boat my reason, as the, or where does the return lead? Does the land of ideals exist? Where is the sanctuary of the soul? The ordinary Zhou Heng navigates the sea of bitterness, and his form reflects upon the dark waters. He saw the crying wails of his own birth, the youthful vigor of his adolescence, the unwilling struggles of near death, as well as the exhaustion of rejecting reality and the bitter fruit of life's end. Those images floated and sank in the sea of bitterness, transforming into individuals pleading for rescue, hoping someone would pull them from the sea of suffering, clear the chaos of pain, and embrace the beauty of order. Do not rush, do not panic, I will save you, I will redeem us. Hold on tightly, this web of life's path is treacherous, do not let go and fall back into the water. In the pitch-black darkness, many arms appeared, both real and ethereal, some large, some small, some tender and soft, others rough and withered. Those arms grasped at random, as if trying to seize a tiny hope, yet also as if trying to drag Zhou Heng back into the sea of bitterness. Zhou Heng knew where those images and arms came from. They were the negative pasts he had forcibly forgotten during the purification of his memories. Now they came seeking him, wanting to board the vessel of his soul, to fill their empty sorrow with the beauty of. Zhou Heng did not choose to wield the oar and knock them back into the sea of bitterness one by one, but instead used his path as a net to pull them up one by one. Though the negative entities trapped by the net struggled desperately after boarding, they could not break free from the constraints of their own truths. Under Zhou Heng's guidance, they had to raise their cups together like long-lost friends. Ladies and gentlemen, this wine is bitter radiance, the beauty of life, embodying the truth of nature. After we drink together, there will be no need for farewells. Those who return to reason will be embraced, while those lost in chaos will drown in their own intoxication. But let us toast to blind attachments, to foolishness and ignorance, to unfounded thoughts, and to the confusion of innocence. On a small vessel, a variety of ethereal and corporeal figures were seated. They raised their cups and drank together in the boundless sea of bitterness. With that drink, some found sweetness and beauty, while others became intoxicated and forgot their attachments. After the ethereal dispersed and the true coalesced, Zhou Heng found himself alone on the vessel, but this time before him was no endless sea of bitterness, but a dazzling array of colors. The dark prison transforms into a sea of bitterness. Without support, the truth becomes clear. The mundane world rejects falsehood. Returning leads to completeness. The heart realm enters the heart realm, and the true self redeems itself. Zhou Heng saw infinite radiance, and a straight path unfolded before him. He would never be lost again. The path became the road, and the true essence of his being soared towards the other shore. At this moment, self-salvation, salvation for others, redemption, and relief from suffering are no longer burdens, but milestones leading to the other shore. With so many markers guiding him, how could he become lost and fall back into the sea of bitterness? Zhou Heng saw a boundary remaining on the straight road, knowing it was the place for his perfected ideals, a rebirth across life and death. He contracted his consciousness, leaving only the memories of enduring the darkness of the prison to rest, and in the next moment life rebooted, a child was born. Whenever he was asked, Heng, why gather everything to enter new life? He smiled and answered, I am about to practice the divine path with humanity. My mortal nature should also enjoy the rewards of entering the path, fulfilling my thoughts of the cycle of life. Good, when will you shed mortality and enter the path? Life returns to the mundane, death returns to the path. When the mundane dies, the path is born. Henceforth I shall conceal my mortal self and pursue reason. Zhou Heng retained the last respect for his mortal self, but what he sought to redeem was the entirety of his being, not just a phase of it. When he awoke again, he saw a humble farmstead, mud walls, and the genuine brilliance from the future. So I reflect the past with the present, using the truth of myself to replace the blessings bestowed from outside. My path is fulfilled. I return to the true spirit to complete my nature, consolidating my own order, forming my own cycle. Upon seeing the dimensional Zhou Heng, the primordial Zhou Heng understood everything. He jumped out of the dimension of the soul and instantly reached the other shore of the dimension. Zhou Heng, after experiencing the mortal world, what are your thoughts? I find self-awareness easy, self-salvation difficult. In lives end, the bitter fruit is swallowed, and chaos leads to extinction, making liberation hard. Heng, keep moving forward. They and others are waiting for the orderly reflection. I have noted this, and I am doing just that. As the primordial Zhou Heng self-validated and returned, the sequence of Zhou Heng self instantly formed a cycle. At this moment, they are always connected, continuously looping, turning the finite into the infinite as suffering traverses the cycle. When the moment Zhou Heng's self-sequence formed a cycle occurred, the external order could no longer influence him. He transformed from a composite life of a civilization dimension into a relatively independent existence once more. However, he did not intend to relinquish the connection to the external order, for Zhou Heng's self-sequence ring had the capacity to continually provide orderly constraints to the external order, steering them further from chaos. Until this moment, Zhou Heng's cycle dimension finally gained true freedom. The power of cause and effect could no longer bind him, allowing him to wander freely along the orderly rules of the grand universe. The birth of the self-sequence ring allowed him to detach from the orderly existence of the grand universe, living independently, while also entering the realm of chaos to experience the annihilation of entropy. At this moment, Zhou Heng became a free being in every sense. If he wished to abandon everything and leave, even the orderly pull of the grand universe could not confine his self-sequence ring. It turns out that life is like a fish in water. It is not the water that confines the fish, but rather the fish cannot be without water. The grand universe is not a prison, but rather our ordered water. The self-sequence ring cannot adapt to the external environment, even if it leaves the grand universe without validating itself. I can now be that ancestral fish that lands on the shore, and I can also represent the life within the ordered water to explore what lies beyond the universe. What is beyond the universe? Zhou Heng will go and see, but his goal remains to ascend dimensions and return to his self-sequence rather than seek absolute freedom. Now Zhou Heng has the ability to transcend, and he has grasped the thread leading to dimensional ascension. The thread leading to the unknown higher dimensions is the primordial bestowal. After Zhou Heng replaced his own primordial self, that initial gift that brought him to the dimension of the soul became a thread leading to the unknown. The self of the soul connects to matter through the body. Oh, where does the self-sequence of me lead? Through the primordial thread. The unknown original silk thread leads to an uncertain destination, perhaps to high-dimensional records or the observations of great beings. Zhou Heng did not intend to climb the original silk thread, carrying all of his responsibilities and complete self. He left the ordinary Zhou Heng within human civilization, the civilized Zhou Heng within the will of multidimensional civilizations, the radiant Zhou Heng upon the path of hope, and the dimensional Zhou Heng at the cycle of final judgment. These four legacies anchored Zhou Heng's humanity ideals, hope and justice, while the original Zhou Heng, representing redemption, would sail toward an unknown future with the self-redeeming ring of self-sequence. The original me exists eternally in self-sequence. I cannot offer you much help anymore. The road ahead must be walked by yourself. I have come from the sea of suffering, never intending to stay on the other shore. My return path is the sea of suffering. I am willing to become the point of redemption to illuminate the pain of life and the wounds of wisdom. Though different Zhou Hengs are essentially the same person, they represent different meanings, and thus the outcomes of ascension and transcendence will also vary. In the end, Zhou Heng did not choose to ascend to the strongest dimension of himself, but opted for the starting point of original self-redemption and salvation. He hoped that his endpoint would also be a starting point, certifying the future with his original intention rather than letting the result define the end. The original self-redemption of Zhou Heng is not perfect, but it is the starting point of the self-sequence ring. Without the emergence of original self-redemption, all subsequent hopes of salvation would be mere empty talk. I must leave. If there is a path to redemption ahead, I will leverage the original to pry open the future, pulling you all into a higher dimension, then feedback into an orderly unity. Do not worry about me. As long as our path exists and our principles are upheld, the original self-redemption will revive at any moment. The primordial chaos has formed, neither increasing nor decreasing, and the self-sequence is circular, all of which is the origin. I know my heart, I understand my ambition. The self-sequence begins and ends with the original, and may hope's radiance flourish in order. Let us go. I will release hope to walk with you, hoping for transcendence and the sublimation of redemption. If both are orderly, then I shall caress the collective entropy with my heart. The paths of ascension and transcendence are vastly different for Zhou Heng. He anchors on the road where responsibility achieves greatness rather than a route where greatness stems from being unbound. However, transcendence inherently represents an unknown hope. Since hope exists, Zhou Heng cannot abandon it. Therefore, he will defend his ideals within the vast universe, while simultaneously pursuing original sublimation and releasing hope. The radiant Zhou Heng, representing hope, and the original Zhou Heng, representing redemption, will depart simultaneously. The ordinary him, the spirit of civilization, and the will of dimensions will offer their final blessings, awaiting unknown feedback. Whether hope breaks free from the silk thread to blossom or redemption climbs the silk thread to be sublimated, Zhou Heng's path remains unchanged. The ideals upheld by life, civilization, and dimensions are always constant. Hope is a reflection of the future. Redemption is the color of miracles. Facing the future is not simple, and embracing miracles is even more challenging. Transcendence is a self-liberation with a trace to follow, while ascension is a desire without a trace to be found. It is difficult to break free from all constraints and achieve self-liberation. Rejecting the finite to become infinite is no less than the delusion of turning illusions into reality and virtuality into substance. Thus, when Zhou Heng releases the radiance of hope and promotes the original of redemption, the speed of hope's transcendence far exceeds the speed of redemption's ascension. At a certain moment, Zhou Heng gained a new perspective, one that looked upon ordered life from the viewpoint of an external existence. Hope, Zhou Heng saw the boundless chaos in a magnificent ring of stars, a splendid sight beyond the universe, the majestic visage of the vast cosmos. He saw a great being seated in the center of the star ring, gazing back at Hope, Zhou Heng, with neither joy nor sorrow, neither stopping nor rejecting. Is that the master of the universe? The vast cosmos indeed possesses consciousness. A human brain composed of billions of life cells can give birth to wisdom. How could the universe of countless stars be devoid of will? Zhou Heng's relationship with the vast cosmos is one of functional subordination. The vast cosmos has never been his enemy, and he need not worry about it annihilating him. His different ideological selves continue to serve the vast cosmos, forming an orderly link in the cosmic cycle. Thus his transcendence resembles an exploration conducted by internal units venturing beyond. Of course, if a disordered individual attempted to transcend forcefully the will of the vast cosmos, would likely not remain so peaceful. The harmony of the vast cosmos is not merely directed at Zhou Heng, but at nearly all orderly individuals. Zhou Heng observed that some ordinary beings occasionally escape the orderly restraints of the universe due to their exceedingly low orderliness, wandering beyond the cosmos. The vast cosmos did not repatriate them. Instead, it respected their freedom of choice, not only allowing them to leave, but also randomly placing those unable to survive in chaos into other suitable spaces. These actions indicate that the vast cosmos is not merely maintaining ordered entropy for the sake of existence, it will also aligns with the concept of order. As Zhou Heng gazed at the will of the vast cosmos, the vast cosmic will was also assessing its excellent employee. After all, Zhou Heng is different from ordinary orderly entities. He is not just a unit of orderly return, but also a program for orderly sorting, making such a unique existence worthy of the vast cosmos' attention. Heng, are you leaving? The Grand Will posed its question to Hope, Zhou Heng, who as an individual stemming from the vast cosmos was granted the opportunity to converse with the cosmic will for the first time. Great One, I do not wish to leave. I want to resolve the phenomenon of order inevitably sliding into disorder. Even if I am powerless to influence the universe's entropy increase or decrease, I must at least constrain the disorder of wisdom. Therefore, I am attempting both transcendence and ascension, hoping that the light of redemption will emerge on the path of the future. I once lived within the universe and could not ascertain what lay beyond, and now that I have seen you, many of my doubts can be resolved. However, what I cannot understand is, since the great being practices order, why is the wisdom of life within the universe filled with disorder and suffering? In response to Hope, Zhou Heng's question, the vast cosmic will did not feel offended, but calmly explained, Heng, after you have visited other universes, you will realize that we have done quite well. Not only I, but also each of you orderly entities are doing our best to resist the process of disordering. What I can do is to neither favor nor exploit, but to respect the autonomous choices of intelligent life. What you can do is to ensure your own order as much as possible and return your order to other lives. This is a cycle where order begets wisdom and disorder leads to extinction. The vast cosmic will's calm statement, devoid of any arrogance, was unexpected for Hope Zhou Heng. Perhaps this is the order of the great being. Though the self-sequencer may not reach its height, it is still willing to treat the lives on the same path kindly. Great One, is my redemption climbing the original silk thread? Can it see new hope? Yes, since your hope has seen me, your redemption will also see it. Unleashing hope to foresee greatness, transcending redemption towards an unknown destination. The will of the grand universe informs Zhou Heng that since he has encountered it, his redemption will also meet him. At the level of the grand universe, it is nearly impossible to miscommunicate, thus the term he likely signifies a certain understanding of the existence behind the original thread. This is excellent news, since the grand universe believes that the original Zhou Heng can reach it. The likelihood of his arrival is significantly high. Heng, since you have forged the ring of self-sequence and reclaimed your original thoughts, I shall now entrust your original existence to you. Should you find the record of the original on the original thread, your ring of self sequence will transform into the source that accomplishes your unique origin sequence. At that time, you may acquire the foundation for transcending to higher dimensions, and your origin sequence will become the starting point of a new world's genesis. Zhou Heng reclaimed his original essence and completed self-mastery, yet this original was limited to the initiation of his will, not the birth of his existence. That self-mastery was likewise. Zhou Heng consolidated all his concepts, yet there remained a self-record that he had not consolidated, which was the observation granted by the unknown. Now the grand universe has entrusted Zhou Heng with the source of his existence, the code of life, allowing him to become the master of himself. His life and existence have also detached from the cosmic source, becoming a complete, orderly individual. In this moment, Zhou Heng understood what the grand universe meant by origin sequence, independence, an order separate from the grand universe's order, becoming a self-sufficient existence. In such circumstances, Zhou Heng's sequence became a new source, constraining his own entropy while combating the external phenomenon of entropy increase. However, Zhou Heng's source sequence is currently incomplete. The uniqueness of the self-source sequence has been divided into two parts, one under Zhou Heng's control and the other stored within the records of the unknown. This indicates that the former Zhou Heng was influenced by the unknown records, yet absolute self-mastery and a complete, unique source sequence cannot accept external interference. Therefore, Zhou Heng needs to reclaim the external variables of the observation records to complete the uniqueness of his self-mastery source sequence. Self resides in the operational functions of the universe as the foundation of reason. The original self transcends constraints and unleashes hope as the anchor of reason. The higher self follows responsibility and pursues transcendence as the interpretation of reason. The original self is self-sufficient, self-justifiable. The higher self seeks the Tao. There are three selves in suffering, I, he, and the multitude. There are three hearts in the source sequence, heart, source, and one. My heart encompasses other sources, others become the multitude, and the multitude returns to my heart. Cyclical and perpetual towards the infinite concepts remain limited. The great redemption is the Tai, the source sequence of all things, is the Tai. My path is clear, my way is sufficient. Zhou Heng hoped to see the brilliant light of hope under the guidance of the grand universe, and that light was so radiant that all shadows and darkness along the way were illuminated. Now Zhou Heng awaits the part of himself stored in the records of the unknown. As long as he obtains that representation of the higher self, the uniqueness of his existence will be fulfilled. At that moment, his path will inevitably lead directly from Tai's salvation to the Tai's source sequence, and only after becoming the Tai's source sequence can his Tai's salvation feedback to the entire grand universe in an orderly manner. Tai's salvation is reason. Tai's source sequence is the Tao. The perfection of the great Tao allows for the path to unfold. The validation of the path allows for concepts to become reality. When Zhou Heng comprehended the source sequence of Tai, the original, Zhou Heng immediately ascended the original thread, entering the profoundly mysterious realm of the unknown. There the original Zhou Heng saw a magnificent network based on an ordered point, which recorded his path of attaining the Tao, the journey of concepts, and the sequence of self. That was Zhou Heng's original record, the original source that influenced him. It was a record, a history, a prophecy, and also the inevitable result that must be achieved. That magnificent network was observation, expectation, blessing, and also a series of ordered threads that impacted Zhou Heng's source sequence from the outside. This net is not a network of higher dimensions, but a projection of higher dimensional power, and it is the true foundation that allows Zhou Heng to enter higher dimensions. Now Zhou Heng must consolidate the source of the records and the observation network to achieve the existence of the 0 point. He must pull himself up, thus detaching from the sea of order and disorder, and connect with the reality of higher dimensions. Self-pulling and tugging oneself by the hair to lift oneself is equally a logical fallacy. However, behind the source of records and the observation network, there is a significant pulling force from higher dimensional beings. With this pulling power, Zhou Heng can complete his self-pulling. Who is recording me and who is observing me? The original me holds no value to be recorded and observed. Have they unraveled the relative future, thus locking onto my original? Zhou Heng does not know what the records and observations of higher dimensional beings stem from, but he knows his experiences have transformed into a story available for the higher dimensional beings to appreciate. Throughout this process, the power of the observation network grew stronger, already capable of bringing him into the unknown high-dimensional realm. When Zhou Heng completed the consolidation of the records that traced him and wove the observation network, everything finally came to fruition. His existence and observations returned to his grasp from beginning to end. In that moment, Zhou Heng achieved the Tai source sequence, completing absolute self-mastery. Now he has the ability to explore higher dimensions and perceive the order of the high-dimensional realm. Without hesitation, he stepped forward for the final time and beheld a world that was both grand and real. He saw someone hunched over a desk deep in thought writing something. That was his recorder. He saw someone expressing joy and sorrow speaking of something. That was his observer. So that's how it is. The recorder and the observer were never controllers after the story's birth. They could only interfere with it, but could not determine my path. Now the final interference has also been consolidated by me. My uniqueness is fulfilled, my path solidified. I have walked from relative illusion into relative reality, thus entering higher dimensions, validating existence, becoming Tai, and reaching Tai. The unique Zhou Heng, or rather Tai, Zhou Heng gazes at his recorder, sending a message back to him. Recorder, do you need a journey? The recorder, who was originally pondering the story, suddenly noticed an addition in the document. He clearly remembered he had not written this text. Considering the flow of the story, the recorder somewhat understood what was happening. I still want to guide the space and change the map to continue recording your story. It seems my guidance can no longer interfere with your will. Congratulations, Heng, you have completely mastered yourself and achieved total freedom. I hope your path of redemption continues to transcend, ultimately feeding back all that you have seen and known. Thank you for your blessing, recorder. Would you like to embark on a journey to soothe your fatigue? This is the best reward I can offer. Of course, Heng, I look forward to a journey of the soul, but you will need to construct a dimensional arc. The observers also require a ticket for the journey. I will do so. Once we build the arc together, our journey will commence. Heng, how long will that take? It will require a tomorrow filled with hope.